recently XP or oh no, now it's also banned.
Yeah, Phoveus just got banned.
So they're left with Hilda. I think APBREN might also be considering the possibility of forcing the Kalea into the XP, then Escalera gets something else. But Escalera and has shown to be very comfortable with that, with how he uses the Flicker Tidal Strike. I think we're waiting for the James hero, which will either be a strong, solid XP similar to a High Loss, or they go Badang.
Is there a possibility of an XP Kalea, mid Jushin, roam Angela?
That's a little too much. I don't put it beyond Twisted Minds, though. I'm just saying.
Yeah. If they're gonna go Angela, it has to be last pick. Ooh, they're taking away Faramir. Ooh. This is the time where I would say, oh, they can pick Glue, but Glue, again, not available.
Not for this week.
Yeah, not for this week. Still gonna be for the next one.
Him, them, and Kimmy.
Yeah.
They're taking away Faramir. Okay, if they're not gonna be going Granger,
Eerie.
they can, we did mention the Bruno yesterday. That's a good combo with the Ling. And if they're gonna go Angela, they get Angela Ling, Angela Bruno. Great spread of combo all throughout.
Moscow's open.
Oh yeah.
But the Moscow is open, and he's the usual guy that you want to go for. However, with the Ling already there, they might be okay macro-wise, unless they want to overload on that idea.
Yeah, or they can also just Granger again.
Good ban. So we mentioned pretty much all the possibilities for the gold laners. I think if they're going to go Angela, something unique, they go for that last pick. They pick up their gold laner now. Don't show the flex yet, hopefully.
Moscow.
Yeah, Moscow for Granger. Or Bruno.
Yeah.
I wouldn't Irithel. Would I?
I'm honestly feeling like I'm Irithel.
Oh yeah, no, because yeah, they literally Irithel into the Harith game one.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be an Eerie again.
Okay. Look at the matchup.
Experience the youth.
Okay, they just go Granger, and then see if it's gonna be, what's it gonna be? Is it an XP Kalea? Are they saving it for an Angela flex that Ian brought up here? Gonna have to wait for that.
I wouldn't mind. I think because the Granger's a solid Angela target too.
Yeah.
Him and the Irithel.
No APBREN, if you have it in you, please pick a Cairo. Oh wait, no, it does struggle against a Juicin. You don't have to worry about the Kalea. They force out the heavy spin quite fast. That's just my wishful thinking. Because you're up against a Ling. It's one of the best things you can go for. So what? You're just going to go Cho right now?
Yeah, saying that's the safer pick.
Yeah.
Cho, Johead. I kind of want to see Johead today.
Oh, there. You get your
There,
wish.
finally.
Yeah, they get the Aurora.
Okay.
There.
I don't know about the Aurora. She has had abysmal past few months.
Yeah. Although they do take the condition where they already have a lot of magic damage, so they go for more crowd control instead.
But that's
Same-
all magic damage.
Yeah. Mainly the Jard and the CC is going to be your source of physical. What's it gonna be, Twisted Minds? I think this is a Kalea roam already. Oh, he's hovering a Harlot.
Okay, you could Arlott or Hilda. One or the other. Coach!
Oh, he locked it.
Again.
Okay. This is, just last night we saw Lord JM of TNC almost pop off.
Was it game 3?
It was.
Yeah, it was a game 3.
Yeah.
He was on fire.
Yeah, paired up with a Fredrin and a Matilda. The early game was very good for it. And that's the similar threat that Twisted Minds is bringing into this game number 3. Very good potential to snowball out of control early on. Winning the first 2 turtles plus getting kills alongside that means that they're taking their conditions already. Easier to pull off. Twisted Minds, they're looking like they have it in the bag. But again, they're up against a Jawhead. Sadly enough, it's not a Jawhead plus a Burst Mage, it's Jawhead with control. So they have to wait for their Turtle 2, Turtle 3 power spike. Twisted, initiate, dominate, take that key to victory right away.
And it's that Aurora, really, that is the linchpin of our opinion. That could change the dynamics of this game. If Kekedot and Troveskirt all of a sudden activate their drift compatibility, get into this game and just
Welcome
outplay
to Mobile
the mid-duo,
Legends.
Twisted Minds and Hot Jeezy and Escalera, then we'll go to game 3. But for now, it's match point for Twisted Minds as they struggle to get one more point and give Haji's is that birthday gift of a step closer to getting to the playoffs.
I kind of feel like James Max will be replicating what Twisted Minds did earlier in game number 1, which is to go for the late entries. Instead of trying to lock in the objectives like Turtles and the Lords, they're just trying to go. They're just trying to go for more kills and eventually render all the neutral objectives secured by Twisted Minds useless.
Okay, so it's a Thrill and Wilderness Blessing for this John, as expected. James going for the very tanky route with the tenacity and firmness on the R-Lot. So he's going to be banking on his sustainability and the regen that he gets through Vengeance, the second skill.
Oh, wow. The minds in the MPL arena are going wild. I think they smell victory just a few inches away. Kekedot crossing the threshold here.
Oh, early flicker there for Kekedot. But still, James Max was able to get that jungle creep. And now, looking at the matchup between the roamers, Kalea and Johan, we're gonna, if APBREN continues to at least gain lead and control over the early game, but wait a minute, Escalera sets their eyes on Dare, but Dare was still able to escape.
Ooh, something we didn't know. Kekedot actually spent his flicker to be able to do that.
Yeah.
Okay, initiation for the next big major sequence. Not going to be good for APBREN. Going to be tougher right now for Kekedot. Both the XP laners are going to get level 4s through the center of the map after getting fast clear helps in the EXP side. In terms of the gold lane, quite even in the matchup, no clear victor there.
Yeah, that's been the gold lane matchup we've been seeing for what? All of Q1 2024-5.
Yeah. For ages now, it feels like. So, up in the air, who gets this turtle? No one wants to get the turtle yet. They want to get their buffs first. Purple, orange, purple alternate for both. So they're both going to come out the same side. They're going to hold and Twisted and APBREN. They're going to be banking on a big 4v4 team fight for the first turtle of the game.
Escalera already got his level 4, so Tsunami Slam online alongside a flicker, which Kekedot does not have for about a minute and under a minute. So this is so much better for Twisted right now.
And not to mention the final slash and flicker is available for James, but Kekedot starts things off trying to zone out a Twisted Mind. Here comes the final slash, plus the pickup of MP the King onto the turtle, but they're gonna get the kill onto Escalera as they trade him for Kekedot. They want to go for jump skirt. There's the passive, but MP the King will deliver 2 more kills, and James answers back with one of his own to bring down 3 of APBREN.
That's what we talked about earlier. This is the threat of the lineup of Twisted Minds with the early game dominate from here. They can go for another aggressive play after James, MVP of that scenario, the flicker final slash to start things off and making the most out of the Vengeance and even helping secure the final kill there onto Dare at the end of the long sequence.
The MDL and MPLID champion showing us exactly what he's learned throughout his career in pro play. Man, these Arlots, that's what, 2 MPLID alumni now, showing us that there's something in this hero. It's no longer just the CC Phobius Hilda matchup in the EXP.
Yeah, this time their role as a secondary roamer is not necessarily to front, but to catch your opponents off guard and go for those amazing setups. Because even Escalera didn't even have to use his flicker.
Escalera died.
Yeah, Escalera died, and it's okay for James. He said, "I got this."
Great play by Twisted Minds. Again, we talked about as long as they're aggressive and they step on the gas at the right time, it's going to be good for them. More calculated things like that. I think APBREN also just need to respect the fact that they're up against an R-Lot. Their team fighting positioning, they did not watch it. Escalera!
There's Tsunami Slam again, but they tried to counter out with a Kekedot ultimate, plus he was able to throw out Chomp Skirt, so no initiations there for Twisted Minds.
All right, I think Twisted Minds were a little out of their breath there. An early disengage from Escalera, outplayed though, forcing out that Salmon Force from Shizo up top. Gold lane is an island, like neither of these fellas have actually left.
Yeah, the 2 best gold laners recently nerfed. You can feel it, especially with that. I feel like if this was, oh wait.
There's a throw onto James. James might actually be able to out-sustain this, but there comes the electrifying beast coming in from James Max. He has to walk away now. Unstoppable force coming in from Kekedot to bring down MP the King, but MP the King manages to get a kill onto Chomp Skirt, and now Kekedot in trouble, has to flicker out. Twisted Minds, another kill for their team.
And James walks away!
Just when we thought he would get taken out, I thought he would be the first blood. Nope. He survived that Escalade. Another catch!
Another Tsunami Slam onto James Pax. But there's a clap back coming in from Shizu. They're going to bring down Escalera. Now have full control over the turtle. But Twisted Mind slowly crawling back after MP the King gets his purple buff.
I think APBREN will get this though without a problem unless MP somehow.
James, another final slash, but James Pax still gets the turtle. Here comes Kekidon, was able to throw out outplay, but James Pax picks up a kill onto Achizi. Changes the next target up against 4. He's going to fall down.
MP the King couldn't find an angle. And now APBREN threatening the purple. You shouldn't do this to a Ling. Oh no! Suddenly APBREN in a position of power. The tides have shifted.
Yeah, great turnaround there. The last team fight before the turtle take proper by APBREN went on a little bit too long, even though it looked good for Twisted Minds with them being able to take down Chovskirk. Escalera's decision to try and get that pick, although right, was punished well by APBREN, which led to Twisted Minds not only losing the turtle, but losing a purple buff for their lane. So APBREN are still making right decisions right now to try and crawl back and make sure that Twisted Minds doesn't walk away or run away with a big snowball early. It looks like APBREN is actually the one that's going to hit their power spike sooner.
All right, if there's anything we know about Twisted Minds is they have an MO. When they lose a fight like that and slowly but surely lose increments of the map, they have a plan B. They have protocols. And it looks like they've done that by clearing bottom lane, pushing that tier 1, and then we look for the next move. MP the King, he hasn't died just yet, but that's gotta be a stab at the heart of the Ling that you lose your purple like this.
Yeah, especially if APBREN continues to do that. But we might see a 1v1 action between the two junglers, and MP the King cannot handle damage coming in from that Joy.
He got bullied out of that lane. You saw that about 2 seconds underneath James Panks, and he had to control the amount of energy he was because he has to finch poise away.
Yeah, 100 to 50. So right now, Twisted Minds are hell-bent on protecting this next purple buff coming up, so MP the King gets it. Right move by Twisted. Well, APBREN right now, they are not being overly defensive with their positioning right now. Still placing themselves in right areas of the map for aggressive options. A break potentially in the bot tower, a skirmish around the river, away from the turtle. So I like the mindset right now where APBREN is at this point in the game.
Uh-oh, they spot outplayed the conceal from Kekidot. So far, so good. Twisted Minds for the recovery. Escalera spots them as they enter this East River brush.
There goes the potential trade APBREN was going for onto the bottom lane. Outplayed sneakily enough, was able to walk away as they're holding onto this turtle. MP the King also pushing up the top turret. Here comes Kekidon with the flicker and the throw. Paired up with the ultimate coming in from Chovskirk. But here comes James Pax with the electrifying beat. Going to bring down James and Hajizi. Shizu, on the other hand, will also be able to bring down 1. That's a 2-kill swing for APBREN.
It's too much of a collapse APBREN's presenting.
Initiate, dominate, and that's what APBREN did first. The moment Kekidon found an angle, he didn't hesitate to go towards James, and that's just them taking the keys to victory that we mentioned earlier today. With James down, who unfortunately missed his final slash, his desperate attempt at trying to get someone before he fell down, he got no one. APBREN took out the R-Lot, and the other members of Twisted Minds fell apart. So as long as APBREN are initiating first, looks like things go well, very, very well for them.
Okay, so Twisted Minds goes for plan B. Let's try to avoid all those initiations, especially if Chovskirk has his ultimate ready. Kekidon with the conceal. Here comes the Tsunami Slam, but was able to walk away. James with a beautiful catch. Final slash, but still, they were able to dish out damage onto Escalera. Hajizi picks up there for the trade. 2 members will fall down from APBREN.
2 for 1. Twisted Minds finding scraps from these engagements in which APBREN are still initiating and dominating. I could feel Twisted Minds straining to even get a winning trade.
Yeah, the ultimate battle there was actually the battle for the purple buff, and APBREN, despite losing 2 members, won that as it was stolen away again from MP the King's hands. So Twisted will still have to play a little bit more defensive-minded. They tried to initiate there, that was a good call, but Chovskirk, the Aurora, that was a major point of our discussion at the end of the giraffe, brought down a perfect friggin' Glacier. The right spot, the perfect position to be brought down, so that Twisted Minds team fight there wasn't easy for them, which is why APBREN won in the long run.
They have a perfect mix of being initiators and at the same time being reactive to the setups that can come from James or Escalera. with the Frigid Glacier. So APBREN, as long as they continue to hold on to the lead and deprive MP, the king of the purple buff, even if Outplayed manages to scale up, APBREN could bring us to game 3.
Gentlemen, it's not just the purple buff. Slowly but surely, APBREN are choking MP the king out of all of his resources. Currently, he's down about 300, 400 gold from James Panks, and that adds up. It's a game of inches. It's not just the purple you're taking away, it's his farm all in all. So MP the king sure has like 2, maybe 3 core items now, but there's nothing he does, especially when the Tempest of Blades is off angle. Lord now, at about a 1/4 of its health, APBREN started the dance.
Okay, here comes the throw and flicker. Paired up with the Frigid Glacier. James is fall down, but MP the king secures the Lord. A clapback coming in from Outplayed as Kakadot will fall down, but James Panks answers back with a killing spree. Gonna bring down MP, and APBREN wants to go for more there with the yo-yo blitz, forcing out Escalera to back off Shizu. Escalera was able to dodge out, but Shizu still going for it. Easy! And Outplayed Shizu.
A Pyrrhic victory for Twisted Minds. It took a little more elbow grease and a little too much gusto from Shizu, but Twisted Minds end up with the Lord and a punish.
The Silent Kid made noise at the worst possible time. Although Twisted Minds will not be able to make the most out of their Lord, they're gonna try to look for something. Escalada dives in!
And now they find James Panks, but it's slap paired up with a final slash. Now they targeting there. Here comes the Lantern Flare. Might be able to bring him down, but Chomskirt was also there. Escalera trying to size up Kekidon. And honestly, what Hajizi and Outplayed did was showing their veterancy onto the rookie Shizu.
They used Escalera as bait.
Chomskirt flickers in and tries to go for the stun. Shizu being able to dance with his Zaman Force, but 3 will fall down in APBREN. There manages to pick up James, but Hajizi goes in as MP the king manages to pick up Shizu. There's only one left. Outplayed. One more Datsunada can deliver the final blow, but there will be able to back off.
Like a comet from Orion's belt, MP the king dashed through 2 turrets to get behind enemy lines. The conceal from Escalera, they're not done.
Want to go for the edible angle. James Panks again! Gets as the recipient of the Tsunami Slap and was able to back off. But their turret up top will fall down. Twisted Minds. Momentum is on their side.
Gable, Benoit, and Escalera, the greatest German suplexes I've seen. Did you see that? He went into the base to force James Panks to back off.
Angle-esque, what he throwed up there. Twisted Minds, again, we talked about Kalea in the hands of Escalera. How when he's in the zone, he's feeling the vibes of it all. He can sense, like it's the right time to make an initiation. He will go ahead and make it, and he will title strike all over the map and get everywhere quickly. And throughout all of those aggressive maneuvers, he did not use his flicker once. So he still has that in the bag for him if he wants to go for his ultimate combo of Tidal Strike Flicker, the very far reach Tidal Strike to get another big Tsunami Slam.
Brusco made a name for himself as the Kalea of Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Masters in Indonesia. Here in MPL Philippines, welcome home, it's Escalera.
Apart from Escalera, I also have to commend James, because James can kind of sort of be like the Aurora of Twisted Minds, where if APBREN has a good setup, that final slash literally stops the momentum of APBREN.
Yeah, given it's just about a half a second of displacement, that's enough given the damage profile Twisted Minds is playing with.
With the good old backhand smack from James Phoebus Gloria.
Backhand, front hand.
The backhand and the front hand too. Imagine if you can do that with the backhand and the front hand by Arla. That'll be too OP. But right now, APBREN, they are rushing this. This is not the right time for them to do this right now, honestly.
But Kekidon has a good angle here. Can't go with the flicker once again. James with a catch. Final slash, the Silent Kid silence once again. Escalera won't go down, but James Gox was able to get the Lord. Here comes the clapback coming in from Twisted Minds. They want to go for it there, and they're going to be able to bring him down. That's 2 members down, but APBREN steals away the Lord.
Lord marching through mid. The bottom lane situation is still pretty dire. I can smell a negative advantage coming from APBREN's Lord here.
Not the right position. We were saying it. We were calling it out. That's what I said.
Don't do it.
And James, he smelled blood. He was like, all right, Flicker final slash time. And now Twisted Minds on the brink of sweeping APBREN. Minions are going to be coming in, but Twisted Minds are going to be playing it slow. They don't want to force it yet. They want to wait for one last major objective or maybe one last major team fight win.
Gentlemen, allow me to point out the elephant in the room. Besides the fact that, yes, maybe APBREN forced this and they saw the opportunity, they did not throw away their shot. How, despite being a part of all of these fights, how being in front of an opponent that close is outplayed, currently untouched, unmolested. This Granger is not a single death.
And you can't say the same for Shizu, because James and Escalera literally has their eyes set on the Harith. Was even able to cast the Zaman Force, but not able to use it because of the instantaneous burst Twisted Minds delivered onto the Silent Kid. And now they have a 1.8k gold lead. Huge map advantage. No inhibitor turrets remaining for APBREN.
Yep, the dynamics of power have changed, have shifted. No longer can APBREN initiate and dominate. They can barely initiate.
It's a good slow push right now. The Twisted Minds are doing with the minion waves. They're not leaving a lot for APBREN to be forced to clear up.
Oh!
This might be a good catch here, because they were able to force out the of blades from MP. The Gangbot was able to use the 4 blades and walk away.
Shades of Sutsujin, if you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
But he did walk away, did not force the issue. Safe for now. MP the King knows that the Lord in a minute is the key here, given it's not an evolved Lord just yet. So Twisted Minds are going to continue to freeze.
Okay. So we're going to start to see minion wave clears by Twisted Minds. Closer to when the Lord is pushing up. When they're going to clear a minion wave, that's because they want to get a better position somewhere in the map. Get info also where the other members of APBREN are. So right now they see, okay, 3 over there. They can go ahead and clear minion waves up top. Jockey for better position for the Lord. So James holding that similar shrub that he was holding in the last big team fight. Probably going to be sticking there. Then they move forward. Okay, I love what Twisted Minds is doing right now with the map, how they're playing the macro of it all.
Oh, MP the King going to get his num-nums. Finally securing purple buffs with much less of a struggle. Lord coming up about 5 seconds from now, upper quarter.
Yeah, now look, all the minion waves are collapsing. APBREN are going to be forced to clear. They cannot contest the next Lord. Great macro by Twisted Minds.
APBREN fortunately wasn't able to look for a trade for Twisted Minds, but there provides enough vision to see what is going on. Will they go for the kills? Kekedo trying to charge up the unstoppable force, catches James, but James was able to flicker out. MP the King sizing them out. Escalera goes in with the Tsunami Slam. Gonna get Kekedo, but Kekedo still has his immortality. Getting surrounded by 3 members.
Oh!
Might be able to flicker out, stays alive, and Shizu goes for the counter attack.
Whoa!
They were able to bring down Dare though, but still Escalera stays alive.
Whoa!
James backs. Oh, James with a beautiful final
The base!
The base! Do not forget about the base, because Twisted Minds, do they have enough time? They're able to clear it out, but James backs is in the picture now, a couple of hits away. MP the King decides to walk away.
Oh, they're not letting him go home. Skirt here gets hosted by a blade.
And MP the King twist their fate to stay alive for the playoff race.
That's a sweep by Twisted Minds. Taking the series 2-0.
It's not what APBREN wanted to happen. Worst case scenario for them. They got swept, but now the Minds can let out a huge sigh of relief as their playoffs fate is still in their hands.
What an amazing birthday gift for Hajizi, the KDA machine, holding it all down as the Jushin. In moments like that, where you need to keep your opponents at bay, keep them away from the shenanigans afoot inside their own base. A forced choke from that Jushin held them, kept them in place enough to take down APBREN.
Breathtaking first series, but still well-deserved applause for the Bees. APBREN still showing that they have it. Yeah.
Quick reminder, folks, this does not mean APBREN is eliminated just
They're
yet.
still alive, they're still alive.
It just makes it all the more difficult for them to secure that ever-elusive playoff spot.
Yeah, as much as they can. APBREN, their next step, easier said than done. Sweeping ONIC Philippines.
The defending world champions and the champions of FPL Philippines. No big.
Biggie.
No big. Let's hear a few words from our winners here in this bout. It's Twisted Minds on stage with our hosts.
Ladies and gentlemen, back to the winning column. Your winners, Twisted Minds! Gentlemen, congratulations. Coach Bon, una sa lahat napansin namin that this is a particularly new patch for all of the teams, for each and every one of us. Nag-adjust kayo by making the Leomord pick noong game number 1. Is this something na i-expect namin heading forward into the next weeks? Gano'n na ba nakapag-adjust completely ang Twisted Minds?
Tutusin marami ding hero na na-buff na hindi pa namin nailalabas. Yun yung kagandahan pag nagkakaroon ng patch eh. Unahan lang kung hindi unahan, patapangan kung sinong unang magpakita bago subukan ng iba kung gaano siya ka-effective. And this time, tinapangan talaga namin, nagkakasan namin yung loob namin na kahit na wala pa kami nakikita ibang examples na mga successful Leo, binitaw na agad namin.
And you were brave enough and you've executed it to perfection dahil nakuha natin yung mabilis na game 1 kanina. Another question is yung bigat ng mga games, ng matches na meron kayo this week. We know that this is a very important set of games para makarating kayo sa playoffs. What were the conversations like para umabot kayo sa ganitong performance after your match yesterday?
Unang-una sabi ko sa kanila bago mag-start, kung hindi natin ipapanalo tong match na to, hindi natin deserve para sa playoffs. Dahil talo kami sa lahat na nasa mga babang team. Ano na lang mangyayari sa amin kung sinuwerte lang kami na nakapasok sa playoffs, tapos natalo kami dito pero nakapasok kami sa playoffs. So sabi ko sa kanila, pakita nyo na deserving talaga tayo makapasok ng playoffs.
And the boys showed it. They
Yes.
are making a statement win.
Indeed, that's a statement, Coach. Pinakita nyo talaga. You always come up with twists. You twist the game. And boys, grabe, ang galing nyo. Congratulations ulit. MP, okay, I'll zoom in on you muna. Diba pinag-usapan ni Coach kung ano yung sinabi niya para paghandaan ng week na ito? Amongst you guys naman, ano yung pinag-uusapan nyo during the long break? And paano nyo pinaghandaan ang week na ito para you can get closer to the final playoff spot? Kaya mo yan, MP. So ano yung pinag-uusapan nyo during the long break? At ano yung pinaghandaan nyo? So ano yung ginagawa nyo para maipakita yung ganitong level ng paglalaro during this match?
Siguro pag nung day off namin, parang iniiwasan talaga namin maglaro. Parang ano lang talaga, ginagawa lang namin yung mga gusto namin gawin. Para pagkabalik sa bootcamp, fresh na fresh yung utak namin.
I love it. So totoong break pala.
Oo.
So you took a break from the game. Pero ang galing. I mean, look at them coming back strong. And also, ano pa yung i-expect namin? What can we expect? Or ano yung aabangan namin from the team? Kasi nga, sabi ko kay Coach Bon off the cam, you always come up with surprises. Ano pa yung aabangan namin for the last 2 weeks of the regular season?
Siguro yung mga abangan sa amin, parang may mas ilalabas pa kaming lason kasi parang halos lahat ng team na respeto na yung alis namin. Kaya going na kami sa part na naghahanap kami ng isang hero pa na lalo i-respeto nila.
Oh, ibang lason. You know what, Coach? It takes me back to an interview you had when you said, kumanda sila. Kung makakapasok kayo sa playoffs, hindi equal ang playing ground. Diba? And you said in that interview, there really is such a thing as a dark horse. And I look forward to seeing that. Sila nga ba ang makakasecure ng final playoff spot?
Malalaman natin yan sa mga susunod na labanan sa susunod na linggo. Gusto ko lang malaman, quick run lang, okay? Kasi parang na-miss ni James yung Arlot Ay, sorry, Coach. Ano to? Yan, James! Yan, si James. Na-miss mo ba yung Arlot, pre?
Kasi kahit sa screen, hindi ko na nagagamit yun.
Ano, paano yung mga pag-uusap nun? Bakit parang bigla niyong pinik yung Arlot?
Kasi ang first choice talaga namin, yung Badang.
Okay. Ay, pwede ba sabihin yun? Ano ba naman?
First choice namin, Badang. Tapos, bigla ko lang nakita talaga yung Arlot kasi, yun nga, na-feel ko talaga since yun din talaga yung pinaka-comfort ko na hero.
I love it. Feel na
paid off.
feel, komportable, and the man of the moment ay komportable
Of course.
din.
Of
Dahil
course.
birthday niya ngayong araw na ito. Hajizi! Maligayang kaarawan. Everybody, batiin naman natin si Hajizi ng isang happy birthday, Hajizi, in 1, 2, 3! Happy birthday, Hajizi!
At
There, finally
GZ,
have
the
it.
spotlight is on you. I hope you're enjoying your birthday. Ano yung birthday wish mo?
Happy 30th birthday, Haji.
Ano po, maging healthy lang lahat kami. Walang magkasakit sa amin.
I love that. For the team, maging healthy ang lahat.
Correct.
Okay.
Escalera, anong birthday wish mo para kay Hajisi?
Makapasok ng playoffs.
Tama naman. Tama naman. Alright. And speaking of which, birthday wish, Hajizi, in terms of the Naruto skins na meron tayo, nagka-problema kasi ako kahapon eh. Wala akong nakuhang sagot na maayos. So gusto kong malaman, kung meron kang Naruto skin na gusto, ano sa 5 yung gusto mong makuha?
Si Sasuke.
Si Sasuke. Okay, feeling ko bagay naman sa kanya. And malalaman natin kung magagamit ba nila yan as they continue their run for the playoffs. Once again, your winners, Twisted Minds! Gentlemen, you may now take your walk of victory. And with that much-needed win, you may now take your bow. Twisted Minds ending this week strong. Nakakuha sila ng panalo and a sweep against their competitors na naghahabol din para sa playoffs.
I have to say, Hans, I'm a fan. I love how they always come up with ways to twist the game.
And I am sure na maraming pag-uusapan ng ating mga casters sa nangyaring laban. Kaya naman casters, balik sa inyo.
Why, that is true, Hans. We are going to talk about a lot of things given the insight provided by MPLID Season 14 champion and MDL Philippines champion James. He talked about how Arlott was his call. He missed the hero.
It's a player's decision, and clearly, he's not rusty when it comes to his favorite hero, Arlott.
In their mind was already the Badang. It was well predicted by APBREN to ban it out. He was thinking, what can I pick? Oh, I'll pick the comfort hero that I have. MP the King will walk away with the MVP because of his split decision there in the last team fight. Kudos to him. Majority of the game he was losing his purple buff, but he wasn't delivering a lot of deaths or kills. He only died once in this game, and at the very end, it was his presence of mind to say, yeah, this isn't worth the fight. Guys, go ahead, deal with it. I'm gonna go ahead for the split push. It took a while, but he got the job done.
And that makes their draft all the more a thing of beauty, a masterpiece, if you will, orchestrated by the players and the coaches. Because if you isolate that split play, right, you isolate that base race, every single hero from Twisted Minds is well poised to play the man-to-man.
Yeah, and not to mention, even James foiled the initiation of APBREN because that was a Hail Mary play coming in from Kekedot to conceal plus flicker ejector, but the problem was James was able to counter it out with a flicker of his own and twist the clash into their favor, resulting to that MP the King split push.
Yeah, you can see in the team fights here. The Aurora, we should go back to that. That was like the main point of discussion of the draft because of the combination it had with the Jawhead. At that point, yeah, the Aurora isn't built to be the main answer for magic damage. It comes from the Harith, it comes from the Joy. You pick up the Aurora to supplement those two heroes so that the members of Twisted Minds hopefully get crowd controlled under the Frigate Glacier, but we just didn't get to see that enough. In the last-ditch effort, though, by Shizo and Choveskirt, I really thought they had it there, but APBREN slipped on the macro, the minion wave up top. They forgot about it. They overlooked it. They were thinking too much about the kill and the clapback for them not being able to secure the Lord, but in the end, they lost the war.
That's a trade they'll never recover from because the series is over. 18 and a half minutes. The Lord was just icing on the cake. I think Twisted Minds wanted to go for the split anyways, and that means the plan began even before APBREN saw the beginning of it.
Yeah.
Because that wave, again, you mentioned that wave from the top lane. That was the key. That was the X-Wing to the Death Star from A New Hope.
Yeah, and I think this is what APBREN...
That was Red 5.
Oh yeah, the call sign for Luke Skywalker. A little fun fact for y'all there. So for APBREN, hopefully they can revisit that cave in Dagobah after the season and really go on a long soul searching, you know.
Wait, but it's not over yet.
But it's not over yet.
We're just prepping.
I don't want to be the doomsayer for them, but the last thing they have to do is sweep ONIC Philippines
Tomorrow.
After a heartbreaking loss today to Twisted Minds, they have to sweep tomorrow. I don't want to say it's over, but I just wanted to bring out my recommendations as early as now for what they can do in the offseason.
There's a reason Luke did not fight the Emperor in A New Hope.
Yeah, that's why I didn't. That's why he had to watch an old man turn into a bunch of robes. It took how many episodes for him to face him? To face him in 5. Lost an arm. And then he won.
But he had the help from his dad.
Yeah. Who was also the guy he was fighting. It's weird.
It's. Are we talking about Star Wars still, or is this?
Yeah, no, we're talking about Star Wars. So for APBREN, you could see there, all throughout the season, it's been, okay, let's try to get a clap back on the fight, but they slip on with the macro. All right, let's take care of the macro, but then they've already lost an objective because they were a bit too slow with dishing it out. You see the bits of, how do you call this, potential here and there, but they can never form it into a big, cohesive, consistent performance.
And I think that's because of the heroes that they have. They can all do these things, but only focus in one direction. You have to switch it up, and you have to, again, what, 2 or 3 minion waves forward?
Yeah.
Plan to do that compared to Twisted's draft, which is, again, exemplified by MP the King. His Ling can, on the turn of a dime, say, it's team fight time or it's split time.
Yeah, exactly. The lineup of Twisted Minds had more room for improvisation with what they have, with how they initiate around the Kalea and Arlot. While for APBREN, it's quite honest. Kekadot, Flicker, Toss, Unstoppable Force, you play around that system. While for Twisted Minds, they can have multiple systems rolling at multiple times, and they can decide on the fly, this is what we're gonna do, this is who is gonna initiate, and this is how we're gonna win.
Pulled an ankle breaker on APBREN at the very last second, and they never recovered. That's what they call it, right, in basketball?
Yeah,
It is.
ankle breaker, yeah, but fortunately they were able to recover still. It's just a tweak in the ankle.
What?
No, they lost the series.
That's what we're talking about.
But they're still able to bounce back. I mean, if they win against ONIC, you know.
No, that is a broken ankle. We're gonna have to play the last series of the season against. No, not last series of the season. Against ONIC Philippines with a sweep with a broken ankle.
I have a line to share with you from a good poet of the modern age. But for now, let's take a listen to the Infinix mic check. All right, so if the mic check will tell us anything, it's that they really planned for that split push even before the fight began.
Yeah, so it confirmed our suspicions of it and how we saw them setting it up. And you saw James there at the very end. He was very animated. Nice!
And then MP is like, yeah, all right, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it.
Yeah, I was hearing Escalera all throughout that mic check.
That's it. That's it. You gotta be that way if you're a frontline roamer. Ladies and gentlemen, that puts a cap on that series. Congratulations again, Twisted Minds. We hope for APBREN land on their feet. But then again, Aubrey Graham did say, like a broken ankle boy, ain't nothing to play with. We're moving on to the next matchup for today. A second best of 3 in a triple header. AURORA versus Smart Omega. That's coming up next. Stay with us. You're watching MPL Philippines Season 15. It's been a pleasure to be at your service. I'll be hopping out for that second series. Our good friend Carl Rockharto will be taking this seat. It'll still be Renman Santa Cruz and Jose Ingan taking care of y'all. How excited are you for that next match?
I'm excited because it's been 3 weeks since we last saw AURORA battled out in the Land of Dawn.
If Omega can somehow pull off an upset out of nowhere by taking down AURORA, that's gonna be a crazy, crazy addition to the final story of Season 15.
Folks, they still are in the running. All 3 teams. We already talked about how dire it is for APBREN. Now it's Smart Omega's turn to climb. Let's go to our hosts.
Maraming salamat sa ating mga casters. What a way to start off that first series with Twisted Minds getting a sweep. Yun yung mahalagang panalo na kinakailangan nila to be able to continue their run para sa playoff spot. But before we head into the next matches of the day, kasama natin ngayon ay isa sa ating mga super fans and one of the loved content creators of the MLBB community. He's one of the rising content creators as well. Please welcome itong si Ash Bulldog. That's gonna be joining us via online. Ash, are you there with us today? Hello.
Hi,
Hello, Ash Bulldog.
Ash Bulldog, mayong adlaw. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for joining us. First and foremost, I know a lot of our viewers already know you, but Ash Bulldog, for the sake of everyone, kindly introduce yourself to all our viewers right now.
Oh wait, just a minute.
Okay, Ash, can you hear us? All good? Okay.
Oh, okay.
Ash,
but
sorry.
we can't hear you. Yeah, we can't hear you.
Can you just say hello so we can see if we can hear you, Ash? Ash Bulldog.
May hapon niyo yung maigala.
There we go.
I love it. May hapon sa imo sad. Ash Bulldog, we're so happy that you're with us this afternoon. Now, I was just saying earlier that a lot of the viewers already know you, but for the sake of everyone, Ash Bulldog, why don't you introduce yourself?
A beautiful night, a beautiful day. My name is AB, ang Kuya AB ng Minda. And of course, I'm a streamer from TLPH. And of course, I'm representing Davao Esports Enthusiast as the marketing head and one of the fans here in Davao.
I love that. We're so lucky to have you here with us. Now, Ash Bulldog, how long have you been creating content for MLBB? But before answering that, when did you discover MLBB?
That's a very nostalgic question. I started playing Mobile Legends way back in 2017. The first hero that I played was Nana. Ito, nagsumbag pa siya when she was still punching. And afterwards, I created content. However, it was through Facebook. Hindi pa nga nakasikat ang Mobile Legends way back. Pero that was the start of my content creation. And then I started following other content creators through YouTube and Facebook pages like Swapos Dolphy and other content creators as well.
You know, for those who don't speak Visaya, Hans, he was just saying that he started in 2017, right? When MLBB wasn't that popular yet. You do the math though, 2017, 2025.
So that's
how long has it
almost
been?
5 years. No, 8 years. What am I doing? What am I saying?
Ash, well,
But yes.
congratulations
Yes. All right.
for still
Now-
being here.
Right. Now I want to know, kasi let's get to the content creation side of things. You said that you were following a lot of different content creators, pero what made you decide that I'm gonna push through in uploading my own content? What made you decide to actually push through MLBB content?
One of the things that I always wanted to do is promote Mobile Legends because Mobile Legends created a lot of opportunities not only to Bisaya like me, Mindanao and those from regions, also gave platforms to women, to LGBTQIA, and also to PWDs. And that in itself made me inspired to do my part as a content creator and also push for this platform for everyone because it's not only a community, it's a family and it also fostered made names and inspired a lot of people to be just like you, Hans, Jamie, Chantel, and a lot of talents as well, and also those behind the scenes. So that pushed me forward to create more content, not only the game itself, but what's making the community a good place for everyone to be part of. And it's really a wonderful place to be in. You're having fun, at the same time, you're being a blessing to others as well. It's like paying it forward.
I love it. I love it. He's very animated but at the same time, he's so articulate to the point na alam niya kung ano yung sinasabi niya. And with all of the nostalgia that you've been saying, with all of the memories that you've had, what's the most unforgettable MLBB or MPLPH experience that you've ever had in the long history of what you said?
Okay, just to name a few, I would like to make a huge shout out to Boss Lau, Basoy, Sir Pao, Miss Lay, because I used to be a content creator reviewer under MCC, and because of that, I'm so honored to be part of those opportunities. And being given this platform to be interviewed is already, my heart's racing right now, parang my mind is being twisted after the game and at the same time, nagiging opportunity yun sa samuang for us to be part of this streaming program. So this in itself is one in the books, and definitely it will not be the only experience. But for me, this is siguro hilakon kay ko, pero sa hilakon in the sense na lipay kaayo because I'm representing not only a region, but I'm also representing my fellow Filipinos from other regions as well.
I feel the passion.
It's really inspiring to be part. And this is definitely, Emma Mary Pod and also MPL program, this is definitely a good platform for everyone as well, fellow streamers as well.
I'm so happy I got that. Lipay kaayo means very happy, right?
Very good.
Okay,
Maayo ka
I did it.
mag-Bisaya.
Yes.
Okay, nakasabot.
Nakasabot.
All right, Ash Bulldog, you know, I feel the passion in your words, and we are so happy that you're part of this community. But we also want you to know that you matter, and what you do matters, because as you said, it is all about the love for the game and the love for this community. You make the program accessible to our Bisaya viewers and fans, super fans out there. So, sa mga Bisaya viewers and listeners out there, to our community, Ash Bulldog, what is your message for them?
Una sa tanan, mayang hapon sa tanan, mayang adlaw sa mga Ilonggo. Assalamualaikum sa mga Muslim brothers and sisters nato. Kung syempre sa tanan, kung asa man mo diri sa kalibutan, daghang salamat kung sa padayon ninyong suporta sa Mobile Legends, sa MPLPH, sa to ang mga managlahing pupunan nga nagbinakbakay na sa land of Dawn. Daghang salamat. Kung syempre sa Double Esports, pinaagi sa among head na si Miss Breezy, kung sa uban na padayon nga nag-atag kong plataforma o oportunidad sa mga Bisaya players and also teams. And those mga gusto ko na mahimog sama ni Naruto, sama sa Twisted Minds and other teams na they made their dreams come true. Nahimog sila nag-hope sa ilahang tagsa-tagsa ng mga endeavor like Escalera from driver to pro player, GC na hangtod karon padayon gyapon. Those are things na makalipay po. Kung syempre kay Louis po nga ginaangat yun nga proud sa mga Cebuano po from Smart Omega shoutout po. Kung syempre sa tanan po ng mga fellow Bisaya na sila Godo sa Turong sila Kwan PJL, si Swift Page na o syempre kay Mindy nga mga Bisaya po nga loud and proud. Kung syempre ginapromote yun ang Mobile Legends sa ilang tagsa-tagsa ng komunidad o mga syudad.
Ash Bulldog, thank you so much. You are an inspiration not only to the Bisaya community, but the entire MLBB family. And Hans, I just want to say, it's not just about the Bisaya community or the Tagalog community, it's the love for the game, and you see it in his words, you hear it in his words. Maraming salamat. Daghang salamat, Ash Bulldog, for being with us this afternoon.
Ash Bulldog, we appreciate your presence and every content creator right there, Visayas and Mindanao. Daghang salamat po sa inyong lahat. We hope to see you very soon here at the MPL Arena. You did a good job, right? Pero mamaya-maya lamang ay magbabalik ang MPL Philippines para sa mas mainit pang bakbakan. Kaya wag kayong alis, magbabalik kami.
Don't worry, the only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
concert when you can own that stage with your friends.
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Want a skin that changes color in the middle of a game? Yeah, this brand new Alpha Legend skin can do that. Watch this. Boom! How cool is that? So how do you activate this transformation? Simple. Just take down 10 enemy heroes. Assists don't count though. But hey, don't worry. Even if you get 10 deaths, the base effects are still amazing. Just look at that animation. It's a first of its kind, and I hope they make more unique features like this. Maybe 10 assists for a new tank skin, right? As you all know, this skin comes with a unique golden number tag. We actually used 2 accounts to draw as soon as the skin dropped, hoping for a low number. The result? 41 seconds after release, we got the number 892. On the second account, it's 1132 after 48 seconds. So in a span of 7 seconds, 240 skins were sold in a snap. Man, we've got some hardcore players out there. So how much did it cost? It's a staggering 9,500 diamonds on each account, which is 100 draws. But don't panic. If you're an alpha main, I got you. We only spent that much because we were rushing. If you're in a budget, here's a list of events to get it cheaper. Free weekend bonuses. Get 2 free draws just by playing games. Daily recharge event. Get 3 tokens if you recharge daily. Mega Draw Bundle. Buy discounted tokens for as low as 10 diamonds. Plus a chance to join the lottery every day. Promo Carnival. This lets you collect and use promo diamonds on Alpha's event. You can start using it on March 26th. Draw rewards. Yeah, we didn't claim any during our draws. That's why it costs too much. Daily discounts. You get to draw for 50% off every day. And lastly, we have the recharge events. Phase 1 is happening March 29, while Phase 2 is on April 5. To keep it simple, here's a quick guide to get the skin for cheap. Simple, right? Top up early to get the tokens from the daily recharge and mega draw events. Then on March 29, you have to recharge 1,000 to unlock this task that gives 500 promo diamonds. Don't forget to claim as many free tickets as you can from the events. And remember to use daily discounted draws. It's an important part of the strategy to lower its price. Stick to this plan and you'll be close to unlocking Alpha's Legend skin for cheap. So are you ready to grab this skin? And hey, who got skin number 1? Let me know in the comments. Stay safe and thank you for watching.
みんな内巻ナルトが帰ってきたぞ。力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
見せてやるよ、シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。やかましい奴らだ。
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
ここは俺に任せてもらった。4代目他にを超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。 相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
Ay no, biling ko nga lahat to. Bibiling ako diamonds, biling ko lahat to ng Naruto na to. Kailan ba to ilalabas yung Naruto? Next week? Huwag tayo masyadong high ngayon, pre. Chill lang nga tayo. Kung ano na naman pinagsasabi mo, Garfield. Salamin nga ako. Wala akong makita eh. Wala akong buff, pre. Wala, nag-retre nga ako eh. Angas talaga ni Fanny. Si Mikasa.
Ako na tol, lansya lang tol. Minul to sa CR si Coach Fox tol. Hindi mo kalabas. Ang masabi ko, happy birthday. Pero kami panalo. Nice. Guys, bili kayo ng emote namin sa Bren. Pag bumili kayo, may kiss kayo kay Pangs. Tapos bigyan niyo ako skin, may kiss kayo kay Shizu. Nice. Kita pa rin coach. Sige, tulog na yan. Maka-blood ka dyan, sige.
GG bro! Don't worry, the only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
To go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends.
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Want a skin that changes color in the middle of a game? Yep, this brand new Alpha Legend skin can do that. Watch this. Boom! How cool is that? So how do you activate this transformation? Simple, just take down 10 enemy heroes. Assists don't count though. But hey, don't worry. Even if you get 10 deaths, the base effects are still amazing. Just look at that animation. It's a first of its kind, and I hope they make more unique features like this. Maybe 10 assists for a new tank skin, right? As you all know, this skin comes with a unique golden number tag. We actually used 2 accounts to draw as soon as the skin dropped, hoping for a low number. The result? 41 seconds after release, we got the number 892. On the second account, it's 1,132 after 48 seconds. So in a span of 7 seconds, 240 skins were sold in a snap. Man, we've got some hardcore players out there. So how much did it cost? It's a staggering 9,500 diamonds on each account, which is 100 draws. But don't panic. If you're an alpha main, I got you. We only spent that much because we were rushing. If you're on a budget, here's a list of events to get it cheaper. Free weekend bonuses. Get 2 free draws just by playing games. Daily recharge event. Get 3 tokens if you recharge daily. Mega Draw Bundle. Buy discounted tokens for as low as 10 diamonds. Plus a chance to join the lottery every day. Promo Carnival. This lets you collect and use promo diamonds on Alpha's event. You can start using it on March 26th. Draw rewards. Yeah, we didn't claim any during our draws. That's why it costs too much. Daily discounts. You get to draw for 50% off every day. And lastly, we have the recharge events. Phase 1 is happening March 29, while Phase 2 is on April 5. To keep it simple, here's a quick guide to get the skin for cheap. Simple, right? Top up early to get the tokens from the daily recharge and mega draw events. Then on March 29, you have to recharge 1,000 to unlock this task that gives 500 promo diamonds. Don't forget to claim as many free tickets as you can from the events. And remember to use daily discounted draws. It's an important part of the strategy to lower its price.
Defeat GG Bro! Don't worry, the only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
no buts. Winning any game para to sa yan na yes. Di mo matitin ang aming boses on your level. Nasa kalye man o mobile window, I become a legend. Weapon fire, reunite with winners. Built with pressure, the diamonds are made of. Switching a lane na parang gera. HP racing, may reset up. Takatak buhat ni Hilda, full load SS parang light up. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas. Kasama pataas na bumpay natin ito. Dahil tayo'y malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang lalas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang lalas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Whoa! Hold on, yeah. Malakas ang Pinas. We are lacking every beat, surrender no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Lacking every beat, surrender no retreat. Giving 100 all my others, we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like beast of the southeast. So matawag proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas. Kasama pataas na bumpay natin ito. Dahil tayo'y malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang lalas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang lalas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Whoa! Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Face the golden sun and weapon for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite with the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite with the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite with the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas with the stars.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. That was a pretty fast series that we had. Right now, we are roaring for match number 2 already. This is MPL Philippines Season 15 of Rock Hard alongside Ingan and Renmar. And we are bringing you the action for Aurora versus Omega. How you guys feeling about this one?
I mean, it's a crucial match for both of these teams because they have separate wants. Aurora's setting up for an upper bracket, and Omega just trying to stay alive for the playoff race.
Yeah, part of me is thinking this is, I think a lot of us are thinking how this might turn out. But again, the last time these two went up against each other, Omega was able to take a game against Aurora. So if they can turn it into a favorable result and not just a game win, let's see.
By the way, match 1, we had a bit of a celebration here for Twisted Minds with Hajizi. With a 2-0 on his birthday, what better gift can one ask for, right? And that was against APBREN, who are actually, like you mentioned, are part of the teams who are still on the race for that number 6 slot.
Yeah, everyone that's celebrating their birthday here are winning. Yesterday was Ogwin.
Oh, yeah?
He didn't play, but Team Falcons won. A while ago was Haji. And now it's Master the Basics, right?
Yeah. Coach MTP is going to be celebrating his birthday today as well. And then for the last series, we'll also have another birthday celebration. We can save that for later, though.
We're gonna talk about that in just a short moment. Birthday buff, guys. Oh my God, it's 2 for free so far. We'll see if that changes a little bit later on. But for the meantime, TimeZone has an exclusive promo, guys, just for you. Get 400 pesos off power load for only 200 pesos.
And all you have to do is to register on the TimeZone Fun app, insert the promo code TZXMPL, and redeem the voucher at any of your favorite TimeZone venue. Don't miss out. Oh, sorry. This is the Renmar signing off.
It's all right. Let's just continue it. Yeah, you can also get a 2,000 peso discount on your next purchase by using the TT Racer X MPL Philippines exclusive. It's an exclusive voucher code MPL 2000 over at ttracing.ph.
Sorry, guys. There's just an allocation here that's not being met. But plus, don't miss out on exciting TT Racing gaming chair giveaways during MPL Philippines. We don't throw the chairs. We just give them. And stay tuned for more info. Just remember, for those who dream, work, and play, TT Racing has your back. And yes, I have actually never seen a chair giveaway as a, by throwing it, but maybe we can do that someday.
I believe that's a crime.
That sounds like
some places.
Sounds like assault. That's right.
Attempted or completed otherwise.
For the meantime, though, let's go back into game number 1. Our standings rather. TLPH obviously has a pretty dominant lead over Aurora, which can actually be changed in just a while. Although there are still a few games where TLPH can still get those wins. Upper bracket is number 1 and number 2. It is very crucial, guys. If you think that playoff security is all that matters here, you are dead wrong.
Yeah, we're going into the series looking at TLPH and Aurora already up there. But Falcons, ONIC also have a chance to make it into the top 2. I think that's one of the strongest storylines that we've had for this season, just how good the top 4 is. And considering, again, one of the major things this season is none of the teams under ONIC, TNC, Twisted, Omega, or APBREN, have recorded a series win against the top 4. Just goes to show they are such in a different level right now for the season.
If I recall correctly, I think the last 4 or 5 winners of MPL, if I'm not mistaken, last year was the first seed ONIC, and the 4 seasons before that was actually the second seeded team for the regular season.
So we're talking about TLPH and APBREN.
Yeah.
Right, exactly. Very interesting. We'll talk about that a little bit later on. But for the meantime, this matchup is about establishing dominance. And, of course, for the other half, it's fighting for their tournament life. You saw there on the standings, we have Omega with 2 points. Am I correct? And they are very close to Twisted right now, who did, after getting that win, is starting to inch closer and closer to that number 6 slot.
Yeah, they're now at 3 points with a point lead over Omega, so it sort of washed away their loss against. But again, Omega started off this week in the result that they wanted to see, which is a victory against Twisted Minds. Now, though, they have to shake off that key factoid that we just mentioned, the fact that no team in the bottom 4 ever got a win in series this season against the top 4.
And now we can see the amazing top 4 teams duking it out, trying to go for that ever so coveted upper bracket. Because again, I believe you and Leo were saying that if you get top 1 or 2, you'll only play how many games?
2 best-of-5 series, and you're in MSC. Win 6 games, and you're going to Riyadh.
That's it. That's all. Basically, getting that means you skip like a whole
day,
whole fight, right?
Yeah, the play-ins.
Right. So number 1 will fight against the winner of 3 and 5, I believe, and number 2 will fight against the winner of 4 and 6. Or I think I got that the other way around. In short, guys, it's just so much easier. Right there, it's on the prompter. 3 and 6 versus second. 4 and 5 versus first. So that it feels like it's such an easy path. Just a clarification, this is MPL Philippines, so there's really no easy path here.
Yeah.
In the words of Kyle TC, not my own, it's harder than MPL Philippines.
Yeah, there's a whole playoffs reset also that the players go through. There's always one big upset, or even 2 big upsets that we get every playoffs time when it rolls around. So that's playoffs. Today is a very special day, though, for a very special guy.
That's right. It is the third birthday buff of the week. We'll see if this works. It's Coach MTB. Did people just change their birthdays so they can match week 7? I don't know. Probably not, but it's MTB with the birthday. I believe he is 30-something years old.
If Haji is 30, according to Bonchan.
According to Bonchan.
According to
Big
Bonchan.
asterisk. Haji's 30.
30th birthday. I'm guessing MTV is
31. I just checked.
You can say something.
Yeah.
31. I can say that. But here it is. How can Aurora secure an upper bracket slot this week? They have a lot of matches, by the way.
Yep.
You think it's only 2 weeks, but they have 4 remaining matches after this one. So first of all, they need to win 2 matches against Omega and TNC. And, losing against TLPH and APBREN, which people can... ONIC has to do that. Against APBREN, a little bit of a hard ask. Maybe TLPH, maybe a bit 50-50.
Yeah. So this is one of the most difficult things right now for Aurora, is that their fate isn't exactly in their hands. The good thing is the things that they can control, it goes well for them. They're going up against teams that are in the bottom half of the standings, that no one has won yet against the top 4. However, the second thing, they cannot control.
Man, and the nightmare, can it awaken? We saw a little bit of that yesterday. And he still has a lot of catching up in terms of stats here, obviously, but this is what we love about Omega, right? Every single season, they somehow throw in a curveball and just keep us on our toes.
Love it or hate it, when it comes to late game, when it comes to comebacks, Omega has been showing that they can do it and dominate. We've seen it yesterday, and if we're talking about major upsets, now is the time to start for an amazing upset for Omega.
Yeah, Andori just gets better over the season. His average stats, though, of course, because of the difficulties Omega has faced, not that great. But against Twisted Minds, had a great record, did get the win. Plus, his meta is going very well for him, as he very viable to get priorities on the heroes that he loves, Hayabusa and Ling especially.
So it's a 2-pronged thing here for Omega, right? By the way, that Ling, I was actually very hesitant about, cheering for that Ling, but he made it work. Hayabusa also had a bit of a victory there for Andori, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
So overall, it's 2-pronged for Omega. First of all, you gotta secure your slot. And second of all, can you slow down Aurora, which is honestly, this whole thing is a big ask, right? Historically, stats-wise, everything, it feels like it's an uphill battle. But then again, that's why we hold these tournaments, right? We'll see who actually has the guts to make it out on top. And speaking of that, which team do you guys think will be the first to secure an upper bracket seed? TLPH looks like, obviously, they're on the top. Feels like a very easy 8. Aurora, if you are a firm believer of the lights within, and if you think that the championship is not a curse for ONIC, that's C. For Falcons, the team that surprised us the most last week, I believe is also a pretty good answer. Man, it's ABCD. I cannot say there's a clear winner.
Honestly, there's no wrong answer for this community poll. It's anyone's guess at this point, literally.
Why don't you guys want to say one thing? Falcons guy.
I don't know.
For me, the Stallions for me have the Stallions.
I don't know. Something tells me that Aurora has been fighting a lot, and maybe they can actually do it. So
no one's voting for the defending champion.
No. They're very scary, right? They're the scariest team in the world right now. But they are against in a league where it's just so crazy. So I don't know. It's so hard to actually, land on one. I'm just going with my heart. And speaking of our heart, what about our predictions for this matchup? 2-1, Aurora. Let's go. We don't have the
Oh, wrong, sorry.
Oh, whoa. Well, I was gonna ask, really? Wow. Nice is gonna be so happy. But get your emotes now while you can, by the way. Your team emotes are now available. And I really love these emotes personally. Also, I really hope they get the old emotes back, because obviously these ones are also very good. And the Falcons one, by the way. Really, really cute. Nice try, bro.
I honestly want
Nice try.
Nice try.
It has one of the best voice lines for an emote, because it's quite annoying. Yeah, I have felt, I mentioned this in the first series, I have felt the pain of being in the receiving end of that. It is, took a lot of emotional damage.
Emotion. I'm not gonna do that.
I still want the star, but they want the mental warfare against me. So yeah, that's the Falcons.
My dream is a 5-man nice try at the same time.
At the end. Yeah. No, I think still at the end of the day, the worst feeling is getting flexed on by the Liquid the Horse, the old emote. But the nice try is actually getting up there. Almost.
TLPH, by the way, yeah. 100%.
Because the delivery of the voice of that Falcon emote is nice. It really hurts, guys.
It's literal emotional damage in Ember.
Get it. Go get it.
Go get it, guys. It's only 109 diamonds, I believe. Whew. All right, so we're getting into a place where I think we need to start getting serious, because right now it's very, very serious for Omega. I would love to see... Obviously, everyone would love to see Omega make a rise again, but it feels like it's still... Yesterday felt like a one-off for me. They found something though, right? I wonder. I'm thinking, what did they find in that match yesterday that made them so dominant though?
Maybe.
Was it really just Andorra?
The patch might favor Andorra literally now, and we'll see if he can outplay Kite later on.
Yeah, I agree. Andorra was really good. Super Yoshi deserves some credit as well, but for yesterday, I loved how Ukier really showed up with the Juicin. Yeah, it was great yesterday.
We'll have to find out, because right now, obviously, it's still... With the way that Twisted gets wins, right? It feels like the bottom 3 teams are starting a little bit of a resurgence here. That's why I'm very, very excited to see, and also the lineup. I also want to see how the lineup, is Super Yoshi still in? Is the Mamba gonna do something today? And I'm gonna hope for that. But for the meantime, let's see who is gonna play as we do see the teams start walking.
To oversee and uphold the tournament's integrity, please welcome our marshals, Joshua, JJ, Juvin, and Patrick. Upper bracket finish or the final playoff spot. It's Aurora versus Smart Omega. Edward and Luis in the EXP lane. The junglers, Demon Kite and Andoryu. The mid laners, Yue and Ukir. Renegade and Super Yoshi in the roam. And the gold laners, Dom and Kite and June. And their coaches, Coach Master the Basics and Coach Lemon.
Ukir, paano kayo makakuha ng panalo ngayon kontra sa Aurora? Ano ang palag mo?
Hindi ako ready. Kala ko hindi ako eh. Ito na lang. Kita-kit sa playoffs.
Kita-kits daw sa playoffs, Yue. Ano naman ang gagawin mo para manalo kontra sa Omega? Ano ang palag mo?
Gagawin namin best namin. Saka, gagalingan. Good luck, good luck.
Doon na natapos ang laban. Fist bump, gentlemen. Smart Omega Aurora, do your fist bumps as well. Magingay tayong lahat para sa paparating na laban. It's Smart Omega going up against Aurora. Casters, balik sa inyo.
I can't breathe. Hans is a god, man.
Edward, you were Omega is gonna see you in the playoffs. You gotta come up with something new because Hans is not going for it. He's not going for it.
And the whole squad of Aurora needs to take a book out of, take a page out of Hans's book to be dominant, to be commanding up against Omega, especially with the resurgence of Andoryu. But right now, Aurora still in a good place. They had, of course, the 8-game win streak that was really commended by a lot, but at the same time was broken down by ONIC. So now they want to go for more and get the upper bracket slot.
Yeah, for Omega this time around. I know we've said it a lot. There's going to be a lot of focus on the center of the map. Super Yoshi's needs to outplay Renegade. Ukir needs to outplay Yue. But I think Omega, for this one, has got to put a bit more resources into making sure Jones actually happy in his lane. Jones' performance yesterday didn't leave a lot to be appreciated for. I feel like maybe he's going in a bit of a dip. Maybe he just needs a bit more help. But make it easier for Jones this time around so that he can solidify and say that he beat Dominkite in lane.
I mean, you're actually correct. I love that you brought that up because Jome, I don't know, maybe the captain duties are maybe becoming too much, but I think he has a lot of it on his plates. We'll see on the stats, though, it will reflect Aurora's dominance so far, especially on game win rate and the tower taking capabilities, especially a team that loves Ube a lot and has a bit of a more aggressive jungler this time around in Demon Kite.
I think you can look at is the kill participation of Omega. They know when their power spike is. And actually, even if Jome had a rough series yesterday, it's actually nice that some players from the barangay are actually stepping up, namely Andoryu and Okir. So it means that even if you shut down Big J, it's not over for the barangay.
Yeah, but I think going up against a team like Aurora, it's good that Omega, one, definitely they have to remember that they have other options available. Two, at the end of the day, you still want your main option, your number one option in a very healthy spot, so they shouldn't forget that as well. If they overlook their gold lane priority too much, if they forget about Jome for a moment, if Jome is too adamant and saying, nah, it's fine, you can leave me, go ahead, take control elsewhere, that might be deadly for Omega.
That's something I actually really am... It's probably on the minds of a lot of Omega fans as well, right? I mean, obviously Andoryu's doing great, phenomenal, but everyone else feels like they have to catch up on that one. Well, speaking of, stuff that we need to hear, what about the ping test here from Smart?
Narinig kita. Kailangan natin manalo ngayon, Erps. Shoutout sa watch party ng Omega. Mag-enjoy lang kayo dyan.
Mic check na wala silang makakuha. Testing lang. Ano to? Mysterious guy to mysterious guy.
Oh, dalawa pa kayo. Ano? Ang tagal, buy time. Matagal. Abot mo, Jom.
So creative with our ping test here. I love it. That's our Smart ping test, bringing you low latency gaming with Smart Sulit promos.
Subscribe to only 5G with non-stop data for non-stop gaming on your favorite loading platforms or the Smart booth right outside our MPL venue. You know what? I remember yesterday Lord JM actually picked up the Arlot.
Yeah.
And now a while ago it was James. But this guy, Lewis, was actually the first one who debuted Arlot this season.
That's right. So let's see if that's maybe gonna come into play later on in the draft. For the meantime, though, it's a keys to victory.
Yeah, it's quite some time since we've seen Aurora, so just pick things up from where you left off. You control around the map, laying around Yue and Renegade very well, so just keep that alive. Nothing too crazy. If you want to show us some new draft picks, sure, why not? Just remember Lucas' priority for Demon Guy. He's very good at that. Increase Omega Lason's potency. The poison. More unique picks. Priorities on the Hayabusa Ling and making sure that they do good in the map and that Andoryu can do Andoryu things. Alright, that's a good basis to start with. Expect surprises for both. We've seen surprises yesterday. We saw surprises in the first series. So many debut picks. I want more.
I really love that priority on Lucas because I feel like at level 4, Lucas can eliminate anybody. I feel like they can need to adjust the physical penetration on that guy. Honestly, I love it, and at the same time, I'm also thinking about the pool here for Adoryu, since it might be the one who will get targeted here in this specific draft. I know it happened yesterday as well with a jungler. I forgot who it was. Hellkurt for jungle ban. Yeah, we saw that, right? I'm not like hallucinating here or anything.
But I know you watched that because you were here yesterday, Rockhard.
I know. Thank you for bringing that up.
I'm trying to remember.
I love being on the menu.
Got the 4 jungle ban.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to revisit that where that is.
Yeah, but something for sure is they debuted something. It's a Hellkurt.
Yeah.
For Adoryu. It didn't work.
Crazy, yeah.
So it's crazy, but is it gonna be crazy enough to pick up a win up against Aurora?
Hell yo, we saw Leomord earlier. I'm so happy it worked. It got it to it now. I don't know what to say. I'm just happy.
How about jungle exploit?
Because of the bug?
Yeah, I mean, we saw Jungle Exborg in the Mobile Masters. We see it here and there. For the past, like, year, Jungle Exborg pops up his head. Not always winning, but does good.
But yeah, pre-buff. Export, Demon Guy used it, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Already here. To double check if he got a W.
I believe he did. He got a triple in the mid. I remember that.
Yeah.
The last export I saw pre-buff was, I believe, Hazel from RRQ Hoshi.
Yeah.
Up
By the way,
against Team Falcons,
hopefully someone picks him up. It was let go off by RRQ.
Feels so underrated, right? So many underrated picks right now. So we'll see. Right now, we do not see a lot of bans on the jungle here, so Aurora doesn't feel like it's worth it yet. So lots of options still up here. You got the Suyo, you got the Ling as well.
The Harrod, the Jushin.
Oh, Jushin
could be a viable option. And now Aurora will be getting that EU pick Jushin to have heavy priority on the mid lane.
Yeah, just to re-jog the memory, that's why I couldn't remember Demon Kite. It was Flap Teasy, the only export so far this season.
Ooh.
Yeah. So for Aurora, rushing the juice in for UF. I am surprised Omega let that through, but because of their bans, it does make sense. Those were the priorities. So let's just see if they'll be ready for it, because it's not unbeatable. It has taken an L already. But US Aurora being aggressive in the map, especially Renji and Yue not letting go of control once they feel like they have it. They put a lot of importance in the trade at the center of the map to get that control, to force them back. So once Omega recalls first through the center, they're just going to start invading, cutting the lane in the top or bottom lane. They're just so good with it. While Omega, to help temper that a little bit, they needed that extra aggressive presence, the annoying guy going around the map. They needed something like a Hilda. While they decided to take away the Harith that's been so good for Domingite all season long.
Yeah, it also answers a potential Hayabusa or Ling from Aurora with the Hilda pick, and at the same time, this is what you were saying, give Jome a comfortable time in his lane, and with the Harith pick, you can expect Jome to dominate even if Aurora manages to gank Jome from time to time.
Yeah, it feels like that's the most comfortable you can
get.
Finally!
Rockhard prediction! What? You mentioned this a while ago, the Suyo!
Yeah. I feel like it's still, despite the nerfs, right? It still feels like most of our junglers will still kind of relegate back into those they played all season long, right? So it's hard to kind of just get out of the habit.
Yeah. But the thing is, the thing that got nerfed for Suyo was the magic damage reduction of the Immortal form, and Omega has a magical gold laner in Harrod, so let's see how it's gonna play off for Demon Kite.
Yeah, at least you don't have to worry about the presence of the Joy, so
yeah.
I'm glad that someone finally showed that, hey, you know what, Suyo still has a spot here, but because of how the draft went, considering that Aurora got Juicin, also, it's the best time for Suyo, because the main things that they're looking out for is, one, does the opposing team have Juicin, and do they have Joy? If they don't have any of those two, go ahead and pick up the Suyo. So let's see if Omega are gonna change something up with the rogue pickup. I wonder if they will go strong. They can go strong burst physical right away, and they can go jawhead, considering that Renege went Ka lead. So you could go priority for pick. A guy's playing RG in the middle of the draft.
Man. I know Lucas jungle's so strong.
Oh, this is the band that fed us.
That's Frederick.
That's Frederick.
Okay, you get a pass.
Our good friend Frederick for feeding us today, the whole talent pool. Thank you.
Reyes is there too.
Yeah. What's up, Ray?
All right, so
Redmar got mad at the wrong person. He was playing Lucas Jungle.
I said I was mad.
He was just he was pointing it out.
I didn't say I was mad.
I thought you were.
I was mad. Your assumption was wrong. Now I'm mad.
Okay. Now I'm sorry.
All right, good ban here. Taking away the focus.
I love the phobias. I would have actually also loved to see a high-loss ban because high-loss works so well with Sushin. Can do wonders for that front line later on. Combo with the Kali, this is going to be crazy. But then again, we are looking at a bit of a loss in the gold lane. Maybe we'll see a bit of a newer gold lane today, or is it just back to the Beatrix and the ban today?
I am banking on the Beatrix. With the Moskov gone, they can still consider Granger. But I would want them to pick Beatrix. Something about the Beatrix right now just meshes better with the pieces that I see on the board. Good ban on the Cho. So now Omega are going to be ending up with a roamer that will lose the rotational speed battle. Unless they put the Hilda in the roam, which I highly doubt they will. They might just end up with a Badang roam for Super Yoshi.
What about Jawhead?
Badang or Jawhead,
yeah? Badang. Oh my goodness, why we forget Badang?
Yeah,
then go meet Vixana for Ukir.
Yeah, I did mention the Jawhead earlier as an option. So one of those two, Jawhead or the Badang. And it is the Badang instead.
I'm kind of feeling like Dominica is going to resort to a Granger instead of a Beatrix. So.
They do need a bit more reach. It's very divey. I wonder if Aurora will consider Edith. They need more magic damage. Ooh, what if they go for a magic gold? What if they go later?
That'd be pretty cool. That would be so cool, actually. Have Suyo a bit more free time. People will start building Radiant Armors, right? Maybe Suyo can do more with penetration despite being nerfed. They're still looking at those classic gold laners. We talked about it, Clint. We talked about Beatrix. Edith can also do well.
They need Edith. If it's not going to be a magic gold, they need an Edith in the EXP lane for Aurora. So it could be Edith Granger, Edith Bea.
Whoa! I'm happy about this. I'm happy about this. First Esmeralda of the season, despite being teased so much in international tournaments. Finally seeing it here today.
Yeah, and before when Harith was running over everyone, people were saying, just pick up Esmeralda. But Harith just did way too much damage for the Esmeralda to even deal with. Then maybe now, since the Harith has dipped out a bit, and there are a lot of shields on the side of Omega, let's see how this Esmeralda would work out and how Edward will build it. Because there are hybrid Esmeraldas that hurt and are sustainable, or just go for pure defense. Let's see how they're going to go for that.
That's actually a little crazy when you point that out. Power of Wilderness, the passive on the Hilda, Badang's shield as well after he used the fist break and everything. Yeah. Oh my goodness.
Edward's going to have a good time. But again, still going to boil down to the build path that Mr. Consistent will be going with. So let's see how they're going to pull off another debut pick.
Again, unsurprisingly, we are surprised today with another one. It feels like it's just going to be a norm for the next week or so, right? And now we are seeing a lot of early to mid game potentially for Aurora. That's kind of a given, but don't forget there's also a Hilda on the side of Omega to try to keep that early game in check.
Was Esmeralda picked even once last season?
No, right?
I will have to check.
It feels like it's a no, but either way, if it happened, maybe just once. Right now, though, let's load up into game number 1. This is Omega versus Aurora. Don't
Welcome
forget,
to Mobile Legends.
At stake for Omega, and the upper bracket, Aurora still fighting for it.
Okay. See how they're going to start on the map. Hilda versus an Esmeralda. So the Da sisters going up against each other in lane instead of being paired up together. During the heyday, we used to see Hilda Matilda, Hilda Rome, XP Esme. It's pretty cool. Should be able to handle it well. All right, this is exactly what we were talking about with Rena J and Yue, when they have the juice in together and they put so much importance in the first duel in lane that if they can do what they did to Akir, bring him down low, force him to recall, force out the flicker, this is just gonna snowball, and this is them non-stop gonna be so aggressive.
Huge delay for Ukir. Wasn't able to get a couple of minions there, even forced out the flicker. So now Aurora's gonna have a good time in trying to go for those clashes, but a good setup coming in from Super Yoshi. Andori's not going to overcommit though.
Yeah, loving the aggression here as well for Aurora. Of course, Omega will not take that line down. Super Yoshi will probably have to wait until level 4, obviously, before anything big will happen. But they do have that presence. They have that damage. Force is still very powerful on the mid right now.
Omega will need to commit resources to helping Luis out in lane, because every time Hilda goes into a shrub, that's how she sustains lane. She heals, but she gets shield, which Esmeralda's happy to steal.
And now they get Super Yoshi. First blood drawn by Yue. Renegade just being able to out-sustain damage coming in from Omega. Now Demon Kite might try to go for more, but they're already happy with a kill on to Super Yoshi.
Was this not in the Omega scouting report that if you're going up against the Juicin and Aurora, they will look to be hyper aggro? The fact that Ukir even was already forced to burn his flicker early on meant they did something wrong at the start of the game, and then now, oh, Edward!
Oh, look at that. And they're trying to do something right by
shield.
trying to go for Edward, but the shields and the counter response from Aurora is just there once again. There was the Lantern Flare. Super Yoshi might go for another escape, but Yui goes in with the Lantern Crimson Beacon as well to bring him down.
Really sustaining these fights very, very well. Edward holding the line, absorbing so many of the shields here, keeping Aurora ahead.
Yeah, brilliant pick, brilliant rotation, everything perfect! Oh my god! Hitman, what?
The Hitman went in! Asked Andoriu, are you sure you're gonna recall in front of me? Pulls the trigger, brings him down, but in exchange for his life, a 1-for-1 trade clearly beneficial for Aurora.
They did slow down Andoriu's pathing a little bit as well. Needs a little bit of a backup here for Yoshi. Get started on that orange again. But this is as good of a start as you can get for Aurora. Don't forget, Domikite is also on that carry. Has not really seen any major changes, any major fights. And they are happy. They look like they're very happy with this.
Andoriu's gonna have nightmares about that Raging Sandstorm flicker from Renegade. He thought he was in the safe space, but the Hitman doing unexpected things once again to increase Aurora's lead.
Yeah, I like the build path of Edward, steel leg plates, and then he's going to be going to Enchanted Talisman. Let's see if he's going to full build a Dom Ice first. I know it no longer provides mana, but it still does good against the lineup of Omega. Although, you wouldn't want to reduce the shield generation of Omega because you steal it anyway. So you just build the plates, the steel leg plates. Yeah, you full build Talisman first if you're the Esmeralda.
That's right. Just trying to slow down the damage of the attackers as well with Anti-Karas maybe, right?
Yeah.
Now that's basically it. That's all you have to do. Now they do feel like they are suffering from an identity crisis here. Omega being forced back into their own jungles as Aurora gets ready and set up for turtle number 2.
Yeah, we still can't count out the fact of Omega's comeback potential. Again, Jom still able to hold his own on the gold lane, but Aurora set their eyes on this turtle. Here comes the Lantern Flare. There was a flicker. Renegade goes after the back with the Raging Sandstorm. Ukir was able to cast a Feathered Airstrike to try to go for Jom, but Jom was able to escape. They do, however, pick up Super Yoshi and brings him down once again up against 5. Aurora is literally dominating.
Yeah, Yoshi missed his entry bad. Flicker with the fist break into air. And Omega was just scrambled in that fight. It was a perfect lineup, but it just missed by a hair. And very unfortunate for Super Yoshi. The idea was there, the idea was right, the execution was off.
Right, even the position was right.
Yeah.
It was already perfect. I also saw Ukir land all 4 feathered airstrike shots. The HP bars were more than 68-70%.
Oh, Edward up against 5. If he stays alive, it's going to be amazing. But Omega wanted to go for that trade, and they're going to bring down Edward.
That's what you were talking about, right, Redmar? Like, the burstiness from the Harif is still somewhere there.
Yeah, so there's not as bad as it used to be, but it's still definitely there. So Omega made the right call. They switched the lane, sent Jom down bottom, and they were able to crack it together as a team. They sacrificed the top, so it was a map trade, a mirror trade across the map for both. So Omega's still making the right calls. They will be able to take their purple buff without a problem. They should just now change their focus to playing around Jom, send Andoriu off alone to split open the map. He can go down because at this point, the Hayabusa isn't the condition anymore. It's the Harith.
That's right. We're talking about how Jom needs to kind of just step up here. Yeah. And he is kind of doing it in the ways that he knows how, or at least the ways that Aurora is allowing him to. The rest of the team really helping it out though as well. Luis, great scouting. Andoriu just making sure that Aurora just can't invade willy-nilly. Yeah, and it's so nice for Omega that they're able to call plays that aren't really dependent on what Aurora is doing. They're not necessarily reactive, but they might have to react to what Yue is doing now, forcing out Lewis to back off as the third turtle will be spawning down bottom. Let's see if Omega's gonna try and go for a pickoff.
Yeah, they're gonna have to look for a big pickoff before they get started. For sure, they are on the back foot. Looking at that turret, trying to keep it alive still. Luis and Super Yoshi is in front. It's gonna be such a crucial engagement here.
Aurora knows where every single barangay member is hiding. Renjay just looking for the perfect opportunity to zone out Jome and Ukir. And that was just a flawless play from Aurora. Didn't give Omega a chance to look at the turtle.
Just flip the map! you cannot full engage at this point. You could have pushed top. You could have broken the tower, sent 2, put 3 around the turtle just to get vision, but to not really contest.
Yeah, there's a lot of free time on top lane that they could have actually used there, right?
Yeah, now will they get it? No, they still, well, yeah, they should. They should be able to get it, but still, that could have come much sooner, but...
Another flicker used by Ukir here. What the heck is happening to Omega here?
Even Andoryu already used up the Wiki Shadow kills onto the bottom lane just to try and save the bottom lane turret, but they're not making plays. We're just literally waiting for the barangay timers to be activated once again. And now a potential back play coming in from Yoshi has been spotted out by Demon Kite and Edward.
Okay. See how else Omega will try to find the right angle. While Aurora just continue to make the map blue, steal resources. They've snowballed, they've taken their early game condition, and they can just continue doing this. The lead continues to balloon. It was 4K about 2 minutes ago. It's getting closer to 6.
Wow. And again, the Falling Star move lands back and landed on. Last pick was Edward.
Yep.
Really? That season 13. It was him again. All right. So that is very interesting. Edward is the Esmeralda guy, apparently.
You can say a vintage pick.
Yeah, vintage pick. Used to be in every game, by the way. Way back then.
Well, to be fair, Edward's been playing for a very long time. Already has a lot of XP laners used.
That's true.
So another one to remind us that Edward is a good Esmeralda player, but Aurora right now extending their lead to 6K, 7 seconds before the Lord spawns. Let's see if Omega manages to find one. Jome. Okay, he got left behind, but was able to out Renegade. And the Hitman is gonna fall down. Jome still manages to stay alive as Edward soaking up the damage of Falling Star Moon. Connecting onto 3, brings down Yoshi.
Unfortunate again, another unfortunate miss by Super Yoshi. Jome able to escape, but it becomes a roamer for roamer trade. It could have been way worse for Omega, but they have to accept that they will lose this Lord.
That was painful to see here. Flying into the air. Apparently, it's just so difficult to actually land that wall sometimes, right? And Super Yoshi just not having the right angles so far. Omega, I was actually surprised they were gonna go for that engagement. And I think Aurora was a little surprised as well, but they weren't really able to capitalize on that opportunity.
Yeah, it's literally because Renegade locked his eyes on Jome, committed a lot just to zone out Jome. Even for the exchange of his life, it was okay for Aurora because at the same time, Edward still had crowd control, was able to set up 3 against Omega, and eventually get the kill on Super Yoshi.
Looking at the items, Esmeralda did go for sustained cooldown reduction. Good old Enchanted Talisman and Oracle. Andoryu goes in.
Biggie Shadow kill. Not going to be enough though to bring down Dominkite. There was 4 members of Aurora to share the damage.
Look at Dominkite, very healthy with the items right now. Crozier Scythe, DHS, Golden Staff, and even a Magic Blade to give him a little bit more sustainability from the magic damage dished out by Ukir.
All you need to do is technically just stay alive as Dominkite. You're golden.
Yeah.
And they're just waiting for that Lord, they're waiting for the top lane to push as well. There's Renegade. For an engagement, don't forget. Doesn't have flicker, 15 seconds out.
Holy Shields pop down bottom, and Omega makes quick work of that Lord. Still alive in this game. If they manage to find a huge angle set up by Super Yoshi to catch Aurora by surprise, they can replicate what they did against Twisted Minds yesterday.
Okay. Oh, Omega's comeback here has to come from an error of Aurora. Unless Andoryu goes in, somehow finds a really good angle to shadow kill into the back, somehow bring Dominkite and or US so low that it forces Aurora to react, and Omega will go there. So they'll either do it from punish or from Andoryu, just somehow getting a very good ultimate at the right time.
Andoryu, Edward,
Oh
Falling
my
Star,
God,
everything connecting the evil Queller to finish off Andoryu. And now if you're Andoryu, how are you gonna pull off a solo Wiki Shadow kill when Dominkite is literally surrounded by 4 bodies?
And Edward, there's just no fighting Edward now.
Yeah.
You can't 1v1, 2v1 this guy. It is so crazy how big this Esmeralda has gotten here. And don't forget, you also have to worry about so many others, like Dominkite. You have to worry about Demon Kite, and Yue just Crimson Beaconing over your head. It's such a difficult lineup to face, especially when it's 1v1, 2v2.
Yeah, unfortunate for Omega is that the Esmeralda pick came in here where Esmeralda beats the Hilda. You'd need longer sustained damage, but the Harith now is once again soft. If you want to consider it a soft counter, maybe a hard counter, but let's just put it as countered by the Esmeralda. That even though Jome hasn't died here, Edward's just so happy, which means Yue and Dominkite are even happier because they don't have to worry about their front line crumbling.
Look at the map, though. They're trying to make a wraparound happen.
Okay, let's see.
It's gonna work, though.
Let's see if it's gonna connect us so far. Super Yoshi's been not hitting the mark, but Yue was able to just flicker out. No more initiation for Omega. Goes in with a Crimson Beacon and Lantern Flare and punishes Super Yoshi. Aurora picks up one more.
At least they tried. They tried to make something happen. It's unfortunate that Yue was doing his job. He was holding the right shrub. Super Yoshi just thought, oh, I'm gonna try, let's try to commit something, but just nothing came out of it.
Do the emote, do the emote.
What's the emote?
Nice.
Nice try.
Nice try.
Sorry, there's a lot of emotes.
That was the perfect time to do it. They didn't do it. Aurora's sticking to their guns here. And obviously, they are having a lot of fun. 12K gold lead. Man.
This is more than a stomp at this point. This is I don't know any other words more than stomp. A stomping.
The stomping.
They're hoofing. Oh, they don't have hooves.
They're behooved. There you go.
They're straight up busted, bro.
Alright. The big question on Omega's minds right now, how do we deal with that front line? Is too crazy. Renegade is always a threat. And they're just going in. They're making it happen right now.
Yeah, every single one of them threatening Omega. Bottom turret will fall down. They still have the Lord. Omega just has to worry about that. Renegade has his flicker ready. Can initiate at any given moment, but they're gonna wait for the minions up top and onto the middle lane. Super Yoshi waiting for the perfect opportunity for the fist break, fist crack combination, but the falling Star Moon connects onto 4, and they bring down the inhibitor turret in the middle lane.
That put Luis in half, as well as Okir and Andoryu. That is not a joke.
Feathered Airstrike already used up, but Renegade counters out with his ultimate, and now they managed to get Super Yoshi. Edward again with the falling Star Moon to zone out Lewis. They have minions and Dominkite just trying to deliver the damage onto the turret. Omega was able to clear it out, but Aurora has a fat wave of minions in the middle lane.
They're just going for it. I don't think there's any stopping them right now. Even tanking up that turret damage, and Edward's on the front.
Another beautiful setup for the Northern Lights to see the end of the tunnel and win game number 1.
That was definitely a little more than a stomp, maybe 10% more than a stomp here. I'd say 20. With Aurora taking game number 1 with conviction.
Yeah, you need a crazy reset after that. That was a hell of a draft by Aurora. The sequencing of it all, they found the perfect hero to top it off with. Again, their comfort place out at the center of the map around the juicing of Yue. They ticked that condition. We called it. Omega, for some reason, seemed like they weren't ready for the early aggression of the Kali juicing together. They still lost the initial trade at the center of the map, and everything just went wrong.
He might need another 2-week break. Or better yet, the new patch, because, oh my god, Aurora dedicating that dominant Game 1 win to their coach for his 31st birthday, according to Rockhart.
It doesn't feel like we haven't actually reached, like, the power spike yet. It feels like they were just bodying Omega. It felt like it could have done more. This lineup specifically, the Harith almost could do nothing against Esmeralda in this game. It's crazy how one pick can actually change just the tide of this whole game altogether.
And Adoryu, again, as a Hayabusa in this matchup, was almost, he didn't really do much.
Yeah, and Ukir really had a hard time for this game because he has to watch out for the sandstorm that comes in from Renegade, not to mention the falling star moons that keeps on connecting for the game MVP, Mr. Consistent, the man himself, Edward.
Esmeralda for days. I love it.
So we have 2 debut picks that, oh wait, no. Because the Leomord wasn't MVP, right? For game 1.
It was.
It was?
It was the MVP.
Yes, it was.
So 2 straight debut picks that also got the MVPs?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Wow. It's a fun day today. It's a fun day today. I like it. So he's gonna be MVP. He didn't get any kills, but you bet he soaked all the damage and all the healing in that game.
Yeah, Steel Leg Blades, Enchanted Talisman, Oracle, and then you full build the Dominance Eyes very late into the game at that point. And yeah, he was just stealing shields again. With the Hilda, the Badang, the Harith, all being shield generators. At some point, of course, you'd also want to build items that give you shield if you're Omega, you're forced to. It was the perfect pick. It was the perfect pick for everything that Omega had because they didn't have the right damage profile for it. The Harith isn't the right damage profile for it. The Farsa sure as hell isn't the right damage profile for the Esmeralda. It's the initial burst, yes, but then you have to follow it up with really strong, sustained basic attack, which the Harith is not. You can't fault Omega for drafting this way. They were just straight up outdrafted and outplayed by Aurora, who knew the strategy that they wanted to do going into this game.
Again, it's amazing how one pick can really drastically change how this game went. Feels like if it was an Edith, it could have done a lot more in the early game, but then again, you also think about how the Harith can function in this lineup, and as you can see, even in that last frame, the Harith, as much as you can try to move, throw out those Synchrovisions, it really wasn't doing as much as it did maybe a few weeks back.
It was also nice to see Suyo again. Finally, in hands of Demon Kite, really had a good game. I believe it was 4-0 for KDA. And in 14 minutes and 40 seconds, all objectives literally was secured by Aurora.
Okay, so looking at the items, yes, there were a lot of focus here onto Edward because that was like the linchpin of the draft. It was a surprise pick and what made it work. Antori was getting his items, but again, too little, too late at the end. Very tough game for Hilda up against an Esmeralda in lane. Ukir and Super Yoshi, we mentioned it, losing the initial trade. Looking at Aurora, good spread, of course, of items for Dominikai, who got all the items he needed. So unbothered in this game. He had like the best time because he was just there, basic attacking, standing, going around the map, not dying, which is so easy to do.
Not dying. I love the highlight on the not dying part. Because yes, you're absolutely right. That's the job, right? And it just feels like, what were you gonna do if you're Omega here? If Jom couldn't really get in the position, he couldn't do anything, well, who else was gonna do it?
I mean, there were attempts specifically from Super Yoshi or Adoryu and Okir. But the problem was they were trying to target Yue, but Yue was 2 or 3 steps ahead every single time. He has the Crimson Beacon and the Flicker out, so every initiation or play Omega wanted to do, Yue was literally avoiding everything.
It really felt like a damage profile problem as well, right, for Omega. As much as, you know, you can position all you want, but if the wrong kinds of attacks are getting absorbed by the right kinds of heroes, and then the effect just isn't felt as much. Demon Kite is our BPI rich guy for this game. 12,973 gold pesos.
Kidding. So that's a currency in
Just kidding. An 885 GPM. Back on the Suyo, like we mentioned.
Yes, I was able to farm fast up with his jungle creeps at the same time. Didn't die a single death. In fact, Aurora, they only had collectively 3 deaths as a team, and it went to Renegade and Edward, the 2 ideal heroes that, of course, you want to go.
It felt so easy for Demon Kite to actually do his job here. There was barely any barriers. There was barely anyone that can actually go toe-to-toe against Suyo in this one. I mean, Andorio tried in the very early game, but you couldn't really feel it as much as he was trying, right? So maybe the wrong hero in this one. Specific pick, maybe? I don't know.
It's just how they manipulated the draft here, how they played it. It was so much better for Aurora. Omega giving up the juice in first pick. Thought that they had a game plan for it to be ready.
Yeah.
They did have the Hayabusa for them, but the Batang and the Vexano just straight up outplayed in the center.
That is straight up true. So hopefully Omega can kind of just recover from that mentally. But like you guys mentioned, that's a big ask, right? That's a... Whew, it's just, these are things, these are kind of losses that kind of stick in your head. And I really hope they get over it. But for the meantime, big shout to our MLBB KOL, Elgin. Check out his content about the revamped Kimmy from the latest patch. He also gave us a bit of a preview of the changes, as well as maybe some tips and tricks on how you can maximize this new hero. So make sure to follow Elgin on his official social media pages to stay updated regarding MLBB content. And obviously, Kimmy is just one of the very few who got changed in the recent patch.
Yeah, alongside Glue, and I'm excited to see Kimmy in action. Is it next week or the playoffs?
Next week.
Next week, finally.
There we get Kimmy and Glue.
Those are two sticky heroes.
I'm still in the camp of shout out to my fellow, I call them enlightened ones.
Enlightened ones?
So the ones who put Kimmy in the mid lane.
Oh, yes.
I'm a fellow enlightened one.
I'm a big fan of that.
She's so good with initiation. Her ultimate is a cheat code if you want to set up.
And I think they have to fix that here. You need to tone it down a little bit, right? Crowd control is amazing. Here's a smart power pose, though. Put your game face on and make your smart power pose. Audience have to imitate the player pose and that they see on the screen.
Hey.
And that's Edward, by the way, with the Edward standee as well.
If you cover your face and do that pose, I think you'd win.
That guy looks like Edward.
Oh yeah.
And he looks like
there we go.
Oh my God!
Thank you for listening. Thank you for listening.
All right, looks like Edward or the Edward standee prop. That's really smart.
I'm sorry. At this point, the guy lost.
It's just Edward himself. That's so creative. That is so smart. That is so smart.
Another one.
He looks like Kong.
It's a lot of Edward clones.
That's Kong TV.
Why am I not surprised?
He is! He looks like Kong TV. Why did he not win? Come on, man. All right. Anyway, the Edward standee won. Congratulations. You get a redeemable in-game code. I wonder if anyone else caught that. Or maybe that was him. Anyway, no,
can't be.
probably not.
He's too tall.
So many things just happen here in the MPL arena. Why are you not here right now? We have one seat remaining. That was for you. You didn't go. For the meantime, they'll get more data with Maximum Gaming with Smart's Power All 149.
Make it look easy with 16 gigabytes for all apps, plus your choice of only Facebook, Messenger, and Instagram, or only TikTok, plus only calls and texts to every single network.
Bound to be OP for just 149 pesos for 7 days. Load not later, not yesterday. Load now.
So only for like basically 21 pesos, 22 pesos.
Yeah.
Sheesh.
It's a good deal.
All right, good deal. For the meantime, also shout out to our watch party viewers there in Barangay Mambugan, Antipolo for Smart Omega. Smart Omega is very active on the community right now. They have so many. Whenever I scroll through social media, I see so many. What do you call that? So many streamers with the Omega logo.
Yeah.
They're so active on the community. So big shout out everyone watching. Agnesville covered court, Antipolo. That's today, 5 p.m. They're watching. What's up, guys? So, if you guys want to be part of something big, you don't want to watch MPL by yourself, join these watch parties. It is such fun. Personally, been there to a few of the previous watch parties. Man, they love it. Whew. It's been a match, by the way. So I hope that was enough of a reset time for Omega, because that's a literal back to the drawing board moment for them for sure. And they are on blue side with a 7% win rate in game number 2.
So at least at this point, they can maybe try and control the draft to their favor and avoid those third pick. Was it the red? No. Aurora was blue side. Those out of nowhere picks coming in from Aurora, and of course the birthday man, Coach Master the Basics. So let's see if Omega can pull this off.
It's going to be hard to avoid out of nowhere picks. I mean, no one expected an Esmeralda. I mean, Omega can only do so much. They were drafting to the condition of the meta, what everyone knows of. Aurora just came out swinging already with the surprise. There's only so much you can do at that point of your Omega to really adjust it. At that point, you could really just have to say they should have executed the start of the game even better. Again, I keep going back to that point, but the fact that we already called it, that expect the Jushin and Kali to play a certain way. And that's exactly what happened. The trade in the center of the map, they didn't take care of it. What happened? Ukir got blasted right away. They forced the flicker out, forced the recall back. After that, they were still taking hits trying to trade in the center of the map.
The first few seconds of the game, by the way, that flicker from Ukir really cost them.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah, Aurora already picked up the turtle and was already invading the purple buff of Adorio, and Ukir was still level 3. That's how bad it was.
I guess we're just gotten so used to playing with shields, right? In the past year, we forgot, you know, Esmeralda packs a punch, you know, when you have a lot of shielding. So let's go back into the draft here for game number 2. Moscow not being allowed to back into the game here. I guess Harif is also kind of, you know, maybe that's something that you have to keep in mind if you're drafting a Harif, that possible swing of an Esmeralda on the XP.
Yeah. Let's see if Omega will be taking that into consideration, if that's gonna hesitate them or stop them from picking up an Esmeralda. Aurora, if they show up an early Harith, that's gonna be a big flex. Considering that there's no more Joy, it might warrant either a Jushin or a Suyo priority for Omega, and then they'll just play the trade for Aurora.
Big trades as well. That we had here. Considering Aurora is on the second pick, so I would love to see here more priority for comfort for Joe. I'm not sure if it's the Harif anymore at this point, but I still think the statements we made on game number 1 are still kind of true, especially with putting Joe on something comfortable. I don't know if it's because of the hero, or maybe put Super Yoshi on a guy that can front for Joe better. Those are the things that I'm thinking about that Omega can do, because right now, obviously, the gold lane is a bit of chink in armor.
Who are they gonna respect this time in Hayabusa ban? So, Joy banned out.
So it's either just a Jushin or a Suyo for Omega if they want to bank on that. You can also surprise with a unique first pick Prio, although at this point I wouldn't Prio a Badam, I wouldn't Prio a Harith. So my brain just keeps going to either Suyo or the... Oh, excuse me, yeah. Oh, Kalea, right.
Of course.
Okay.
The Kalea that didn't actually get touched on the patch notes.
Then will you still get the juice in? Will you still get the juice in you know?
I feel like it is a good disruption tool for Kalea, because I've been telling everyone that I can get my hands on. You know, if anyone that will listen, the way to stop Kalea is just throw a bunch of crowd control on his way, per way, and it usually ends up in a good spot. The Kalea's combo gets disrupted, the mobility gets removed a little bit, forces a Tsunami Slam, a title, sorry. Title strike. Title strike.
Yeah, title
forces a title strike for Team TPU's for escape, and then that's a reset. But there's a Zushin and there's a Harith, like Redmar called right in the same order, in the exact same order.
Yeah, that's Fanny is open. And I'm gonna get ahead and pick. I'm sorry, excuse me. I'm so used to seeing Fanny banned out that my brain literally processed that Moscov's second ban in the first phase as a Fanny. My brain is just acknowledging that now.
Oh my god, the fan. Even I didn't think of the Fanny here.
If my brain only realized that was a Moskov ban, I would have easily called the Fanny pickup for Omega at some point. So excuse me there. Eve, Fanny, Kalea. All right, so far it looks good. I think Renegade, I wouldn't be so remiss for them picking up the Cho as early as now. I'd want them to get some good, strong, good old lockdown right away. If they want to pick jungle, they can go Lucas.
Ooh. Wait, Lucas? Sorry, Fredrin over the Lucas? Can you explain this to me?
Good old Fredrin versus Fanny. However, the Fredrin is up against an Eve and a Kalea. Considering though that if you are the... okay, because if you commit the ultimate of the Kalea onto the Fredrin, you're just like... Okay, cool. I'll survive long enough and even punish you if I can get my Appraiser's Wrath off in time. Whereas compared to the Lucas, if he forces out the Unleash the Beast too early, then Aurora will, you know, that might mess up Aurora's flow a little bit. So they go Fredrin here, they can invade, they can aggro. It's the good old Fredrin versus Fanny.
That's right. And I think they're also going into that condition of how to kind of just make sure that you don't get Galead to the ground. Is, you know, Energy Eruption works so well.
Yeah.
You know, Crimson Beacon works so well as well.
I think the buff on the Energy Eruption also is good for Fredrin right now. Cooldown has been reduced as well, so easier catch on this Fanny.
Just keep pulling people back, right?
Yep.
Even the Fanny with a cable, you can catch that 100%.
Oof. Now, final bans for Aurora. They did, however, take out the carry. One marksman still up for grabs is, this point, it's the Granger or the Granger Bruno Earthel.
Are we still really higher priority on Granger so far though? Because I feel like it's been a bit horrible playing it, to be honest.
Yeah, they already have a lot of reach. I wanna see them supplemented with like harder damage. Beatrix for Omega would be great for Jome. Considering they took out the Moskov. Clint would be okay, but there was something that's front to back. Maybe if we see the Roamer.
Okay, that's
if
fair.
Aurora shows the Roamer,
throw that Roamer out.
You can adjust. You can decide whether or not you want to go Clint.
Possibly Hylos, maybe.
If it's like something slow, if it's a really slow front to back, Clint's the best option. Other than that, I would want Beatrix because it just meshes a little bit better with the Eve. With the raw damage you can dish out with Bennett's Rage and the Nibiru's Passion at the same time compared to what the Clint can dish out.
All right.
Oh, but laning against the Harith might be difficult.
There's a Lucas ban. They're still thinking about possibly a Lucas on the XP lane here for Aurora.
You know,
Seems like
good respect. Good respect. Yeah, well, that actually would have been a great pick for Aurora to put in the EXP lane.
Yeah, you can't counter it out with the Valentina anymore, so... What will they pick? Aurora still lacking XP. There's still the...
Edith is pretty good. Yeah, Edith.
Hylos. Edith and Hilda available. With Phobia, CC all gone. You can go solid with Hylos or you go Hilda if you want to mess up the Fanny. As we expected earlier, a Cho for Renegade. If that's a Hilda last pick for Aurora, the map will feel so small for this Fanny. They need much more protection around the EXP. So they get Gogatot. You know what, Edward? Bring out the Benedetta.
Oh, I would love to see that. I would love to see that, 100%.
Whether this is it's tough because you also want to think of the lane matchup. They might just be stuck with and being forced with picking the Granger. I still want the Beatrix, but like thinking about the matchup against the Harith, he might not want that for him.
Yeah, and as much as I would love also the Granger, right? I feel like their reach is just a little bit more limited. Real World obviously can catch a lot of people, keep them in the circle of fire for longer.
Clint,
but it's gonna be a Clint. All right.
Good concept again. Early to mid game of Clint has been buffed out, so can mitigate a potential snowball from Dominic Kite's Harith.
Considering that's a Clint, slow front to back, not going to be good. You have a lot of dive, supplement the Cho. Please pick the Benedetta. That's just my personal wish right now. Benedetta for Edward.
I think the Benedetta can do well against the Eve as well as chasing down the Clint, right? So you're absolutely right. The only thing I can think of is as well the Fanny. Obviously, Vendettas can get kind of just hit by Fannies, depending on how good the Fanny is. And then you have the Kalea here, which the Vendetta's not scared of that, right? No, absolutely.
You get Petrify.
Oh, okay.
What? I'm okay with this too.
Second Arlot in 2 days.
Third.
Is it the third?
Third Lord JM, James, and now Edward.
There you go. Yeah.
Wow.
Let's go. Arlot making a resurgence here. Lots of teams, free teams so far, are picking up the Arlot back on the XP. I love it.
Yeah, because of the factor of the final slash flicker really catches everyone out of position. So this could be, again, a fast game for Aurora if things go well for them.
Yeah, and definitely for Omega as well, especially if Adorio can go crazy on the Fanny early on. Yeah. Right? That's a very big if though.
Yeah.
It's Fred and Arlot, Eve. Let's see. I think a lot of this is going to be based on, Super Yoshi and Ukir's rotation and Ukir's timing, most importantly, of the real-world manipulation to see if it can mess up.
Welcome to Mobile Legends!
But considering that they're up against an EXP laner with one of the best surprise ultimates that you can dish out,
Gonna be easier said than done here for Omega.
Yeah. With a recent adjustment or nerf onto the Fanny, it's gonna be you're basically telling Fanny players that there is literally less room for error. Base damage for skill 1 has been reduced as well as the ultimate. So all the angles that Andoryu will try to go for, it needs to be precise. But now Super Yoshi trying to answer back up against Renegade, forcing Renegade to back off.
I am not she's still thinking about the Fanny here later on, especially with Renegade on the Cho. It feels like it's going to be so hard to make pickoffs happen, so I feel like Omega's early game is going to be slowed down just a little bit here. And again, I'm hoping that Joe is more comfortable on this Clint. Hoping, because I really want to see a good game from Joe for some reason. We haven't really seen that as much lately.
Honestly, as long as Aurora isn't able to invade Omega, and at least Omega has an equal chance of contesting for neutral objectives, Omega has already done their part.
Yeah.
And that's the best that they could do at this point.
Alright, level 4 already for Andoryu, relatively quick. Okay, missed the energy eruption though.
Ooh, that's spicy.
Oh, good moves, Andoryu, not gonna lie. That is impressive.
And now Super Yoshi up on front as well. Doesn't have any of these ultimates yet, so they might have some problems here dealing with this coming turtle. Renegade looking for a target. Super Yoshi definitely gonna be it. Look at the top side though.
Edward up against 2. Andoryu is there, but Edward goes in because Demon Kite is in the picture as well. Renegade gonna try and cut off the exit route of Omega, and still no casualties.
Okay, here's another condition for Omega. Andoryu just being Andoryu. If he can, he can have a godlike Fanny performance, live up to the name, the Nightmare, be a nightmare for Aurora. But yeah, this is a nightmare right now for Fanny. He only has like one angle to try and retribute it away, and there's so many bodies in front of him. Look at that line!
It's a line!
There's a literal line just to stop the Fanny from entering.
Wow, they know it's gonna happen, right? They know where it's gonna come from.
So if Renegade misses, there's Edward, and eventually there's Demon Kite, the final boss that Andoryu has to get through. And now the invades are there, the angles are connecting, but Lewis answers with the AOG, Uker with the RWM. Here comes the clapback coming in from Omega. They take down 3 in a huge win for Omega.
That was a 5-man kill box for Omega. They were trapped inside the concave of the orange buff.
That's what we're talking about. The timing, Ukir, the real world manipulation, that was one of the major conditions I ticked off. And Aurora failed to check into it. Omega, Ukir, great counter, and now we have ourselves in a series.
Yeah. The circumstance of that class was literally to Omega's favor.
Yeah.
The place was not too wide. It was ideal for Andoryu, and at the same time they played around that clash, around that real world manipulation. So easy win, but Renegade commits the kick already. Edward trying to go for the follow-up, missed the final slash as Andoryu was able to cable out.
Yeah, too fast. For the last big team fight, the one we saw in the orange buff, I was even surprised that Andoryu was able to cable out, but I think Aurora just didn't have the damage right away to make sure they made the most out of the kick that Renegade was able to dish out. While for the kick we just saw, the trajectory of the way of the dragon was already changed by the cable of Andoryu, the initial one.
So now then we're gonna have to kind of step back as well. Andoryu definitely having a better time, like you mentioned, doing Andoryu things, making sure that Aurora is on their toes, you know, they're making it hard to hunt him down. And Aurora at the same time, Renegade is the key here to finding that Fanny, and he's just kind of focused on making sure that Dolming also has a good lane.
Yeah. And same goes for Super Yoshi, trying to target Dolming Kite and Yue, but important to note that there are 2 Purifies up for Aurora, so they need to pick their fights. Ideally, force Aurora to play around the real world manipulation. Whoa. Here comes the Tsunami Slam, gonna connect onto Edward. As Andoryu gonna try and back off. First man down is Edward, and trying to go for more. There's the Revitalize, there's the taunt as well. And Super Yoshi might fall down, but Andoryu with another entry jump is just delivering the final blows. Gonna bring down 3. He wants to make it 4. Sets his eyes on Renegade. There's the taunt coming in from Lewis. Renegade is gonna be able to escape as Omega executes that to perfection.
Omega, unbreakable, is Luis. Able to use the taunt just in time in the middle of that team fight. Caught 2, and that turned things around for Aurora. Bought enough time for eventually Andoryu to come in. If it dished out an AOG, final slash by Edward will miss.
execution by Omega after that abysmal game number 1. Gotta respect, is really good in this game number 2. Andoryu!
Oh, look at that. Commits a kick onto Andoryu, might be able to escape still with the cables.
Woo! Back at it again. Again, Andoryu, the Nightmare, just staying true to the name, giving such a bit of, giving a bad nightmare here for Aurora. Now they have to do so much to deal with this. Oh, Andoryu all low. Cleared the minions, no push happening.
Final slash gonna connect onto Andoryu. Lantern Flare as well. They might be able to shut him down. A bit too overzealous there for Andoryu to try and save that bottom lane turret.
Yeah. Great commitment by Yue and Edward. Edward committing the flicker, Yue committing the Crimson Beacon to make sure that they can secure the kill there onto the Fanny, which opens up space in the bottom of the map for Aurora.
Wow, that was a lot of resources as well being thrown by Aurora on the bottom. That obviously Joe is having a fun time just farming up all this gold on the top side of the map. So it feels like it's a pretty good trade as well for Omega. And the gold lead is neck and neck, not even 1,000.
300 lead ahead for Joe, because again, he was able to pick up 3 kills in that turtle clash. Beautifully executed by Omega, but Aurora is still back on their winning formula, trying to put a lot of pressure in the middle lane and control it once again away from Omega.
Now slowly going into this, we've been noticing that Aurora has been committing 5-man box outs basically for the turtle, so they are seeing a lot of value in this one. I don't think they want to let this go right now. Waiting for a good way to get started, obviously, is just push out that wave on top. And now they might start now.
I like this positioning by Omega. I think they have to keep this Luis in front, Super Yoshi in the back. They can trade it out, but Luis is a little bit sturdier.
Obviously, no 5-man lines blocking Andoryu this time around.
Yeah.
So it will be a bit of an easier steal, maybe. He's also a level ahead of Demon Kite.
Straight line right now for Andoryu to steal.
Oh! Stolen away by the Nightmare. Now the clapback from Aurora, but Andoryu answers still with a shutdown onto Edward. A conceal coming in from Lewis. Super Yoshi gonna try and size up Aurora. Setting his eyes onto Renegade as they try and defend the mid lane turret.
Things are just going so much better right now for Omega.
I love that all 3 of us held our breaths there right before Retribution.
we all
went silent.
All of us became fans, honestly.
That was classic. That was classic. Now the goal lead ballooning to Team 2K. The biggest lead that we've seen from Omega in the series so far today.
Surprisingly enough, that was enough distance within Retribution range to take that away. I thought he actually thought twice about going for the Retribution steal, but apparently it was enough for Andoryu.
Yeah, seemed to be very happy to just take these turrets. Andoryu's working on the UA here.
Oh.
No answer whatsoever, even with Edward close by.
And that was a 2v1. Even final slash connecting onto Andoryu, but Andoryu is just too much to handle for Aurora. Already has a 214 KDA with Fanny.
Yeah, Omega can keep this up, honestly. They've been executing the team fights very well. Ukir's timings of the real-world manipulation have been very good. Yoshi and Luis juggling the responsibilities well. Jom is deathless. He's 3-0-3. Right now, the harder to execute, harder to pull off lineup is on the side of Aurora, strangely enough. Despite the Omega playing around the Fanny, Andoryu is making it look so easy while Omega's sticking to their guns. They're very standard fundamental guns of play around the real world manipulation well, let Luis get vision, so Super Yoshi is the one who'll just go for the extra follow-up crowd control initiation with the Tsunami Slam.
That's actually true. Luis has been very on point with AOG so far. They're not using Takalea as like the big initiator, right? It feels like they're just using it to follow up, and it's being given to a good effect. Now they're on the hunt.
Renegade connects the kick onto Joe. Joe with the flicker around. AOG is going to connect onto the back line. Here comes Edward with the final slash, going to deliver the final blow onto Joe.
Yikes.
And now they're going for more as they take down Super Yoshi. Next target there is Lewis in the 3-kill swing for the Northern Lights.
Feels like I just cursed them.
You did.
Just when I was so happy for them, suddenly Aurora with a turnaround of the clapback. And now Omega lost 3 and they might lose this Lord.
Unbelievable. I'm so... It's so funny because the moment you mentioned it, they got clapped on the bottom.
What? This is why Renmar voted for RRQ. Because of the curse.
Why did you have to bring
Why do you
that
have to bring
back?
that up? Because of the curse.
I mean, I've already addressed this.
Yeah. Come on, man. Come on. Anyway, it did happen. And we're seeing here, Joe was the big target. Used the Purify very early on, but to no effect. Everyone was so close by and really making giggle attempts at him.
Oh. Now with just that play, already 500 gold swing for Aurora. They also have the Lord. Now Omega's momentum literally shattered by Northern Lights.
Item-wise, still quite close for both. They do have a good stack of items already for the Harith, for Aurora, meanwhile for Omega. Still very comebackable for them. Need a little bit more penetration though on that Clint. They already have loads on the Fanny already up to the Malefic Roar. You should have the damage to deal with this, considering that Ukir already also has the Magic Lantern. So, yeah, let's see.
Yeah, it's actually still not as close of a fight, not as far of a fight. As you see, look at that. Super Yoshi.
Gonna connect. Here comes the
Oh,
sound.
real world.
Real world manipulation. Good placement. And now on Doryu just getting kills. Edward is gonna fall down. Next target might be Renegade, but Lewis is the first on the chopping block. 1-for-1 trade. Edward and Lewis will fall down.
That could have been a lot worse for Aurora.
Yeah.
Here's Real World was just, it looked good, but then people started just walking out.
Yeah. Yeah, everyone just collapsed. It was a bunch of tanky people also who had enough sustainability to survive the initial onslaught. And Doryu went in, but it was just such a focused cluster of members of Aurora that I would understand why Doryu didn't decide to full commit, just dealing damage all throughout.
It actually done a lot of damage as well, near the walls. It was very close to walls here. So I know what you mean. Right now, it does feel like it's just a stalemate, with Omega at least pushing back Aurora by a little bit. With a 2K gold lead, Aurora feels, they're very, what do you call it, they're very controlled on how they're approaching this. Not really full invading unless they're a 5-man, which they're doing right now.
So far, our surgeons from Renegade, this time the kicks are connecting to the proper target. Before that Lord Clash, he actually connected the Way of the Dragon onto Joe and delivered his first death. And now it's connecting onto Doryu, trying to stop the momentum of the Fanny with the cables. So Aurora holding on to a 2.4k gold lead, but they're going to take the discipline route and not over-engage unless they want to contest for this purple buff.
Yeah, they should, definitely should stay disciplined here. One by one. Take out the checklist, wait for the initiations, because Aurora's the one who's going to want to initiate first. Meanwhile, for Omega, yes, they can, but I think the last team fight feels like a harsher reminder for them that even though they get a really good real-world manipulation, there's just so much crowd control that Doryu now, if everyone from Aurora is clustered up, he will have to respect that. So now with the members of Aurora deciding to go down, this might be Omega getting sandwiches. You'll see the Harith and the Joe are going to be coming from behind.
Oh,
Omega are already in the Lord.
Didn't we see this yesterday?
Yeah, we saw something. Yeah.
Very similar to this, right?
Yowie.
It was Yowie, but got spotted out by few. Here comes a conceal.
Oh!
Flicker didn't connect. Super Yoshi and Ukir was able to back off, but Aurora still has good hold over the Lord. And Doryu, though, will he get spotted out by Demon Kai? Let's see.
What a reaction by Ukir, able to go out. Renegade goes in.
Connects the kick, but a Tsunami Slam counter coming in from Omega as Doryu goes from the back. Lewis is gonna fall down, and a clapback coming in from Aurora. Dominkai dancing with his Zamen Force, might be able to bring down Ukir, and a mega kill coming in from the next standard. Super Yoshi has his immortality, not yet popped, and able to walk away scot-free, but two will fall down from the barangay.
Doryu just not doing as much damage as we thought he would on that Fanny right now. Half HP for most members of Aurora, but they can't really stop him right now.
Now they're going on the base push. They have minions onto the middle lane and the bottom lane. They might go for the tower lock. Dominkai goes in with the Zamen Force. They're waiting for Doryu, but Renegade with a beautiful pick. Aurora dominant game 2 once again, but Omega with the clapback. Edward is gonna fall down. Not yet endable for the barangay.
That was a beautiful kick, though. I love that kick from Renegade. Laser focused, even on low HP.
Yeah, not done yet, though. Omega are going to be pushing forward. Conceal committed. Joe. Oh, Renji was able to go back. The Clint is still healthy. The Clint still has damage. And Omega are still in this.
They are still in this for sure. Only a 4K gold lead for Aurora means that Omega are still primed and ready to fight here.
5 seconds before Andoryu spawns back. Lord still untouched, and they have good hold over Andoryu's purple buff. This might be a huge opening, but again, 2 inhibitor turrets are taken down for the side of Omega. Andoryu has his purple buff. Will they be able to contest against Aurora?
I think they do. They can also use that to clear the bottom lane, and the Fanny can just go back to the Lord very, very quickly. So I don't think Omega's super behind, but they will have to deal with this somehow.
Okay, they're going a little bit faster onto Lord. They still see the Fanny in the bottom. Still a bit too far away for Omega's Fanny. The Andoryu jungler pick. Way too far. He's waiting. Trying to bide some time. Omega, good positioning. The best that they can find right now. But with Aurora holding the crucial shrub of that middle shrub there.
Yeah, it's going to be... this is going to be hit hard here. Everyone is ready. Everyone is present.
Reposition.
Jomi's in front. Look at it. He's so confident.
Look at this dance. Great move by these two teams. Renegade in the back!
Renegade from the back connecting onto Joe. Real Moment Ablation will be casted down. Lord still up, but there is 3 bodies falling from the side of the barangay. Make it 4 as Demon Kite also picks up the Lord.
And that feels like game. Renegade with the attack from behind. Looking really, really smooth there. And it's a 5-man of Aurora just barreling down the base.
5-man march for the Northern Lights and a step closer and securing an upper bracket spot for Aurora.
The Hitman found the target. The conceal, the kick, the pick, the dub.
Now it's as clean as you can get here for Aurora. 2-0 against Smart Omega. Pushing back the barangay a little bit further into the standings.
That was a good game number 2. Omega still was able to hold their own. A lot of opportunities for them to come back, but it was just the experience of Aurora and of course the Hitman himself connecting with 2 crucial Way of the Dragons down the line of game number 2 to seal that deal.
Oh yeah, you're right. That was 2 crucial kicks. It wasn't just one. It wasn't the one on the Clint. It was also the one that he was able to find onto Andoryu.
The Fanny on the base.
Yeah, the Fanny in the base too, yeah.
That was, oh man, Renegade, 100% MVP performance here. Obviously, everyone did their part splendidly. Even making a recovery and just finding Joe there in the last one was just so important.
Yeah, very unfortunate again for Omega that they lost that. That could have been a big MVP performance for either Ukir or Andoryu. But at the end, it was Aurora who was just able to outdance them in the major objectives.
That was a huge dance, and again, the X factor of how a veteran plays just really comes into clutch in these situations. In their heart, you can really feel how they're able to find that win condition for their team. Let's look for the interview here as we are going to talk with Aurora up on stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, your winners, Aurora Gaming! Gentlemen, congratulations, Edward! Esmeralda, game number 1. It's been almost 2 seasons mula nung huli mong ginamit yon. Ano bang meron sa Esme ngayon? Para sa'yo ba, in your opinion, gana na ba ang Esmeralda sa meta ngayon?
Tingin ko kasi madami ng mga may shield na hero. Tsaka nakakatamad na rin paulit-ulit yung hero para maiba lang.
Okay. I see it. Now, with everything that you guys did, especially nung huli break, sabi mo, paulit-ulit yung ginagawa. You guys have been training for the last 2 or 3 months. Paano mo naman spinend yung difference ng break ninyo? Ngayon nakapagpahinga ba kayo? Or training pa rin ba? Paano nyo spinend yung long break na nagkaroon tayo?
Ayun, nag-chill lang din tapos may practice pa rin kahit papaano. Kumbaga di pa rin nawala yung pag-RG namin ganun. Hard work lang.
And that's why they are in condition at nakuha nila ang sweep today.
Exactly, ang lakas talaga. Now, Domen, kahit ikaw naman, okay lang ba?
Si Domen.
Papasa naman ng Mike. Hi, kamusta? Congrats ulit. Domen, kahit dahil playoffs secured na kayo, so with the picks na pinakita nyo kanina, are you looking to experiment with more heroes?
Siguro, kasi sa pagdating ng playoffs, parang lasunan din talaga. So, kailangan din namin maganda ng marami pang hero.
Marami pang pasabog, Hans, no? Now,
like
also, maraming excited sa Naruto skins that will be available in May. Ano yung pinaka-aabangan mo and nyo pagdating sa Naruto
Yan,
skins?
gusto ko yan. Isa-isahin natin ang boys.
Tinanong ko na si Hans eh.
Oo.
O, ikaw muna, Domeng.
Kahit hindi ako jungle, Soyo. Tsaka Naruto kasi.
Alright,
sample daw.
Sample daw. Sample daw. Paano daw i-sample?
Huwag ka sa akin magalit.
Ayan, pwede na yan. Gumagawa siya ng Rasengan habang gumagalit
Ayoko,
siya.
baka magalit sa akin si Domeng. Sino pwedeng mag-sample? Demon Kite. Sige na, Demon Kite sample naman. Para sa akin.
Sino bang
Sige
hero?
na. Isa lang.
Sino ba ang hero na inaabangan mo sa Naruto?
Uy, papayag siya, Hanso. Love na kita. Ayan!
Baka sabi ni Coach MTV, baka masira daw yung stage. Kaya, na lang. Coach MTV, jumo-joke ka porket birthday mo, ha?
Happy
Very
birthday!
fine, I like it. Guys, i-greet naman natin si Coach MTV ng happy birthday, Coach MTV. In 1, 2, 3! Happy birthday, Coach MTV! Very fine, I love it. Coach MTV, congratulations. Nakuha niyo ang birthday. And nakuha niyo, syempre, makukuha mo talaga yung birthday kasi birthday mo nga, di ba? Pero yun, with that being said, I wanna ask you, kasi nabanggit kamakailan ni Coach Bonchan in their last match na yung iba, maglalabas talaga ng heroes, pero nakadepende sa kanila kung gaano katapang yung conviction nila to be able to have those heroes. Kayo, naglabas kayo ng Esmeralda. Para sa'yo ba, in your opinion, bumabalik na ba yung mga bagong lumang heroes sa meta natin today?
Tingin ko babalik, tsaka matadagdagan kasi nagkaroon ng bagong update. Siguro yun yung advantage ng hindi siya advantage, yun yung kinaganda sa Mobile Legends eh. Dahil nag-update, kaya marami tayong makikitang bago.
Alright. So, speaking of which, bagong taon na naman of living and thriving. Ano ba ang nasa birthday wish ni Coach MTV?
Yung birthday wish ko kasi hindi lang para sa akin, para sa buong Aurora. Makuha namin tong MPLS 15 champion sa ngayong season.
Woo!
And obviously, everybody is looking forward to that. Pero ito na ang hinihintay ni Yue. Commissioner, oras na naman para wait lang. Nakapag-promote ka na, di ba? Ikaw din.
Tapos
si Edward!
Edward!
Ano? Hindi kita naririnig.
Hindi pa tapos.
Ayan, katabi ko na siya. Eto na, Edward, papayag ka ba? Sige na.
Edward!
Gwapo ni Edward, oh.
Okay, pwede daw ba makita yung jersey? Flex mo naman yung harap,
Isang
Ward.
ikot naman dyan, Edward. Yeah! Everybody? Okay, nice daw.
Edward,
Alright.
ano bang kailangan natin abangan sa Aurora? Saan pa ba natin makikita lahat ng mga, may mga watch parties ba kayo? Yung mga emotes nyo? Saan ba namin pwede makita yan?
And sa mga di makapanood dito sa MPL venue, mayroon kaming KMC watch party sa... basta sa Makati yata.
Oo, sa Makati daw.
Alam nila. Saan? Makati.
Makati. Tapos, yung battle emotes available na tsaka itong jersey.
Yun galing.
There we finally have it. That's 4 out of 5. Once again, your winners, Aurora Gaming! Gentlemen, you may now take your walk of victory. And with that win, you may now take your bow. Aurora, they are heavily pushing for that upper bracket spot, and with this win, mas malapit na sila doon.
Grabe, Hans. Wala akong masasabi. Ang gagaling talaga. Makakamit ba ni Coach ang birthday wish niya this year? We shall see.
We will find out sa mga susunod na linggo. Pero sa ngayon, ay babalik muna natin sa ating mga casters to know more about what happened in this game. Kaya naman, casters, balik sa inyo.
Such a fun time for Aurora fans all over. And like you mentioned earlier, starting to really get into that contention. And securing that upper bracket is so important.
So one of the not-to-dos for Aurora has been checked out.
Yeah.
The next one we'll see later on because it's ONIC versus TLPH. So if you're an Aurora fan, you're rooting also for TLPH.
Yeah. Again, the condition for Aurora to make it in the top two, half of it is out of their own hands.
Yep.
It's the results of other teams. But they got to take this one today. And you know what I really like? Edward's answer there about the Esmeralda pickup. He was just, I was just bored with the meta. And plus, there are a lot of shields, so why not? Why not pick the Esmeralda, right?
True. It's very true, though, right? We got so comfortable with shielding that we forgot, you know what? There's a counter for that. And our MVP for that one is the Hitman. He's so on point in this one.
Yeah. No, I'm gonna say this now. If in the future, Aurora end up becoming the champions, or if there is a running to vote for it, Renegade is already up there in your choices for being regular season MVP. He showed up week in and week out for Aurora, even though he's like the target of the points of criticism towards Aurora when it comes to consistency, especially. But when he shows up, he shows up. And when he shows up consistently, Aurora are one of the most terrifying teams to go up against. Whether it's Heal Man, Hit Man, Hook Man, whatever kind of man that he's forced to play for that day, for that game, for a series, he delivers, and he delivered again on the choke pick for this game number 2.
Yeah, and that goes to show the leadership of Renegade. The fact that he's able to pick out different kinds of heroes, it's because he doesn't let himself go first. He wants a good pick from his teammates, and that he's just gonna adjust later on. So down the line, he's the one adjusting and making plays for Aurora.
Yeah, I really like it. I feel like everyone was looking at him whenever he was making a move. There were very few moves that Renegade was making, very few knockups that weren't being answered immediately by the team. A big improvement here so far for Aurora, especially that one. That was so difficult to do, not to mention he was on the verge of death. Right there, one Fanny Blade could have done him in, and that could have really swapped out. But this last one really was the icing on the top.
Fortunately for Aurora, Joe had the flicker. Purify wasn't picked there from Joe, that's why Renegade really had a good opening to deliver that Wave of the Dragon. That's called the winning kick.
Yeah.
For Aurora.
And that was a threat that he had to deal with. I think Omega at that point also were just a little bit too focused onto the big team fight that was happening. They weren't able to check the conceal entry into the shrub and then the easy access that Renegade had onto Jom in the back line as Omega's formation crumpled with them playing around the Eve a little bit too hard, forgetting that there is a pick-off roamer that they needed to deal with. It was a good call based on the information that they saw. Just unfortunate that the information that they did not have led to their downfall. As we look at the items here, Jome, it was taken for quite some time for him to feel the damage, even though he wasn't getting taken out. I think that's one of the things with Clint right now. However, he decided to go for the path of penetration right away with the Blade of the Heptases, and then he even built the Malefic Gun third item so that he can be able to basic attack from a safer distance. Later in the game, he was able to build up a Sea Halberd, but at that point, it was just a little bit too late, and we really weren't able to feel it as much because, again, got kicked.
Yeah, got kicked is just it. I think he was looking for that 6th item, maybe a Wind of Nature. He was building into that one.
Definitely.
But we didn't get to that point. He realized that his damage was very necessary to the team fight. That's why he went straight pure damage. But then again, no survivability for the Clint meant that everyone had to work double time as well to keep him alive.
And one of the reasons why we didn't reach that point or that power spike from Omega is that the constant control that Aurora has with the mid lane because of the 2 consecutive games Yue has his Jushin.
Yeah.
Imagine Omega already had a good start. I believe even Adoryu, although he didn't get kills, he was at 0-0-4, was clearly dominant ahead of Demon Kite in terms of level and economy. But because of the presence of Yue as the best wingman also, Omega had a hard time trying to make moves across the map.
Yeah, 100%. Omega dealt with the Jushin of Yue way better in this game number 2. It wasn't like game number 1. It was clearly, it was Omega's game to lose. Unfortunately, they lost it, but a part of me was really hoping that we get to see game number 3 here because of how they were starting it from early to mid. It was just like, yeah, these guys deserve to go to that game number 3. They've readjusted so well. We were worried about if they were even able to adjust after losing game 1 that bad. They did. Just unfortunately, they got outplayed by the Hitman.
That's right. They were very on level in that game, and I really appreciated what they were doing. They were able to answer the draft very well. It's just so that these X factors that we always talk about, right, year in and year out, that the mindset of a hunter, the mindset of a veteran is just something that, you know, you carry. And that's why these guys pay the big bucks and we don't. But no, sort of. But we're seeing, right, like Renegade's play there in the very last one felt important because if he didn't do it, it felt like Omega could have actually overrun them too. that Clint was wreaking havoc in the front line.
Yes.
And if Renegade didn't do the heroics, we actually could have seen a game free.
And not to mention, even Ukir's Real World Manipulation was casted on play, so really that was the only reason why Aurora won, the Renegade kick.
There you go. So, Omega, just a little bit more. Come on. I know they're not completely out of it yet, right? Just a little bit more refinement here. And Jome, obviously, I would really love more work on Jome. Again, Captain Judy's might be weighing down on him a little bit too. So that's something that, of course, Aurora has to kind of just figure out coming into the rest of the week. For the meantime, though, obviously we also want to have a lot of fun here. So let's have a look at the mic check here, brought to us by Infinite.
Those shot calls were breaking the sound barrier.
Yeah,
I
wow.
believe, with how fast and how powerful they were.
Yeah, straight to. I thought they were saying what?
I also
It was very fun. It was very fun. It sounds like the comms me and my rank game teammates do. That's basically what we say.
The only comms I do is shouting to myself into the ether because of frustration.
I went from 42 to 34 stars in one night. So yes,
One night.
We have a community shout out here. Very aggressive Aurora, and they think, and Reese here thinks that they are on the road to the upper bracket. Yeah. And I think a lot of people would agree to that. Really working on their consistency this season specifically, right? They're doing a lot better than we saw in the last one.
Yeah. I mean, even if you're gonna consider first half of the season, I mean, they went 8-0, got broken down by ONIC, and now have a win streak again. So Aurora on the right track.
That's right. Don't forget to shout out on the streams, comment your thoughts on the stream, so we'll read them out as well here on the desk. And by the way, it is the last 2 weeks of the regular season, so with the last spot for the playoffs still up for grabs, you don't want to miss all the exciting action to claim that final slot. Guys, it really is now or never here in MPL Philippines.
That's why get your tickets now at mpl-mpl.com/tickets to watch and cheer for your team live at the MPL Arena.
We have a few more remaining, I believe, right? And I don't know how many of the tickets got sold for finals already, but for the next few days, I think there are still tickets. So check out ph.mpl-mpl.com/tickets so you can know more. And also, aside from obviously we're all very excited to get their tickets, I'm also very excited for the collab coming soon, man. It's the Naruto X MLBB collab, bro.
Yeah, because starting May 2, you can try your luck with the skin draw to receive the exclusive skins for Naruto, Lucas, Sasuke Suyo, Sakura Kalea, and Kakashi Hayabusa, plus other exclusive rewards.
You can also participate in the Path of the Ninja event to get exclusive Gara skin for Veil for free, plus more exclusives and in-game items. So it's really cool. The game's gonna get a whole facelift, the map, the loading screen. We're really celebrating this collab.
That's right. The Path of the Ninja, as Hanzo would say way back. So, looking forward to that. I hope you guys are also saving up your diamonds for that, because I'm sure it'll be a blast. Next one up is ONIC versus TLPH.
Let's go.
It's gonna be a banger, guys. So don't go anywhere. Make sure to lock in and get all your snacks and ready. Your Saturday night is gonna be very explosive.
Yeah, since I won't be able to predict later on, I'll say my prediction now. ONIC 2-1.
All right.
Okay. That sounds like a plan. And that's gonna be it for us. Rockhard, this is Ian, and we got Renmar. Let's throw it over to All Access with Hans and Jamie to close out this segment.
Okay, salamat sa ating mga gorgeous casters. Ang daming nangyayari today here at the MPL Arena. In fairness, every time naman nandito tayo, ang daming nangyayari. And one of which is may mga re-streamers tayo dito na super pogi. We're so lucky because we have Prof B here as one of our re-streamers. Of course, let me mention this again. Prof B was one of the top 8 noong Moonton Talent Search. Prof B,
Hi
kamusta
guys.
ka naman?
Ayos na ayos. Sobrang lagi ako excited every time nanonood ako dito sa venue.
Paano excite?
Parang kulang pa. One more time. Paano?
Ayan,
Parang excited para sa Naruto skills.
Ganun.
Okay guys,
alright.
pagpasensyahan nyo na sila. Okay lang.
Medyo excited lang kami.
Hindi, gusto ko na lang malaman.
Grabe ka naman, Hans.
Nabanggit mo kasi yung Naruto.
Okay.
So, meron ka bang inaabangan dun sa mga Naruto skins? Ano bang una mong bibilin pag nakuha mo kagad?
Yung kay Hayabusa, kasi may GC kami ni Burrito ng Hayabusa.
Nag-sign din sa forms? Nag-sign ka sa forms?
Nag-sign ako sa forms kaya Hayabusa tayo.
Malapit
Para may
na yan.
swag.
May swag.
Okay. I like it. Tapos meron pa kasi, di ba nag-stream ka kanina? I think, kamusta yung experience being here? Like, nagre-stream ka? Ano ba yung mga madalas na nakikita mo sa comments during this match?
Mabigat ang fanbase talaga ng Aurora. Ang dami nag-cheer. Tapos nakakakaba kasi pagka sumisigaw yung mga tao, nadadamay ako eh. Alam mo yung paparating pa lang yung nangyayari pero
Ramdam mo na.
Ramdam na ramdam. Alam ko nararamdaman ng ating mga team bahay pero iba yung excitement dito sa MPL Arena talaga. Now, Prof B, balikan natin yung sinabi natin kanina, no? Ang daming ganap today. So a lot of the teams are gunning for the last playoff spot, also the upper bracket slots. Ang tanong, may predictions ka na ba para dyan?
sa akin yung top 1 and 2, yung condition ng TLPH tsaka ng Aurora, iba ngayon. Iba, sobrang sobrang init nila maglaro.
So that's Aurora and TLPH sa upper brackets. Para naman dun sa natitirang last spot sa ibaba, sino sa tingin mo makakapasok? Is it Omega, Twisted Minds, or is it APBREN?
Tingin ko Twisted. Kasi nakuha na nila yung momentum after nung first half nung regular season. Tapos ang ginagawa talaga nila nakakapag-adjust. Kahapon nakakuha sila ng at least isang game. Tapos ngayon sinarado nila ng 2-0. So ang ganda ng momentum pasarado ng regular season. So inaasahan ko Twisted yung makakapasok.
Tama nga ba si Prof B? Ano sa tingin nyo? Comment kayo dyan. Pero Prof B, sabi nga natin iba yung excitement dito sa MPL Arena. Ang alam ko ay the playoffs tickets are available already. So why don't you invite them to already buy their tickets as early as now?
Hi guys, ini-invite ko kayo na bumili na kayo ng ticket kasi ang bilis talaga ma-sold out. Tapos manood kayo mismo sa venue. Iba yung experience. May kita nyo si Athena.
Ayan, tama. Makikita si Athena, makikita si Prof B,
tsaka si Brenda.
Basta lahat sila, makikita nyo sila dito, Prof B. Maraming salamat. Pwede ka na, tapos na pala, hindi ka na nga pala pwede bumalik. Pero, hindi pa tayo tapos dahil may susunod na laban pa mamaya. It's gonna be the amazing matchup between ONIC Philippines and Team Liquid Philippines sa pagbabalik ng MPL Philippines Season 15.
GG bro! Don't worry, be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy our round bowling tournament.
May Jollibee naman dyan.
Want a skin that changes color in the middle of a game? Yeah, this brand new Alpha Legend skin can do that. Watch this. Boom! How cool is that? So how do you activate this transformation? Simple. Just take down 10 enemy heroes. Assists don't count though. But hey, don't worry. Even if you get 10 deaths, the base effects are still amazing. Just look at that animation. It's a first of its kind, and I hope they make more unique features like this. Maybe 10 assists for a new tank skin, right? As you all know, this skin comes with a unique golden number tag. We actually use 2 accounts to draw as soon as the skin dropped, hoping for a low number. The result? 41 seconds after release, we got the number 892. On the second account, it's 1,132 after 48 seconds. So in a span of 7 seconds, 240 skins were sold in a snap. Man, we've got some hardcore players out there. So how much did it cost? It's a staggering 9,500 diamonds on each account, which is 100 draws. But don't panic. If you're an alpha main, I got you. We only spent that much because we were rushing. If you're on a budget, here's a list of events to get it cheaper. Free weekend bonuses. Get 2 free draws just by playing games. Daily recharge event. Get 3 tokens if you recharge daily. Mega Draw Bundle. Buy discounted tokens for as low as 10 diamonds. Plus a chance to join the lottery every day. Promo Carnival. This lets you collect and use promo diamonds on Alpha's event. You can start using it on March 26th. Draw rewards. Yeah, we didn't claim any during our draws. That's why it costs too much. Daily discounts. You get to draw for 50% off every day. And lastly, we have the recharge events. Phase 1 is happening March 29, while Phase 2 is on April 5. To keep it simple, here's a quick guide to get the skin for cheap. Simple, right? Top up early to get the tokens from the daily recharge and mega draw events. Then on March 29, you have to recharge 1,000 to unlock this task. That gives 500 promo diamonds. Don't forget to claim as many free tickets as you can from the events. And remember to use daily discounted draws. It's an important part of the strategy to lower its price. Stick to this plan and you'll be close to unlocking Alpha's Legend skin for cheap. So are you ready to grab this skin? And hey, who got skin number 1? Let me know in the comments. Stay safe and thank you for watching.
Pinapamonitor ko pa yung sa ano. Kung talagang sa slab talagang hindi naka-monitor hanggang linggo naman yan na terminal. At kapag talagang sa slab talagang laging puros talaga di water. Hindi makapasok sir, hindi ko ma-check yung mga toilets mo, hindi ko ma-check yun, hindi ko makapasok.
渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
見せてやるよ、シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。やかましい奴らだ。
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
ここは俺に任せて。もらった。4代目他にを超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。 相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
Ay no, biling ko nga lahat to. Bibiling ako diamonds, biling ko lahat to ng Naruto na to. Kailan ba to ilalabas yung Naruto? Next week? Huwag tayo masyadong high ngayon, pre. Chill lang nga tayo. Kung ano naman pinagsasabi mo, Garfield, salamin nga ako. Wala akong makita eh. Wala akong bap, pre. Wala, nag-retre nga ako eh. Nangas talaga ni Fanny. Si Mikasa.
Ako na tol, lansya lang tol. Minul to sa CR si Coach Fox tol. Hindi mo kalabas. Ang masabi ko, happy birthday. Pero kami panalo. Nice. Guys, bili kayo ng emote namin sa bread. Pag bumili kayo, may kiss kayo kay Punks. Tapos bigyan niyo ako skin, may kiss kayo kay Shizo. Nice. Kita pa rin coach. Sige, tulog na yan. Maka-i-vlog ka dyan, sige.
Narinig kita. Kailangan natin manalo ngayon, Erps. Shoutout sa watch party ng Omega. Mag-enjoy lang kayo dyan.
Mic check na wala sila makukuha. Testing lang. Ano to? Mysterious guy to mysterious guy.
Oh, dalawa pa kayo. Ano? Ang tagal, buy time. Matagal. Abot mo, Jom! Abot ka!
GG bro! Don't worry, be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
To go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends.
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Want a skin that changes color in the middle of a game? Yeah, this brand new Alpha Legend skin can do that. Watch this. Boom! How cool is that? So how do you activate this transformation? Simple, just take down 10 enemy heroes. Assists don't count though. But hey, don't worry. Even if you get 10 deaths, the base effects are still amazing. Just look at that animation. It's a first of its kind, and I hope they make more unique features like this. Maybe 10 assists for a new tank skin, right? As you all know, this skin comes with a unique golden number tag. We actually used 2 accounts to draw as soon as the skin dropped, hoping for a low number. The result? 41 seconds after release, we got the number 892. On the second account, it's 1132 after 48 seconds. So in a span of 7 seconds, 240 skins were sold in a snap. Man, we've got some hardcore players out there. So how much did it cost? It's a staggering 9,500 diamonds on each account, which is 100 draws. But don't panic. If you're an alpha main, I got you. We only spent that much because we were rushing. If you're on a budget, here's a list of events to get it cheaper. Free weekend bonuses. Get 2 free draws just by playing games. Daily recharge event. Get 3 tokens if you recharge daily. Mega Draw Bundle. Buy discounted tokens for as low as 10 diamonds. Plus a chance to join the lottery every day. Promo Carnival. This lets you collect and use promo diamonds on Alpha's event. You can start using it on March 26th. Draw rewards. Yeah, we didn't claim any during our draws. That's why it costs too much. Daily discounts. You get to draw for 50% off every day. And lastly, we have the recharge events. Phase 1 is happening March 29, while Phase 2 is on April 5. To keep it simple, here's a quick guide to get the skin for cheap. Simple, right? Top up early to get the tokens from the daily recharge and mega draw events. Then on March 29, you have to recharge 1,000 to unlock this task that gives 500 promo diamonds. Don't forget to claim as many free tickets as you can from the events. And remember to use daily discounted draws. It's an important part of the strategy to lower its price. Stick to this plan and you'll be close to unlocking Alpha's Legend skin for cheap. So are you ready to grab this skin? And hey, who got skin number 1? Let me know in the comments. Stay safe and thank you for watching.
てやるよ。シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。やかましい奴らだ。
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
ここは俺に任せて。もらった。4代目他にを超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
worry! The only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok.
no buts, winning in game para to sa PINAS. Di mo matitin ang aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile window, I become a legend. Open fire, reunite new winners. Built with pressure, the diamonds are made of. Switch na lane na parang gera, HP racing may reset up. Built like a tank, buhat ni Hilda, full load SS parang Lyra. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay na ito dahil tayo'y malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang lalas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang lalas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my own, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, yun and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like beast of the southeast. Tapos sumatawag proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay na ito dahil tayo'y malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang lalas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang lalas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Face the golden sun and weapon for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, be the stars.
Crowd is electric. You can feel it in the air. It is TLPH versus ONIC Philippines right here in NPL Philippines Season 15. We are going to be your casters for this one. I'm Rockhart, this is Leo, and this is Renmar. And it's safe to say, this is definitely one of the most awaited matchups so far for round number 2.
In addition to being one of the most matches of all time, yeah, it is a race to the upper bracket. Like, two of these teams, they can still make it.
And of course, we have a bit of a recap here for match number 2. Aurora is actually inching closer and closer to TLPH for that upper bracket spot, and they did that with a sweep against Omega. Again, a lot of what-ifs in that last one for Omega here, but it feels like Aurora really worked on so much of their consistency issues so far in the season.
Yeah, they were so clean. Again, Renegade with an MVP-esque performance, and they're going to need more of that from Aurora for the remainder of the season.
Yeah, it's gonna take a hot minute. Obviously, a lot of people, probably still a lot of doubters out there, but they are working on it. So that's something very exciting for you guys to find out whether or not they actually will reach that number 2 or number 1 spot. Actually, right? So they're starting to roar towards it. And right now, obviously, for this matchup specifically, it's ONIC Philippines versus TLPH. Now, if you've been following the MLBB scene, you're gonna notice that they have actually been at each other for a while as well. Our top 4 teams right now actually have been at each other in the previous tournament, the Mobile Masters, as well as the qualifiers. So, you know, these teams are teams that you always see day in and day out. But so far, TLPH still securing that top 1 with Aurora. Actually, at top number 2 still, with Falcons 8, 7, and 5 for TNC.
It's weird that going into this matchup, it's Liquid who's actually ahead. The newly crowned and minted Mobile Masters champion is down on matches against Liquid going into this best of 3. So, again, how often does that happen that the world champion is the one who is the underdog?
Again, it makes the story of ONIC all the more interesting. In the middle of one of their toughest seasons in MPL PH Season 15, they go off in a global tournament and be crowned the inaugural Mobile Masters champions. They come back home to what is touted amongst all the professionals here in the Philippines as the toughest region to play in. Now they have to do it and tell themselves, wait, we still got this. And this is coming from the fact that they came off of losses in another tournament that determined that who would represent the Philippines as a country for ISF.
And that's actually something that we can actually talk about later on, because that was hot. That happened just last week, right? Yeah. So for this one, though, it's the golden rivalry, apparently. Keller's case on the GOAT debate. Now, here we go again. For sure, everyone's going to have a hot take here. But after Keller helped ONIC Philippines bring the inaugural Mobile Masters in 2025, Keller also bagged the MPLPH title with an MPLPH Finals MVP plus MSC title plus MSC FMVP plus M-Series title plus M-Series FMVP. It's all right there. And that's very close to the 2 guys flanking him. It's Oheb and Carl Teasy with very respectable stats of their own.
There's a high statistical chance that any tournament Kelra joins, he becomes the MVP.
100%.
Any tournament he wins, he becomes the MVP. And how perfect is it that tonight he faces off against 2 of the most prolific athletes in the game. The very first 2-time world champion, and I'd say the mover, the force behind Keller's momentum. Oheb, his first rival when he debuted in MPL.
Yeah, it's not just him getting compared now to arguably one of the people that elevated Keller to the status where he is in now. I mean, professionals have always talked about in the past how going up against a certain person just brings out another level of them. And Oheb and Keller have talked about each other in that light for so many seasons now. Now that they're at different points in their career, dare I say, different new peaks in their career that maybe even they themselves are surprised to reach in, it makes their matchup all the more interesting. But then now you have to consider the junglers that they're paired with, who, by the way, King Kong is celebrating his birthday today.
It's literally the 4th birthday celebrant of the week. Am I correct? Yeah. And who are playing? Third of the night. Who are playing on stage? So I didn't want to bring it up, but we have to update it. It's free for free so far for birthday buffs so far. And King Kong is number 4. Now, the question is, will we go for the 4 here, or will it be broken by TLPH? So King Kong, very happy birthday. He's still red on the hair here. So I'm really liking the combo. Obviously, we're talking about how Kelra has been elevating himself, paired with their junglers, right? Because OHEB just was so good, especially with Carl Teasy, and I love that they are now head-to-head here. The Golden Goat versus the Young Goat.
They have so many nicknames amongst each of them, monikers, if you will. The gold standard, the Filipino savage, facing off against the best in the world, Carl Tusok.
Carl Tusok.
What else was that? There was another one. Carl Suntok.
Everything. Carl Everything, basically. Basically the guy who has the OG TZ, right? I think he is the OG.
He is the MLBB TZ.
Yeah, he is the OG TZ. So with B stats, obviously he has a bit of an older career compared to Kelra. So that's probably one of the reasons why Kelra has to really catch up as well.
That's right.
In terms of statistics.
Kelra is Carl Teasy's junior by 5 seasons.
5 seasons, exactly. So you can imagine how much he actually has to catch up here, but he's doing a good job at it. So here in this one, the Savage counts, the Maniac counts, even the triple kill counts are actually toe-to-toe. And again, think about it, guys. We're talking about 5 seasons apart. And that's why so many people are really vouching for Kelra to be probably in the running here for the big GOAT debate.
And that's crazy because look at how close these stats are, yeah? Carl Teasy never took a break ever since season 2. Carl Teasy was here. Carl Teasy was grinding, and it took him a while to win his first season after debuting. While for Kelra, he won his first international title in his debut year.
So, you know, that's saying something. And he was, it was so impressive that a lot of people really looked at Kelra right after that, right? And it was always with Omega. And now, with a completely different team.
A super family.
They a family, you're correct. It feels like Kelra can do no wrong here. But again, we are talking about the regular season so far. The points really do kind of show a different story. So, yeah, that's a big story about Kelra, and maybe we'll talk about it a bit later. But for now, it's your time. You guys watching right now, who is your GOAT? Is it A, the Golden Goat, Kelra, or the talented Young Goat, Carl Teasy? People call him a Young Goat because I think that was like season, 7, 8, or something? Season 9. He was so early on becoming on the running for the GOAT candidacy. What do you think makes the greatest of all time?
That is one of the most difficult questions to ask in a professional athlete setting, because that will always bring out discussions, but it's a discussion that I always love. Because at one point, people would like to say at the end result, it's the titles, it's the championships that you win. Some would say it's the consistency, the level that you play with. How often do you show up at the top compared to everyone else? And these two have a case against the other in different categories, multiple of it. I don't think we will be able to decide the final GOAT up until someone wins like a 4th world championship or a 3rd.
In a row, maybe.
I know who my heart says is the GOAT.
Who is this?
It's the best in the world. It's Carl Teasy.
I mean, very few can actually argue against that.
Because I'm going to say this now. Carl Teasy, I've been vocal about this, is my favorite player. He is my GOAT. But Kelra has achieved godhood status.
Yep, Kelra is undeniable.
He's undeniable.
These two belong to the MLBB Mount Rushmore.
Yeah, 100%.
Maybe 2, yeah, exactly. So we're working on our own Mount Rushmore here. Now, obviously, there's a ninja version of that as well.
No, there is.
Yeah.
So we'll get there later.
On the mountainside of Konoha, there is.
Right there, right. So, as for predictions, this is definitely one of the hardest predictions I've had to make all season long. It's ONIC versus TLPH right now. It still feels like a very ONIC-centric matchup, TLPH matchup-centric to me. But ONIC PH is definitely, it's scary to ignore them, you know?
So,
how about you guys?
Oh, I thought you were already going to drop your prediction name. Mine's ONIC.
Mine's TL.
Oh, yours is Liquid. All right. What's yours?
He said that. He did that. I already put it out there. The forecast says Team Liquid Philippines.
Team Liquid.
But I did say 2-1. I don't know. Not that it matters.
Not that it matters. Same. So right now, obviously, it's undeniable. The ONIC fam is they went through something, right? They went through a bit of a rehabilitation phase. They had to put King Kong back on black hair. Again, if that matters, obviously it doesn't. But you know, maybe it matters in terms of confidence. But it feels like TLPH can do no wrong as well so far in the season. And now that's something they're gonna settle right here, right now.
The arena is at capacity. I see people standing.
They're standing, yeah.
There's not enough chairs. There's that many members of the cavalry, the Sonics, and just fans wonton who just want to be here.
I don't know, it just feels so easy to just toss a coin and that might be the winner. But then again, you also always have to go back and look back. What were the results of when they were last fighting each other? And again, that was a very intense matchup in SeaWorld qualifiers. I hope you guys watched that. Because that was insane.
Here's the thing, I didn't get to watch it.
Yeah.
That's why I'm going into this with a lot of like mystery up in the air. And that's why I get like when people like probably, especially you guys, are wondering like, really you're gonna go for ONIC with after what happened in SeaBall? But in my mind, I'm like, I'm sorry, I missed the SeaBall qualifiers. I've only heard about what happened. The screenshots.
I don't count that. Like, that is a different arena. This is the MPL. But then again, there's still that air of mysticism. There's that air of mystery. I treat this as if it were Ali versus Lee. I know it should never happen.
It's straight up like
it's mythical.
Punching each other out. And that's exactly what we will see later on for sure. But for now, these are the guys you've been waiting for. It is Team Liquid and ONIC Philippines.
For this very special match to oversee and uphold the tournament's integrity, it's our marshals, Joshua, JJ, Patrick, and David. The battle to grab that upper bracket slot, it's ONIC Philippines versus Team Liquid Philippines. The EXP laners, Kirk and Sanford. Welcome, King Kong and Oheb. The mid laners, Super Friends and Saji. The roamers, Brusco and JP. And two of the greatest of all time, the Golden Goat Calra and the Young Goat Carl Tise. And welcome their coaches, Coach Why Not and Coach RC. We begin the matchup for today. Introducing on my right, it's Kenra and King Kong, the KK Connection. And meanwhile, dito naman sa kabila, you have Oheb and Carl Tizzy, the Baby Cakes duo. Gentlemen, step forward. Oheb. Sige, sabi niya kasi away daw sila. King Kong, paano mo papalagan si Carl Tizzy? Ano ang palag mo?
Galingan nyo na lang, gagalingan namin.
Carl Tizzy, kung gagalingan nila, ano naman ang gagawin mo? Ano ang palag mo?
Gagalingan ko na lang din, lugi na kami. Halata ka naman eh.
Kenra, you're regarded as one of the greatest of all time. Kaharap mo ngayon si Oheb. Ano ang palag mo?
Kikis ko na lang si Oheb.
Sample nga. Oheb. Ano naman ang palag mo?
Kiss ko din siya.
Kikis mo din? Fist bump, gentlemen! Team Liquid Philippines, ONIC Philippines, do your fist bump! MPL Arena, make some noise! We are ready for this matchup between Team Liquid Philippines and ONIC Philippines. Casters, balik sa inyo.
it's kind of hard how to describe the friendship is between these people. These very young gentlemen. This is ONIC Philippines.
All right. Currently, the gods of the game still, but back home in the land of champions, the gods don't look as godly. They are on a winning streak though here in MPL Philippines. They are fresh from their Mobile Masters win. So let's see if ONIC Philippines can keep that up. And how the meta affected them, especially with King Kong being ever so reliant with that Suyo. And then of course his Joy becoming the #1 pick now, especially to counter his Suyo. How did it affect ONIC Philippines? How did it affect their drafting and their style? Because remember, in the beginning of Season 15, they struggled because they were taking a while to grasp the meta.
And will these big patch changes actually affect the performance here of Team Liquid Philippines?
I don't know what the hell Carl DZ is saying, that they'll also do well because it's clear that they are disadvantaged. What do you mean disadvantaged? Sure, you're facing off against the new gods ushering in the new era, but you are titans of MLBB. People around the world who don't even have MPLs look up to Team Liquid Philippines and say, those are the best in the game. We want to play like them. And there would be no Kelra if OHEB did not push it forward. So look at OHEB right now. Look at those heroes. Those are still the best heroes, even if they got adjusted. Irritel, Granger, Harren, not really, but Granger and Harren. There's so much more OHEB brings to the table. I think, you know what, the spider graph can't put into words what this matchup entails.
It really is. It feels so divine, right? It feels out of our grasp. It feels like magic.
Yeah.
And that's why it does feel like it's the old gods versus the Titans as well. Sorry, the new gods versus the old Titans here in this matchup.
I really hope we get the match we were looking for in their first round. In the first round when these two faced off, ONIC were not it yet. They struggled. They were swept, and considerably so by Team Liquid Philippines.
Yeah.
The ONIC that we knew then isn't the ONIC we know now. Hopefully. Because even then, we were already asking for a 3-game series, 15+ minute games all throughout. That's what I'm looking for today.
It's a pretty big ask, I guess, but I think we will get it, right? I think we will get it 100% here in this matchup. And let's see how much they have actually adapted.
I'll take 2 30-minute games.
Will you guys? 30-minute games. All good? All right. So let's check it out first on Smart Ping Test, see what they think right there on stage.
Hindi na ba para sa amin ang sibol? Ang sakit sa puso ng sibol. Kailan ka? Ang tagal mo na nag-eme. Libat Kirk. Samahan mo pa ng isang at isang barbecue stick. Napatukan na si Kirky.
Sino ang B1 sabay magtatangki isa? Sino bagong gupit?
Chu pre-rock.
Bisado, grabe. Ganda ng ano natin pre-crowd. Sigawan na naman. Kung pakita ko lang, huwag na ako mag-drill. Pakita ko pre, binugbog ko sila kill, nakaalis. Pre, S7 pre. Sino to pang 0 sa M4?
Wait a second.
Is Carl DZ dropping bombs again?
I think he is.
Against his own teammate?
That's our Smart Ping Test, by the way, bringing you low latency gaming with Smart Sulit promo.
Subscribe to Only5G with non-stop data for non-stop gaming on your favorite loading platform or at the Smart booth right outside your MPL venue.
I love Kelra's like singing his art out as well. And Carl TZ just dropping bombs here, but here's the Infinix keys to victory.
All right, live up to your name, ONIC. Whether that's Super Fab, Golden Gold, Gods of the Game, you've gotten so many names bestowed upon you in the recent months, so live up to it. Show Team Liquid Philippines why you've been racking up championships since MPL Philippines Season 14. For Liquid, repeat recent history. You guys were able to take down ONIC during the ISF MLBB CBO men's qualifiers. And of course, you've had a much better showing this time around this season. Repeat that. Show why you've been so dominant in the early game. While for both Kelra and Carl TZ, and even the stellar supporting cast that they have, because they are also surrounded by some titans and some gods, be the greater GOAT. This isn't just for Kelra and Carl. This goes for the whole team as well. Be greater than ever.
Wow, it's a big throwback right there. And back to the championship, right? So overall, it does feel like, you know what? They are not GOATs on their own, right? It feels like they can be GOATs on their own, but add in the fact that they are surrounded by these star-studded veterans. I mean,
people forget JP was the first two-time MPL champion, right?
He was one of the first M-Series competitors from the Philippines.
Exactly, right there. You guys kind of forget that these guys are surrounded by legends as well.
And that's what elevates Carl Tizzy and Kelra to godhood, to ultimate GOAT status. They use their teammates. They empower their whole squad. It's not about them.
Yeah.
Especially for Carl Tizzy. Carl Tizzy, remember, once said, I just want to have the most assists.
Yeah, he acknowledged that, like, I don't want most kills anymore. I don't mind if I just have the most assists.
Or the most damage taken.
Or the most damage taken too. But then the wins have shifted. Yes, Daddy Fred is back on the board, but the Assassins are all very viable picks. They have been so for months now. So let's see who's going to be available as ONIC respect the Lucas of Carl Tizzy by banning it out. And of course, the chip of JP, while Team Liquid Philippines show with their own respect, taking away King Kong's Fanny, and of course, the feared Juicin of Super Friends.
Look at this. Very respectable win rates for both blue and red side for both of these squads. About 80% here. I love what I'm seeing. Lucas Jungle, definitely something you have to acknowledge here, and ONIC does realize that, removing the Jawhead as well.
Man, 2 dedicated bans in the first phase alone against JP. That is so specific. All the while TLPH are putting out fires left and right. Jungle, mid, road. All right, go, 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 go.
Yeah, there's a lot of flexibility. Low Yi of Super Friends available for picking.
Oh, God.
The Joy trade, the Suyo trade, I mean, it's not much of a trade anymore. It's clearly Joy you'd rather have.
Yes.
So which power pick are you gonna get, ONIC? Is it the Low Yi? Is it the Joy?
It's gonna be the M6 skin, brother, I think. There it is.
There it is.
Yeehaw.
It's a very classic and trademark hero at this point, even without the skin, right?
It's coming.
It is coming, so better get your wallets ready. And for the meantime, it is looking like Lu Yi is such a prime pick for TLPH. Obviously, Sanji has a lot of fun with it. Combo it maybe with someone who can just ride that momentum.
Yep, Chef Sanji can cook up some amazing rotations, mid-fight, post-fight. That's just what Lu Yi does. I guess it's a blessing that she wasn't touched at all during that patch, so, you know, teams can anchor around that strategy.
All right, Team Liquid, are you gonna revolve around the Low Yi of Sanji? A great Low Yi on his own right. They do. And they back it up with a Phoveus for Sanford, so they want that strong EXP side presence. I love this new chant that ONIC's been showing off.
Yeah, they're waving everything. Man, they're bringing the ONIC spirit here.
Is that Ian?
That Ian?
I don't know, can't tell.
I think it is.
Might be, actually, yeah.
Thought he went home.
Hey, if the front row seats on the Sonic side is home, then he is home.
He probably is. So, back up the Joy. Obviously, we're talking about you can't really go solo. There goes the high loss, and the Moscow was banned out consistently today, by the way.
I love that ONIC did not double dip into the Harith. I think that would have been too spelled out.
Yep. A little bit too much there in the magic damage, and they can balance out. They have a good source of macro, and of course, as expected, since there's a Moscow on the other side and you want to go into second phase already with a Juggernaut, they pick up a Hayabusa. Joy, Hayabusa is the main trade they went for, but I believe the other main trade was really around that Low Yi. With ONIC not showing their mid laner pick yet, I think they are also weighing the option of them potentially still being able to pick up the Selena, considering that they already have good sources of magic damage from the Joy.
Look at it.
By the way, very familiar face here, despite MPL Malaysia running. The host of MPL Malaysia, Rose, is here joining us, of course, here in the Philippines for a special project.
Well, Malaysian fans very happy to see our very own Rose as well hanging out here in MPLPH.
Malaysia, Indonesia, the Philippines. She's a traveling.
She's everywhere. She's everywhere, man. And everyone just loves Rose. Welcome here. And now we're talking about like possible gold laners. They didn't pick up the Harith. What do you think about that?
Okay, so without the Harith, I think they're really thinking twice about that matchup. And ONIC deciding to ban out the Beatrix, that's already them also signaling we're either trying to funnel you into the Harith.
Yeah, if I had to guess, they're forcing them into it.
Yeah. Or it's like, we both know you don't want the Harith, so we'll just take out the other best options that you could potentially go for here.
Well, I think they might ban the Granger next and say, that's it, Oheb, you got Harith.
Go Harith.
Or Irithel.
And then Oheb goes Clint.
Yeah.
And before, there's the Selena you're talking about. Good control on the mid, recognizing that Super Friends is still the prime Selena player of the age.
in terms of the matchup, if TLPH decides to go something like carry, might be a bit difficult there for AURORA. Their magic damage is already enough from a low Yi. A part of me still hoping we could see Nathan, but with the presence of the Moskov Enjoy on the other side, might not be the case. So they might end up having to just force a mismatch in the gold lane so that they can get a better in the bigger picture marksman in the carry.
And I would be, you know what, if they just don't ban out the Harif here, that's a signal, right? And then carry is actually still a pretty good pick. And they lock it out. They really are forcing the Harif here.
Good ban.
Or the Granger.
Yeah, I think at this point now, Team Liquid is just like, oh, can you just play Granger, man?
And they're leaving it for last pick, by the way, so...
I was gonna say, if the carry was open, choke carry would have been good for Liquid, but they can only have half of that combo. So, again, it comes down to what's in ONIC mid and in their row.
Valier's coming out, man. The buff Valier is coming out to play in Season 15.
All right. I mean, his ultimate, as a Valier player, I don't consider it that much of a buff, considering that it's essentially just a glorified Purify. They took away like the best aspect of it, which is you increase the damage of skill 1 and 2. Skill 1 and 2 do hurt more, but it's a trade-off. Let's see how they make it work. I think that's a response to the Cho, and especially the Phobias. I've experienced that before. It's difficult. And here comes Brusco with the Kufra. A lot of dash blocks, excuse me. Against Cho and Hayabusa. I even OHEB thinking, like, what am I going to pick here? You know what?
It's all the more you shouldn't Harif.
Yeah, you can't Harif.
You can't Harif here.
I think...
What he does anyway! What?
If he pulls this off, that's crazy.
He's just going to lean into it.
Yeah.
He sees the trap sprung by ONIC, and he says, you know what?
Nah,
I'd
win.
I'd win. Well, I don't know what I think. I don't know what I feel about that, though. It feels like a bad idea. It looks like a bad idea. They go for it.
Here's a situation where I would like to be surprised and I would love to be wrong. But we warned you, OHEB. We warned you. Like, there's a lot in ONIC's draft that says you shouldn't Harif. This is what Coach RC, this is what Coach Wina wanted you to do.
Yeah, it feels like them picking Valier ONIC Philippines was already them saying, go ahead, pick up the Harith. We welcome it right now.
Add on the bouncing ball from the Kufra, just stopping the chrono dashes.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Come on, that's triple threat.
Plus the Spear of Misery, plus the bomb from the highlight. There's so many things that tell OHEB you shouldn't, but he still did.
We're gonna have to really, really dig deep here and just see, I guess, in the gameplay with how TLPH are gonna handle this draft, this lineup coming in from ONIC
to Mobile Legends.
With a gold laner that ONIC wants them to play. Here we go for game number 1 of TLPH versus ONIC Philippines. This is all we've been asking for all week long. Let's get into it.
You can feel the energy and you can hear the drums. You can feel the thunder of the crowd as gods and titans face off against each other. They begin with duels in the mid, leaving their junglers to their own devices. Opposite stars, but it's orange for both. I'm really going to be tracking Brusco and JP here. Their rotations are going to be key for setting the tempo for the early to mid for both teams. Nothing too crazy with the emblem test, although tenacity there for Super Fins. At this point, that's almost a requirement for Valier, even pre-patch, because it does really help you with being able to dish out more damage, as naturally Valiers do take a lot of damage in fights.
Oh, up top. This is Carteesian looking for Kelra. Put down a half health. What they were not privy to was King Kong's shenanigans. King Kong actually stole a green camp from Carteesian.
Yeah. Topside rotation by TLPH means it opened up the bottom half of the map for ONIC Philippines' King Kong to steal resources away. And this is signature ONIC, where they look at the map, they try to force a rotation elsewhere, or knowing that the tendencies of the other team, King Kong will try to find resources that he can steal, green caps that he can take away.
Very classic ONIC Philippines, where everyone's just laying out the red carpet for King Kong, essentially, to get that XP faster and then get a little bit of advantage when it comes to those first few objectives, specifically the Trill.
Yep, spawning in the lower quarter. It's a game of inches that ONIC is trying to win here. They are 200 gold up, and Brusco does take the pixel brush, so they're already off to a great start.
I'm interested to see how Super Fins is going to build this, because again, with skill 1 now reducing its cooldown with CDR hold,
Brusco gets a jump on JB, forcing a flicker. In comes Sanford, jumping on one, jumping on two. Sanji looking for some blast. King Kong secures the turtle. Glorious pathway laid down by Kirk, forcing a flicker away from Sanji. They disengage. A clear win for the super fam.
Gotta love the enthusiasm here for TLPH with Sanford being very confident to dive in. But then again, you are talking about King Kong, who got a bit of an incremental advantage because of his pathing.
Yeah, he has a level gap over Carl Teasy. That XP gap is going to increase even more.
Oh my God, look at the burst from Carl! King Kong didn't even try. Brusco gets the jump. And the combo on the JP. Daddy JP takes a dirt nap. First blood drawn. Bionic Philippines.
Okay, unfortunately, the SOD of Keller will not land, but ONIC will be happy with that pick. Kufra and Valir together. Okay, so if they catch the Cho, it's actually difficult for JP to run away. That's a new learning for today. By the way, as I was mentioning with skill 1 now, benefiting from cooldown reduction, I'm interested to see how Super Friends will build this. Before, you didn't actually need to build CDR with Valir. He was very utility-based. You want the glowing wand, magic wand, all that. Genius wand, excuse me, the wands really, but now you want what? CDR? Let's see if we'll go for that talisman maybe, but it looks like he's going for genius first.
So remember, you're saying he's a real mage now.
Yeah, he's a real magician now.
Wow, congratulations, big boy. You grew up into the magician that you were supposed to be.
You're a wizard, Harry.
Using a book and everything.
You know what? It's as if it was yesterday that we got the Valir revamp in the midst of Season 4, and then just also the day before that was when Yaoi brought it out in the finals of Season 10.
Yeah.
It's been a while. It's been a hot minute.
Neither time was he a real mage, I'm just saying.
It looks like, though, he's still going to be sticking with the wands, but not a lot of cooldown reduction. He might be going for glowing first, really maximizing the healing reduction. Look at that 1v1 Oheb and Kelra.
Oheb and Kelra dropping the Zama Force. Kelra dashing back. Oheb with the stalemate. SOD missing.
You damn well know that if that... Oh, wait!
Daddy JP again in the crossfire. King Kong looking to burst him. The beast is slain, Daddy JP.
There's just no punish here coming in from TLPH.
Okay, they're not going to be committing it.
Actually, I had hold my breath there a little bit. Sanford going for the rescue, but not really quite helpful as of yet.
Tough times for a Cho, really. The adjustments onto Valir, or just Valir's kit in general, actually gives difficulty for the Cho that if he doesn't land his combo, his chances of getting away with his life without Flicker is low. Even with Flicker, it's not that high.
That's a numbers game, though. Less than 1,000 separates these two teams. Clear advantage for ONIC here.
Brusco coming in, crossing through the bodies. Team Liquid Philippines in the paint. And another one. Shadow kill by Carl Daisy. Turtle number 2 goes over to Liquid. Down goes Brusco. King Kong backing out. JP Sanji and Carl Daisy pushing him out. And that's a clap back from the cavalry.
They were going for the late entry of King Kong punish, but JP was ready to block the entry of King Kong, and that meant Team Liquid Philippines will walk away with the win on that one.
Yeah, despite the very clear level advantage of ONIC in that last fight, they actually got bothered with the man down here. Maybe a little late on the Kelra SOD, but Land of Dawn heats up Yaoi, like you mentioned, right?
It was in 11, not 10.
No, he showed up in 10, then he did it again in 11.
Oh, Yaoi.
Yeah.
That's just the last pick. Right, so Etamax also was the last player to use it way back Season 9, aside from that.
Okay, so let's see what ONIC will do for the next big play. JP has adjusted his rotation a bit, looking more for canceling the moves of King Kong. Already have tabs checked on him, because knowing that the lineup of ONIC is actually very dependent on the late entry of the Joy.
Oh, look at that.
It's 40's turn. Brusco playing the man-to-man defense on 40. All this while opening up the map. Look at Carl. Gets that push down bottom.
Again, evening out that gold gap, evening out that XP gap as well with King Kong neck and neck right now at level 10.
Gosh darn, how often you see that? It's a super fan getting out macroed.
Yeah, very easy push there by Liquid because there's no clear opening for ONIC elsewhere. They tried to see mid, but then Sanji's there with Sanford. They looked at top, but with Sanford's positioning in the river, he could go either mid or to the top to help there. So ONIC just could stand and watch as the bottom tower falls down. Looking at the items, already up to a Starlium for the Joy, Hunter Strike for the Hayabusa.
Now we're in a bit of a stalemate. Sanford obviously still very eager to make play happen here.
Yeah.
It feels like TLPH is the one who are actually looking for these fights. ONIC just trying to make a pick-off happen when they can.
Shoes on the other foot. Liquid are up now by about 1,000. 40 man-to-man defense on Kirk. Brusco with the conceal. Looking for that jump, looking for that combo.
King Kong.
Finds two, but then again, Liquid are ready for it. King Kong secures the turtle. Final turtle to the super fam. ONIC does get a clap back. Kirk goes down despite popping that revitalize. Down bottom, Kelra does keep pushing. So far, I think ONIC is happy with the trade. Kirk for the turtle and the turret down bot.
Yeah, Liquid Philippines were looking for the big post-objective punish. They were only able to get Kirk, but ONIC were able to all back away in time with Super Prince and Brusco committing flickers to escape properly, while Kelra was pushing down bottom to open up the map. So that's just as good as it will get for ONIC. Their chances of actually winning a big team fight right now are low. The damage not quite there yet without the Moskov. So they're just taking the wins that they can get, whether it's getting the secure the objective, opening up the map more without losing much. That's what ONIC is gunning for.
I hope I'm not saying this too soon, but I think we owe him an apology. It's about 8 minutes in.
Yeah.
He's on his way to his third core item, and he hasn't died just once.
And again, he's just playing the Harif like it's supposed to be played. Nay, even more, right? Even safer compared to what the matchup should be dictating.
Oh, Lurch battling by Kirk. It looks like ONIC wants to fight. King Kong look at the back line, looking for Chef Sanji. Flickers away. 40. It's quite a bit of damage. He's playing with 3. Man to man to man to man. Brusco takes him down. Now, the Zaman Force enough to take down Kirk. It's 1 for 1. And the rest of Team Liquid back off.
XP laners getting traded. Feels like it's still advantage for ONIC with the amount of push they're making across the map. And again, you're looking at the gold here for Kelra, who is actually just on farm mode since minute 1.
You're damn right, Rockhard. I think ONIC did win.
Yeah, and he will be in farm mode for a while. They're getting those small wins here and there, but that will eventually compound into an even bigger one, which is Kelra having the items and being locked in. King Kong, for the team fights for most of, he tried to go for his signature dive, the backline entry, but JP was ready yet again. So he's Team Liquid Philippines have really done the scouting homework and are applying it very well, with King Kong wanting to come later into the fight.
Oh my God! Kirk catches 3 inside the glorious pathway. Now Daddy JP looking for that late entry. Zaman Force dropped in by Oheb, and a flicker spent already. Down goes Kirk. Sanji takes him down. Sanford not done with it. Kelra slays the Apex Predator. Now diversion. Where are they going? All the way to the back line. They find the monster maze. Goes into the closet, saying, "I'm the Baba Yaga now." Carl Teasy gets taken down. 2 for 2 so far, and the gods and the titans disperse.
That was a big clash right up on mid, and a nice
charge
as well.
King Kong's not done. King Kong coming through. Too late for Daddy JP with the kick. The beast is eating good.
Are we in a farm? I'm seeing goats everywhere, man. Just a bunch of men with focus and sheer will, able to get one back one way or another. But now ONIC have their eyes set and securing this Lord.
It's clean.
Wow.
There's no need to dance.
Diversion for Carl.
They're all in here. Can Carl Teasy get it? White rush coming through. No shadows. King Kong secures. JP is compromised. Kirk drops in the close pathway just to make sure Liquid get punished. And in comes Kelra, skewering Sanji. The chef is put up against the wall. Shadow kill. Kirk with the revitalize. Carl Teasy backs off. This is looking dire for the cavalry.
This is that unrelenting ONIC tempo that so many teams are afraid of, and now they're just chasing him down, chasing that cavalry back into their base with a Lord walking on the bottom side of the map.
King Kong did not give up on the play. King Kong did not give up on the pick onto Oheb, and that's what led to this. ONIC Philippines with the Lord, 11 minutes in. ONIC Philippines pushing closer to the base of the Titans.
Such a gritty matchup we have here. And actually, I don't think ONIC is quite done as of yet. Just elevating a goal lead. Now Kirk laying down the carpet, trying to force something here.
And Liquid are doing their darndest to stop the Lord from crashing. And he has his way. Takes out about 1/5 of that turret down bottom.
Successful defense so far for TLPH, but now that the dust have settled, he got a 4K gold lead, and ONIC are pushing TLPH back inside the base.
Okay, there are a lot of items across the board, especially for the 2 cores. Kelra and Oheb both healthy, both have secured their 3 core items. A Divine Glaive already for this Joy, though, and Team Liquid Philippines have to watch now for the even later entries of King Kong, who is slightly readjusting his timings of entering team fights because JP and other members of Team Liquid Philippines have been checking him very well. Dominance Eyes and Radiant Armors for the 2 EXP laners. good standard build for both of them to give the right utility for their teams.
You know, I can't completely agree with JP just having such. This is one of the worst matches for a Cho to be in. To be honest.
Oh
It's so
my
hard.
God!
Look at
Brusco
that!
won't let you finish your sentence as he takes out Carl Teasy, serves him up to the Super Fam. Sanji's up next, 2 out from the Cavalry, and the Super Fam are coming in strong. Sanford doing his darndest, but he'll only last a second longer. 3 down from TLPH, and ONIC are inside the base.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Here comes ONIC. They're charging up.
Brusco with a jump, catches one in the back line. JP about to pop. 7-4's not enough from OM. He's trying his best. There's no wave. TLPH survives, but just for a little bit longer. ONIC knows it's over.
Oh, he's all alone.
Brusco goes in for the jump, and that's it. ONIC Philippines takes game 1.
That was game 1 getting taken with conviction here for ONIC Philippines. Just easily dominates with Kelra in the helm.
Whew. It was a very even game up until everything just started really going ONIC's way. One sequence, one play after the other. Despite a very great start by Team Liquid Philippines, ONIC Philippines just found the right response. And this might be an MVP performance for King Kong, gentlemen. That pick onto OHEB, that was the turnaround.
And that farming mode for Kelra really paid off in the end. There was barely anyone who could actually stop him once he got going. So far, you'll see here Sanji as well. I mean, very nice attempts for TLPH. They did not take this lying down. There were moments where it felt like, you know what, they could have made a better engage. Maybe they needed more numbers in the bodies. But you know what, King Kong, they were on the docket.
All right, I have a learning, all right? We're human. We make mistakes. OHEB was fine. But fine wasn't enough against ONIC Philippines. You have to do more than just fine. And yes, they had amazing plays like this, but ONIC knew how to protect their assets. They knew that Kelra should be safe, King Kong should be safe, and that's all there is to it. Everyone else were the foundations to that strat.
Yeah, you can't just dare to be fine. You gotta be finer than ever. Well, ONIC Philippines, they were greater in this one.
Join the fight.
Join the fight.
For your life. Yeah, because it is their life, right?
Yeah,
it's their upper bracket life.
Exactly. Team Liquid, I think it really just got to the point where, okay, yeah, you know, I agree with this. Bruce Goat. We talked about Golden Goat, Young Goat.
How about the Bruce Goat?
What about the Bruce Goat, right?
Y'all can't deny the Bruce Goat did his thing on a hero that people barely notice here in MPL Philippines. But when it does come out, it comes out swinging, it comes out popping. He's your MVP for game number 1.
He comes out balling.
Yeah, literally balling. The reads that Brusco had on the map to commit that, it was blind tyrant revenge flickers that he was dishing out at the right shrubs. That just he went. I think this was the reaction sometimes Brusco had. It's like, oh look, I got someone.
Oops. I could have sworn I'm watching. It's like, you're sure that's not a tracking skill?
Yeah.
It's a skill shot, folks. It's not tracking.
I don't think he missed a lot here. I think he hit a lot of those revenges.
Yeah, I'd say like 80%. Yeah. I'm being very generous.
And then very crucial moments as well, like the one we saw earlier where they caught Super Friends. All right, that does happen, right?
Yeah.
But then there's an immediate answer where you force a purify, you force a fight, and you also get a kill. Small things like that just added up for ONIC here.
Yeah, and I think it's cool that with some recent adjustments to the meta, especially with teams trying out new mixes of heroes and lineups, that back then, this is the main trade in the roam. It was Kufra and Cho. Who gets to the spot first? Who gets to set first? And earlier on, yes, even though ONIC were able to get that first blood, it eventually shifted and JP was like, no, it's my turn to read. I'll die, but I'll get the reads. I'll get here first so that we can do things like these. But this was also another one of the turnarounds because of Brusco landing that revenge into rage combo to set up for Kelra, and him even being able to find the right shrub here onto JP. It just stacked. You can actually look back at a lot of the highlights, and lots of it was because Brusco decided to check it, initiate, and execute.
So he decided to check it before you wreck it.
Exactly.
So apparently just Brusco doing Brusco things.
Yeah.
Again, despite being a newer player, really keeping on par with the veteran status, with the veteran experience that you can really feel in the Land of Dawn.
Okay, you know what? I think the gods of MLB misheard me. I said I will take 2 13-minute games, not 13-minute games.
13.
This is a quick game by gods and Titan standards.
Yeah, it went by really quickly. Again, it's a signature ONIC. When they hit that power spike, when they find that moment, it doesn't stop.
When they know, they know.
Yeah, when they know. That's when they're just playing with absolutely no fear, no regard for human life. And this is why we ended this in 13 minutes.
No shame.
No shame.
No conscience.
Very similar to like what we'd call an E-Express,
Like
right?
a bunch of demons.
Kings
of hell. Straight out of the underworld. The underworld.
Crawling out, scratching at their opponents. It does feel like they become unstoppable at a certain point. We have seen this happen before.
Yeah, no, they have MGK, right? So they're the MLBB Devils.
Yeah.
Oh my god. And getting to this point feels like it's so difficult, right? It takes such a high level of coordination to actually pull off counterattacks against a team such as TLPH, where normally they're the ones who are doing the Express.
Yeah, ONIC PH made TLPH look like the Express was chasing something.
Yeah. Look where we are now. Super Friends built a book. Whoa, what a level up. Finally a real wizard is Valir after
Breaking
building,
news of the day.
Yeah, after building glowing ones. Yeah. And then for Brusco, I like his itemization here. He went Dreadnought armor, did not full build the anti-cuirass because he knew the threat of the physical damage at that point was moot. So he decided to go for Athena's shield so the Lo Yi and the Harith wouldn't be able to affect him as much, which is why at times it looked like, hey, Brusco's gonna go down. Wait, he got the Tyrant's Rage off before he fell? Oh, that's why.
And your DPI rich guy obviously gonna be King Kong.
Happy
there,
birthday!
Who is rocking the birthday buff. It does feel like their tempo is a little bit higher than usual, a little bit more giggle, as the Oxford English Dictionary would say.
It's real.
And yeah, it's very real. 11,000 gold in a 13-minute game is not a joke.
I would reckon the 4,200 he got from Jungle Creeps, a good percentage of that actually belonged to Carl Kesey's jungle. Like, I'd say like 800 gold.
Because he was doing that so early on.
Yeah. Like, first rotation, he stole that bottom camp. Somewhere in the middle, I guess, he took another. And then later on, when Carl Kesey, like, the 11-minute mark, the 10.5-minute mark, half of it was taxed to the beast.
At that point, yeah, Carl Kesey couldn't actually walk out that much. Yeah. So I reckon, yeah, maybe about 30% of that gold came from Carl Kesey's jungle. And that's saying something. You're able to do that against the young goat. That on its own is like a statement in itself.
Hopefully we get to see more Kufras roll around, because we got teasers of Kufra throughout Season 15. I think once or twice in Season 14 even.
Yeah.
But now especially, because with it being so much of a requirement for heroes to have dashes, his kit is just so good, and he gets into shrubs in key areas so well, so fast.
And the proliferation of the Chos, and the Arifs. Yeah. It's all part of it, and hopefully more Kufras come in its own. But a big shout out to everyone watching from Greenlight Cafe in Bandung, Indonesia, for Team Liquid Philippines. The cavalry's all way across the sea here. And of course, people with Marv's Gaming Hub at Cafe at Tagpuan for ONIC Philippines. Yeah. That is in San Jose.
Okay, these are two worldwide brands, ONIC and Liquid. Yeah. I love how they're just leveraging that and saying, you know what, fans here, join us.
And ONIC is doing the worldwide thing where, you know how they do it? This is exactly how they do it in Indonesia as well.
Yeah.
I love what I'm seeing here for ONIC, literally taking home a very good culture of esports enthusiasm they have all the way in MPL Indo.
Yeah, it's really cool that the match that we're witnessing now, maybe people from Indonesia are watching us right now. Hello.
Selamat malam.
There you go. I'm sure you. There you go. So,
Aku Raja Nasi Lemak.
He's talking to the Malaysians.
In fairness, they have very similar language, so I'm sure they understood that.
Easy to pick up.
Easy to pick up if you're starting to learn Indonesian, which Renmar has been doing for how many months now? Years?
For a while. You memorize more than I do. You speak more than I do. I understand a bit more.
There you go.
That's the weird thing about with two-thirds of the Bear Bros. Okay. One speaks more Indonesian, one understands more Indonesian. Bahasa in general, yeah.
There you go. So overall, you are gonna have a fun time if you watch those watch parties, and then again, our beloved fans in Indonesia as well, who are always watching MPL Philippines. Thank you so much. And again, we're watching a match that deserves to be really watched all over the world because these are like the blueprints for greatness.
Kita sa Rupun, in the 13 minutes that elapsed, there was a lot to pick up. There were good things that Liquid got away with, good things that Liquid did despite losing. But at the end of the day, you know, ONIC equation, ONIC action and execution was much better.
That was only 13 minutes, man. Ako lapar. I want more. I'm hungry for more.
Yeah, mas. Me.
That's
mas. That's
Spanish.
That's Spanish. All right. We'll try to see if I can learn
bro.
Yeah.
just a little bit more, right?
See.
We have a little bit of an all-access pass here with Jamie and Hans. Wonder what they have on the venue.
Maraming salamat sa ating mga casters. We are gonna be tossing it over to a short break with the immediate contention na nakita natin. And we are back for another segment of MPL Heroes, the Legends Chronicles. At para sa araw na ito, we're gonna be putting the spotlight on the gold standard Dwayne Pilias, also known as Kelra. He was once a young upstart, one of the early season rebels, but his talent was apparent as he gradually earned the moniker the gold standard. Kitang-kita naman ngayon the maturity that he adds to the talent that he already possesses, he has fostered all throughout the years. Naging back-to-back finals MVPs together with the championship trophies na kanyang napanalunan together with the super family that he has gradually achieved in terms of connection. The Kelra we know now is humble. Mas binibigay niya yung credit sa kanyang mga kasama at kakampi. Not looking into his own achievements, but rather on the contributions of the entire Sonics. Kaya naman, noong tinanong siya ng All-Star Magazine kung ano ba ang susunod niyang goal, it is to leave a legacy. Ika nga ni Kelra, what I'm after is the title and the legacy. The prize money is a bonus. Of course, gusto ko yung money, but my ultimate goal is to leave a legacy. Like how when people say, in terms of NBA, they think about Michael Jordan. When people say MLBB, I want them to think of Kelra. And this is what makes Kelra an MPL legend. This is what makes him the Golden Goat. And Kelra and the entire ONIC Philippines are on the lead 1-0 as we speak. Pero teka lang, I'm actually wondering, nasaan ang aking co-host? I wonder where Jamie is.
Alam mo,
hello!
I'm sorry. Medyo nasarapan kami sa kwentuhan dito dahil, ladies and gentlemen, may magandang dilag dito sa MPL Arena!
Everybody, please give it up for Rose, ladies and gentlemen!
Hi, guys!
Rose! Oh my goodness. Di ba may... Pero...
Ano? Kaya mo yan? Ano?
Bakit? Merong MP... Ano nangyari?
Okay, joke lang. Mahal niya tayo, kaya nandito siya.
Ay, sige na. Pag-usapan niyo. Sabihin niyo nga saan ko na yung napag-usapan niyo kanina.
Huwag na yung pinag-usapan namin kanina. Pero pag-usapan natin yung reason kung bakit nandito ka, no? Like, how's your experience? I want to say this, and tell me if I'm saying it right. Apakabar.
Kababay!
Kababay, that's good.
Yes, it means I'm good.
I love it. How's your experience here at the MPL Arena, Rose?
So it's actually my first time in MPL PH. Yes, I love the vibes. Very different from MPL MY. And the reason why I'm here is actually I have an event tomorrow. Pero, you know, I saw that there's a game, an exciting one. I'm like, I messaged Ingan, can I come?
And we're so lucky na nandito ka. We're so happy that you're here. Are you happy, guys? Pakita nyo naman yung support niya kay Rose. Now, Rose, nandito tayo sa harap ng dalawang teams. I don't want to put you on the spot, but I will.
But she will, yeah, she will.
Okay, so, are you supporting any team in particular sa MPL Philippines Season 15? And if meron, sino? Aling team?
Actually, ayoko kaso nga lang napilitan ako eh.
Ha?
Napilitan?
Yeah.
Ako.
May mga pumipilit sa akin eh.
Na
mga unggoy.
Mga unggoy?
Yes!
Sino yung mga unggoy mo, Rose?
Yeah.
Yung mga unggoy ba na to ay nakasuot ng blue or ng yellow?
Feeling ko yellow eh.
Yellow! Okay, so I think alam na natin. Your team for this season is?
ONIC Philippines.
And since nandito naman sila, Rose, may message ka ba para sa kanila now that you're here right in front of them before their game?
Actually, nothing much. Just wag na lang akong bigyan ng sakit sa ulo tuwing international tournament.
The mother. You are the mother of, you know, not only the Filipino players na pinapadala natin overseas. I want to know, because like, you've been hosting for quite a while already in MPL Malaysia. How has the experience been like, you know, mula nung nagsimula ka doon until now, you're one of the well-known personalities as well. How does it feel to be recognized internationally as a host?
I think it feels amazing, and I honestly wasn't expecting this much love from the community kasi not just from MPLMY, but also whenever I host in Indonesia, even the fans online from the Philippines. The love from the MLBB communities worldwide is just amazing. And you know what, guys? I love you guys so much.
I love that. So let's zoom in on that, Hans, though. It is apparent that the Filipino viewers of MPL love you. So what is your message for them, especially dun sa mga team bahay na nanonood ngayon? Ano yung gusto mong sabihin sa kanila?
Well, obviously, to everybody watching, thank you so much for supporting me. And I hope you guys will continue to support MPL Malaysia as well. We have just entered week 2. We have like 4 more weeks of regular season to go. We do not know yet who's going to represent us in EWC. So just keep supporting us, send us your love. And I see your love and I feel your love all the way from Malaysia.
Rose, it is so nice for you to come over here. Nagpakita ka ng suporta sa MPL Philippines. Once again, let's give a warm round of applause to Rose, please. But now, we're going to be tossing it over right back to the casters because we're going to be starting game number 2. Casters, back to you.
There you go. The lovely Rose all the way from MPL Malaysia. Those Malaysians really are some of our best friends in the world right now, especially in MLBB. And I know you guys also just want to live there at this point.
I just realized we're not in Malaysia, so she's not going to feed us. So she's not going to buy us treats. Because now, technically, even though she's also Filipino, it's our home course, so now we have to buy her food, I guess.
Is that how it works?
Yeah, I mean, she bought us tarts and lots of food during M6 and every time we visit there and we're with her. So I think it's our turn.
We gotta get some quick here.
We just get her a full-on lechon at this point. The whole lechon.
I thought she would feed me.
Wouldn't she?
Nah, I think it's the other way around. We gotta
show her
give back.
hospitality,
Gotta
I
give
guess.
back.
Yeah.
Gotta give back. Yeah.
All right, we'll talk to Rose a little bit later. Again, it's always a pleasure, always a treat to watch Rose. And apparently, it's her first time in MPLPH. What do you believe in?
Yeah, I feel like the time we've seen her like come back home for a while.
She was last year, 2 years ago.
Yeah, 2 years ago.
Round 5.
What was that?
That was an M series. So this is the regular season, and now she's watching it, and we all love it here. And again, we are on to the draft here for game number 2. 13-minute game for game 1. Leia's a little bit disappointed. I wonder what's going to turn up here in game 2 draft.
Let me clear it out again. Gods of MLBB, 3-0, 30 minutes. I want to see more.
3-0, more games like this, because we need to study them. We want more sample sizes, you know? So we're loading it up, and surprisingly, no Lucas ban yet. Maybe later.
I think ONIC don't want to ban the Lucas because they can pick it up for themselves in the first 2-pick swing. They can honestly rush it at this point.
They can bait the Joy, they can bait the Zushin.
Yeah.
You know what? Never mind. I don't think the Zushin's going to show up.
Oh. Ooh, okay.
Well, this jungle's crazy, though.
Yeah. I think this is what ONIC might actually be setting up for. With them taking out the Kalea chip. Yeah, if TLPH bite into the bait of the Joy, they'll pick up... I think even if the Joy's available for ONIC, they would rather choose Lucas.
But that Moskov ban here as well. That Moskov was crazy in game 1.
Ah, that's true, yeah. You might... If you're Liquid, you might want to consider Moskov.
Which will, again, make more possible the trade that Coach Wynard is presenting. I love it. And it also allows for the redemption arc of King Kong with Lucas, much like my own personal arc with Lucas.
Your own arc.
Yeah, people know. If you've been watching and listening to all of the broadcasts that we've been on, I was a Lucas hater. Was.
Yeah.
Not anymore.
Same. We are both reformed in that regard.
Yes, we are reformed Lucas appreciators.
Yes.
Lucas
RLAs.
Appreciation Squad. We lack it.
I need to think of a better acronym. All right, I told y'all Zushin was going to show up.
Yes. There's a Zushin. It's not... They don't really mind the Moscow, apparently. Maybe they'll take it. Maybe they'll want to take it.
I don't know if it's for first pickable, man.
You want to deny it? There's a Lucas ban, though.
Okay, they decide to commit it. So this is a clearer path for a Joy pickup for Team Liquid, though. And if ever for the jungle lane, there's definitely going to be a Hayabusa for King Kong if that's the case. But they don't even go for the Joy Rush right away. So Team Liquid Philippines are playing their own style, their own way, which says we want JP on the Jawhead. We want that pick off, that snowball, that very fast. We might not end up getting a 30-minute game here.
With the way
it's gonna be like sub 18.
I'll take a 13 as long as we go to game 3.
Okay, there you go.
I want a Liquid Stampede.
Our Saturday is gonna be a little bit lacking if we go for 2 games.
Yeah, we've already had 2 sweeps today, so
yeah,
something's gotta give.
It's a little short, you know. So they're giving away the Joy trade, obviously in this one. But what's the other half of it? There's a Kator.
Yep. Of course, could have been going into the hands of Sanford, and this will again one of the flexible picks for ONIC is this Gato Gacha. It's not necessarily a Brusco pick, but they block off one of the best counters against the Joy. So Liquid now, their EXP needs to be, of course, Hayabusa goes to the hands of Carl TZ. They go for Badang in the EXP. Brave choice.
Also a good Joy counter.
Yeah. You force out 1 dash at least from her if you catch her, because she's forced to use 1 dash
over
to
the
get
wall.
out on the wall.
That's right. And I actually really like the... There you go, Superfin's still back on the Valier.
He has a new flame.
Yeah, that's right. And there you go, you also have the Jawhead, by the way, just makes it a lot harder for the Joy to go crazy. So, you got a lot of things going for TLPH so far in the draft.
Yeah.
At least in terms of dealing with the Joy.
Okay, so is Valier now a response to lineups that like the pickoff? Because we saw the Cho struggle against it, and plus, if you commit a pickoff onto the Valier, he'll just use his ultimate to purify it away anyway.
I need to see more, but the fact that the Valier showed up again in the first phase makes me believe that maybe yes. Against the pickoff lineup, he might be the answer.
It's not quite taking shape just yet, but if you don't ban out the Moscow here, I feel like ONIC is still gonna go for it. So, you know, you gotta really think about this last ban here. And it could be a big deal. It's gonna be such a big deal.
It's gonna be raw physical gold lane for Calderon. I think TL would want to take away the Moscow, right?
Just here.
Yeah.
And then let him deal with a less than ideal Granger.
Exactly, because if you want to be able to space out the map, another
the above, what?
Yeah, I think this could be another Moscow game for Calderon. It looks good for him. There's no clear disadvantage.
And then Liquid can just play better out of the gold. Because again, it's not like Oheb was the reason why they lost.
Yeah.
Completely. I agree with that one. I feel like the Harif is also just something that you can consider here. I feel like the Harif is still the powerhouse it was in the last season.
He's aight.
Yeah.
He's still aight. No, I mean,
for Liquid.
For either of them.
Okay. I think more for Liquid because way too much magic damage if it goes to the hands of ONIC.
Oh, true. That's true.
That's
The
why
profile.
Liquid can go Oheb again. Can go Harith again on Oheb.
Everyone here is physical, and then you go magic for your gold laner.
Or
Nathan.
There's still a mid laner at large for Liquid here. So what's the chef cooking up?
You don't want a Valentina for sure.
Magic.
Vex! Oh my god!
Yeah.
Madame Vex!
Yeah, I'm thinking Vex. Vexana for the Deathly
Jawhead
Grasp.
Vex.
It's a pick off, Jawhead, Badang, Vexana. It's very one-dimensional. If you want an extra dimension, go spicy and you pick up a Claude in the gold lane instead. That makes your damage a little bit more mid to late.
Novaria.
Oh, Novaria! Okay.
Double sniper!
Oh,
Bea?
Novatrix? Oh no, Harith.
Still a Harith.
Oh, this sets up for the Harith a little bit better with Novaria, but...
Is this, you throw out the echoes so that your CCs, stick?
Yeah.
Easier? Is that it?
Yeah, that opens up the hitbox for the Badang. It's a good combo, the Badang Jawhead Hayabusa together with the Novaria.
Oh, yeah, no. That'll make even Shadow Kill maybe slightly more lethal.
Yes.
Because you're jumping on the dudes because they're... Oh,
all right. And again, that's a big what if. Like, if ONIC Philippines is going to clump up that much. We're looking for Kufra, but it looks like a Cho for the meantime for ONIC Philippines, which worked very well for Brusco in the past anyway.
Yeah. All right. So it's a slight remix of the last... It's like they just decided to both go for refinement. Nothing too crazy for the lineups. Just some small adjustments here and there. Now it's a Jawhead versus a Cho. Okay, for Team Liquid Philippines, with any lineup that has a Jawhead Hayabusa together, there's a possibility of the big snowball going very quickly, considering that the Cho will be placed a little bit more forward into the positioning of the map. If the timing is off between Super Friends and Brusco, that leaves Super Friends susceptible to getting dived on by the Hayabusa Jawhead. So that's just one thing that Brusco needs to watch out for.
This game definitely feels like a better Cho match for them, though. The last game was a bad matchup for the Cho, so I can't really fault JP too much for that.
Yeah.
But here we go for game number 2. Again, fingers crossed for it not being a 13 minutes such a fast game, because we need more games here in Saturday night MLBB here in MPLPH.
Welcome to Mobile
Legends.
Legends.
Game number 2 here and see where they will stack up.
All right. Excuse me, folks. The drums right behind me scared me. But let's see how they're going to be starting. Orange for... no. Kartizi started purple, and it was the Jawhead leashing, so it was the double start. Kartizi committed the retribution much earlier there, so he might be able to use it later on for a quick little invade. So, quick leash for the Hayabusa to rotate faster.
Oh, Kartizi threatening Brusco here real quick. Even Super Friends is catching a few beats there. Already using regeneration.
Very early on, TLPH looks like they're eager to just invade, just exactly what ONIC was doing in the previous match. But look at this. If King Kong just happens to find these creeps, like we were talking about earlier.
Nothing comes for free when it's the beast we're talking about.
Cross-map trade. He's not going to be hitting level 4 just yet. Kartizi will get there first because of the pathing that will balance and equalize in just a little bit. So a remix again of the Keller versus Oheb Harith, Moscow versus Harith matchup.
It's a repeat.
Yeah, repeat.
Big repeat.
Not even a remix. It's a sequel.
Part 2.
Dudes just shifted sides.
Yeah.
And let's see if maybe Keller will do pretty much the same what he did game 1, or maybe be a bit more proactive here. I guess he doesn't need to, because you do have a Valier, Joy, and Cho on your mid trio. It's already very powerful on its own anyway.
Yeah, the onus is on Oheb because he knows now that he has to have extra teeth. He knows he has to be more aggressive and use the space given to him. He can't be, again, like in game 1, just fine.
He's actually one of the only sustained damage dealing heroes they have in this game, in this whole lineup. Everyone's more burst and more pick off. So Oheb is, if they group up together, if they clumped up together, it feels like Oheb is the guy who needs to do most of the heavy work.
Yeah, kind of 50-50 here for both teams. I think for 2 roamers, Brusco and JP would want to get level 4 first. But with the 2 EX players already dancing for this turtle, they might not even wait for that.
Oh,
King Kong.
He spots Kartizi as he secures the purple, and he sees Kartizi, hey, he's maybe half an XP bar higher than me.
Yeah. Team Liquid Philippines are going to be positioning for the turtle first in the big picture of it all.
Kartizi orange drive-by, he already has it.
Yeah.
That was very fast.
And because of the turtle, ONIC could not get his orange yet.
Oh, missed! With the flicker, exposing 3, there's the Astral Echoes. In comes 40, the ejector on to Brusco. Dash it back out. Kirk here, already in the middle of 3. AOG, point blank. Kartizi draws first blood. Down goes Kartizi. Super Prince sets him on fire. JP falls as well. King Kong takes him down. 2 for 1. ONIC goes for the turtle.
Yeah, and despite having such a good initial position on that turtle, ONIC is the one who actually took it from TLPH.
What? It was Super Friends. It was Super Friends. It was the Valier. It was him being able to fireball and torrent. Team Liquid Philippines that stopped the tempo of them taking Brusco out. We thought that ONIC will lose the roamer right away, but Super Friends got the control, the damage right on time.
Yeah,
this Valier pick, man.
Oh my god, oh! Gets away the dragon on him. JP to the rescue. Zama underneath. Served it up with a tier 1. That's a kill for Liquid.
Big rescue mission coming in from JP, but look at that. SOD will hit. Keller doesn't really want to take it.
Yeah, with the high boost nearby, JP protecting Oheb would have been way too risky. Even Super Friends thought he could get a few shots there onto Oheb, but JP was protecting his gold laner. So both teams just trading it out across the map via kills, via good rotations.
Yeah, and so far, I would say JP still doing a pretty good job with Brusco, not giving any quarter right now, and making sure that Kelra has a great lane. No opportunity for them to invade the ONIC jungle side.
so happy. I think I'm gonna be able to get more Valir games, and again, I spent a lot for that KOF skin, man.
It'll change the way mid lane is played. It's been a while since we've seen a battle mage like Valir.
Yeah, battle mage. That's a good way to put it. He's like a battle mage. Yeah, the sheer crowd control. He's not always the best in terms of the damage department, but the kit that he brings in, with how he changes the aspect of team fights through crowd control, with ticking damage is.
Prince gets caught by the shadow kill. Plus a shuriken throw just for good measure. Astral Echo spots another member of ONIC. Free pickup for Liquid.
Of course, as we mentioned it, right? Happens right before our eyes. Very classic here in MPLPH at this point. And now Keller with a 2v1.
From 7 Force gets kicked up. Purify, and he does survive the two-man gang. Have played with fire here, and I mean figuratively.
SOD, will Keller try to toss it? Nah, he won't. He's gonna focus on the tower instead. He wants to save up the SOD because there is the turtle up already.
Free push for Liquid. Keller does get, he's short a minion. Turtle, very low. Turtle down to a 10. Kyle DZ secures the ejector away from King Kong. Liquid wants to disperse. They want to disengage. Sanji.
They're chasing.
Echoes. Kurtz jumped in. Sanford with the fist grab. JP smart missiles to incentivize an engage from Kirk and Brusco. Brusco concealed. JP as well. The response. They're pushing top mid lane. Tier 1. Top lane still standing. Brusco very low. Brusco gets taken out by OHEB. But ONIC take the turret.
That was a very interesting trade. Brusco obviously was traded for all of that, but TLPH feels like they got what they wanted, and now they're gonna have to answer this push.
Yeah, they're gonna be able to get a good push in through mid.
Unstoppable Force was an ejector, takes out Girl in the back line. The young goat takes out the golden goat, and OHEB finds a double in Prince. They're gonna jeopardize King Kong's purple too, but the beast comes in and says, nah, not on my watch. There's a kick coming in from Brusco. Carl DZ, very low. Carl DZ helps OHEB get to kill. Brusco down. ONIC BH reeling.
Just like that, the clap back by the cavalry. As ONIC thought they got a win with a team fight after Liquid got the turtle. Liquid read the situation. ONIC spent too much, so Liquid decided to push in mid to force a fight in mid, and now ONIC Philippines will have to climb back into this down 2,000 gold. Looking at the items, very close for the two jugglers, while OHEB has a considerable lead over Kelra, who only has one item locked in, while OHEB already is up to Starlium Scythe after the Feather of Heaven.
Now that is an undeniable advantage going over the TLPH right after we went into full-on brawl mode for like the past 3 minutes. That was very insane, and TLPH finally making use of that jawhead the way it is supposed to be. I don't think we saw a lot of jawheads in the past few days here. And it is looking really good for TL. They're having a lot of control on this map.
Unstoppable Force coming in from JP. Pushed back by Prince. And the cavalry looks like they have their eyes on the turtle here. They begin the dance. Kirk here holding on to the AOG. That's 5 members of the cavalry all around. Finds the fist crack. And the break. Doesn't use it just yet. Carl DZ gets the final turtle.
Kelra not even trying to join here, leaving the turret to push on the bottom side.
Yeah, reading the scenario, ONIC Philippines just decided to play the macro and give up that turtle, while they will not be able to protect the purple buff here of King Kong unless, will not be able to make it in time is King. So Liquid, the cavalry can breathe easy, as the Stallions have a considerable lead right now against the Super Fam.
And these are positions where you don't see ONIC in a lot. And this boy, oh boy.
How in tarnation! Brusco was there. There were some minions, but Carl DZ found his mark. Kelra down one more time. Looking for a fight. ONIC thinking twice about it. They're saying let's back off.
Carl TZ with a statement. Before you became a god, I was already the GOAT for a much longer time.
They are roaring, they are stomping it just like they did.
45
Express knock!
Plus the injector on the Kirk, free pickoff.
Big pickoffs here. King Kong, 1 HP, making it back into the base, but they're getting pushed in.
Like a trapped animal, King Kong can't run around. Another shadow kill, forcing a flicker from frames.
We are getting shades of Pete Carl, Assassin Carl. The greatest assassin in the game, Carl. 4-1-2, almost getting a massive kill there, but before that, he already got a massive kill and taking down Kelra. And again, this is what we talked about with the lineup of Liquid, the threat of having a Jawhead and Hayabusa together. It was tempered by ONIC Philippines, but Liquid eventually ran away with it.
And that was way too much. You're right, it's a big throwback to like OG Assassin Carl Tizzy when he was just playing the Lancelot and everyone just staring in awe and amazement.
This is peak creation Carl Tizzy.
Yeah, you can cover up JP's name. It's like, Lusty, is that you?
Oh my goodness. And they're really doing everything they should be doing, pushing ONIC Philippines back, making sure some of these resources are not available for ONIC to take. And
conceal.
Conceal Clay.
What are they looking for?
Big
Big ass
one.
Polanco finds 3. Injector on the one. Kurt is taken out here. Oh, he gets out with the AOG.
They use up a lot of resources once more to just slow that down. And no contest whatsoever. SOD won't even be thrown here.
Yeah. They can't do much. Go, King Kong tried.
Summon Force plus a Shadow Kill. King Kong backing up. It's like all the way to the back. Serving up King Kong to the Filipino sniper. Point blank synchro vision.
What a read by JP. The flicker toss. Perfect to stop the escape of King Kong.
Fist break. Fritz goes down. No F. Double Summon Force underneath. TM3 in mid. Kirk on the fall here. It's just camera left. And Liquid want to stampede through. 10 minutes. 10 minutes all it takes.
I could read the lips of Sanford there. They want to go. They want to finish it right here, right now.
They got a whole bunch of engines. And ladies and gentlemen, amongst gods and titans, we're going to game 3.
And it feels like the crowd would want it no other way. Game number 3 between the old gods and the new titans here in MLBB. We are seeing it. They're roaring it. And again, I swapped it out again. It's for the second time.
Two teams who have built an identity and a name for themselves for being so great in the early, so great with the aggressive play, fast, hard-hitting Mobile Legends bang bang. We're not getting long games, we're getting their signatures, and we're getting a game number 3.
You know what they say? We're not here for a long time.
We're here for a good time.
Baby.
I'll tell you, it's a great time because in the clinic that ONIC put on in turning games around in game 1, Liquid just showed him, hey, we know how to do the sprint as well.
And to be fair, they are the OG Express boys, right?
Yeah.
They're the ones who came up with it. They're the ones who really run down their opponents, given any chance.
It's in their DNA.
Like, it's wild. Like, major respect for Liquid for saying we're first picking the Jawhead, and this is why. This is their first pick. They decided that their draft, their playstyle from the get-go is gonna be fast, express, stampede, and JP and Carl Tizzy really lived up to that identity to set up Sanji, Sanford, and Oheb for success.
There were no brakes on this train.
No breaks at all. Like if you had to go, you're holding it in until we reach the station.
Oh my god, I can't imagine.
That's just how they do it. And it looks like the Filipino sniper is your MVP here for game number 2. And he played the Harif definitely a lot better here in this game.
Yeah, it was a big game from a big money Oheb. No deaths, 887 GPM. I'm gonna say it right now. This is the PPI rich guy as well.
100%.
I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it.
As a gold laner nearing 900 GPM in 10 minutes.
Yeah, he is more than just fine. In game 1 he was fine. In game 2 he was fine.
He's balling.
And he's making it rain on this one. And of course, again, this doesn't discredit like the performance of everyone else from Liquid. It's just that when everything else finally hit like their main apex, Oheb needed to show up. And he definitely showed up while going deathless, getting 8 kills to boot. Yeah, well-deserved MVP.
Oh god!
Look at that,
Dudes
mid-air.
is just flying. Daddy JP turning these heroes into ragdolls.
Slow motion as well. And again, we're seeing the reason why he got picked up at such a early stage. First pick here for TLPH.
Yeah, a sleeper hit for me as well. This one is Sanford. There were some really crucial fist cracks as he was able to dish out. This is one of them, and it was one of the best ones to solidify the victory here for Team Liquid Philippines on the way to forcing game number 3.
Something I'm curious about is exactly what Sanji did, stat-wise. I want to see that damage spread because that seems to be one of the main things that the Novaria did. He softened up the rest of ONIC so that Carl Tizzy can finish him off, OHEB can lean in harder, make ONIC think twice about picking fights. And I paid attention to every single Astral Echoes. He didn't get the 4-man, 5-man, but he was always throwing out 2-mans, 3-mans. All right, come on in.
Yeah,
make my day.
We know you love watching those Astral Echoes.
They changed the game, bro.
They do change the game. Even individually, right? As like hitting 2 already reveals so much of the map. It does make or break a team fight.
Yeah, so let's look at Sanji for his items. So he went 1-0-9, around the 7,000 gold, only up to a glowing wand and lightning truncheon. And again, the change to lightning truncheon, it's one of the biggest item changes that I've seen in recent memory. The fact that they took away the damage cap from the resonate, and if there's like enough targets, it'll just keep on bouncing. I think those little bits of like 60 to 80 magic damage that would just be bouncing around in big collapse team fights, around creeps, around minions, resonating over and over again, eventually is what made ONIC realize, wait, where's this damage coming from? Why are we slowly getting ticked down?
I feel that in the effects of especially a glowing wand, where you have a burn, you have anti-heal. This, regardless of the number of damage, the fact that you got damage itself is already impactful.
Second most from Liquid.
Yeah.
Wow.
Second most overall.
Yeah, all the pokes. I think a lot of the engagements that Kirk, Brusco wanted to do, they were always doing it in a point where they're like relatively unhealthy. Where there's like they already took bits of damage that they wouldn't be able to survive us for as long as they wanted to. I think even Brusco, because he took up 45,000 damage here, definitely felt that. Kirk was definitely like total sandbag here by Liquid, almost 75,000 damage dealt to him.
He ate all
74,
that Sanji served up. The appetizers, the hors d'oeuvres, the main course, that was OHEB and Carl. No, Carl was a dessert. Carl cleaned up.
Carl is always the dessert. He's the cakes, right? Wait, is he?
Is he the baby? I don't know.
We'll have to double check.
Yeah, that's the number 1 question actually. Who's the baby? Who's the cakes? But OHEB is bringing the big money, that's what.
9664, he's a BPI rich guy. In a 10-minute game, 887 GPM.
That's my theory.
What?
That together they are baby cakes. Like nobody can stand alone.
Nobody can really separate which is which.
Yeah. That's my theory.
I guess that's what makes them so good, right?
Yeah. They activated each other. They activated OHEB and this one. Fun. Again, these are fast games that we're getting, but they've been some fun games.
And I guess the MLBB gods listen to Leo here. You know, not really long games, but free short ones is not bad. Not a bad trade.
We got not what we wanted, but what we need.
Yeah. Now can we get a 25-minute game?
Just as a coup de grace, you know? Just clean it up.
Yeah.
Like a pied de resistance.
Yeah, to the point like by the 25th minute we're all like already voices cracking a little bit. We need a little bit more, maybe some you know. I was about to say it. I'm gonna say it. Shout out to the Indonesians.
It's so good, so good. It's always, it helps us, it saves us. It doesn't help us, it saves us in so many situations. Anyway, yeah, so we got what we wanted. The fans got what they wanted, I think. It was a 14-minute game in ONIC. 10-minute game for TL.
Oh, God.
What's next?
These 2 games so far, I'll tell you now, they don't feel like regular season games. I could see these 2 games being earlier parts of a best of 5 or a best of 7 in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Like, that's the kind of technical display and showcase that these 2 teams are putting on for us.
And I guess they're just giving us what we deserve, right? And the gameplay that they are showing is really international caliber. Throw it over to Hans for the meantime, though. We're gonna slow down a little bit.
We are gonna be heading to a game number 3. I wanna know, what time is it? How about when I say let's go Liquid? Let's go! Let's go Liquid! It's me, Madars, and Nick Nock na maghaharap na naman ngayon para sa araw na ito. Nag-usap na tayong dalawa kung sinong mauuna. And Nick Nock, pangunahan mo na ang Sonics. Ano ba ang banat mo?
Simple lang naman yung banat ko. Ano pa ba? May napatunayan na kami. Not just one, not just twice, but right back to back pa!
Not just one, not just 2, pero back to back pa, Mima. Ano naman ang banat mo?
Nanonood ka ba ng MPL? Hindi mo alam na ganun din ang nangyari sa amin. Nag-world champ din kami. Ilang beses din kami naging champion sa MPL. So, dapat alam mo yon. Makunat ang kabayo.
Kabayo! Kabayo! Nasaan ang kabayo? Nagkabanata na, oras na para sa rebat. Nicknock, ano naman ang rebat mo?
Aanhin ko pa ang pressure cooker kung hindi ko kayang palambutin yung kabayo nyo!
I-on mo yung pressure cooker. I-on mo. I-on mo. Yun na pala yun. Nadaan sa pressure cooker. Mima, ano naman ang rebat mo?
Kwento ko lang sa'yo sa lahat ng makasalanan, ito ang hindi nang iwan. Si Daddy JP handang-handa sa balagbagan. Teka, badang yung ginamit doon. Mag-ingat kayo sa XP namin dahil tatak Sanford yon. Kapag sa gitna, hindi siya mawawala. Si Sanji, the hamster mage, kung tawagin. Teka, huwag kayong umawa. Si Ohet nandyan, katambal pa niya si Carlito. O huwag kayong ganyan dahil solid na yung goat to. Ito ang Team Liquid, super solid. Kaya win na to, dagungdong ng mga kabayo, siguradong mananalo. Sinong bumangga, tiyak matitibag ka dito.
Hindi ko alam kung ba't nagkakaroon ng emote dito, ladies and gentlemen. MPL Super Fan Rap Battle. Make sure to take a look at the social media to know more. Pero gusto kong marinig ang Sonics! Nasaan ang Sonics? Now I am wondering, nakuha nila ang game number 2. Buhay pa ba ang Cavalry? Game number 3 is now underway. Alam niyo na kung ano ang kasunod. Balik na natin sa ating mga casters.
Yeah, we got some bars, and I cannot wait for that rap rumble to actually unfold very, very soon. Hope you guys are looking forward to that as well. And again, the crowd here is just insane. A lot of people are actually standing, and now we are getting into game number 3.
You know what? I think they actually brought new chairs. They may have added a row or two.
Yeah, now...
Oh, they did?
It does happen. They expand a little bit here for the big matches to accommodate as much of the community as we can. We already accommodate so much here in Green San Makati, but sometimes you just gotta add a little bit more.
This is the star match of the week.
And they, again, like you guys mentioned, feels like a possible preview of a grand final, right? At least that's what the vibe is telling us right now.
I would say playoffs.
Okay, there you go.
Lower bracket best of 7.
There you go.
But I don't think either of these two belong there. I don't think either of these two belong in the lower bracket.
That's right. That's what I'm talking about, right? It feels like it's a possible preview, depending on your allegiances.
Okay, you know what? Wild prediction as early as now. One of these two teams are going to be the upper bracket finals.
That's it. I would stand behind that.
One of these two teams are going to be one best of 5 away from MSC.
That's pretty easy to say. And right now, we will probably, again, watch Zayden play, because right now, getting game number 3, with the way that they played game 1 and number 2, again, it feels like you can toss a coin. And the high caliber MLBB gameplay we're seeing here really deserves upper bracket at this point.
Oh God, look at this, coach. Why not first ban Johan?
Ooh, respect begets respect.
Max respect here.
2 bans there once again onto the heroes of JP and of course the Lucas, while Liquid. It's the spread of the roam, the mid and the jungle. ONIC get their joy yet again.
Of course. Here's a blitz draft coming into play here.
Going fast.
Feels like they know exactly what they want to do here for game 3. Yeah. And for TLPH, it's going global with the Loyi.
Yeah, they didn't go for the Phoveus this time around. In game number 1, it was a Loyi Phoveus they first picked. In this scenario, earlier in game number 1, it was a high-loss Moskov that picked up in the scenario. I think they can still keep the Moskov, or they might actually swerve. What if they go into the second phase without their gold laner yet and play for a different gold laner matchup?
And that might take Liquid off of their footing and make Oheb think twice, because he's on fire on the Harith.
Yeah. To be fair, though, maybe Moscow might be the best pick that they go for because they do have the joy, and Moscovs have shown in the past. Yeah. You mess it up.
Oh my God! 3 games in.
Valera. It's the Valera era.
The Valera.
The Valera.
The Valera.
Tonight, ONIC woke up and said, "We're playing Valera."
I like this though. We are getting a different gold lane matchup, so both teams decided to go into that. We pick up our junglers now. We're saving our cores, our gold laners for the second phase.
Feels like a lot of gold laners might get banned out here in the second phase. But no, it's Hilda still removed by TLPH.
I think this is they're covering their bases. They didn't want to face up against a Hilda EXP and sudden Brusco Gatot Kacha.
Kirk plays one hell of a Hilda.
Yeah.
I wouldn't put it past him.
Yeah, and Brusco plays so well with the Gatot Kacha when he has someone like a Hilda getting all the vision and buying the time for him so that he could go in late entry with the Avatar of Guardian. By the way, yeah.
Look at that. Carl Tizzi becomes the second player in NBLPH's 300 career game wins.
Woo!
What's the first one? Few. I'm sure.
Yeah.
All right, there you go.
So, idol ng mga kids, and then the kids who idolized him.
So good. That's so poetic, isn't it? I love it.
That's why they're Titans, brother. That's why they're Titans.
Welcome to the strongest Oh, wow. Ingan just dropping some bombs here.
Yeah.
Which is, I guess, very few people will contest.
Nope. You can't argue that.
Oh, yo, is that my man JJ too?
That's Gia Jung. Gia Jung is in the building.
Let's go. Shout out to Gia Jung.
Okay, there's the Harith. Again, Coach Winus had enough of it. Oh, him on the MVP performance from Game 2. TLPH taking out that focus again. Gotta respect Kirk. That's 2 Kirk bans in phase 2.
What about the Moscow ban? You can see the chairs reaching almost all the way to us now. So they really did add a layer, didn't they?
They're marching closer.
Yeah. So, yeah, this is too many people. And right now, they are considering maybe still XP or Gold ban out. Or a roam, I guess.
Yeah. It's good that ONIC is going into the second phase with a flex option. For TLPH, I think we're already seeing the EXP. I'm leaning towards this is really going to be a badang for Sanford while we're just waiting on the JP pickup. Whether he's going to go for... Oh, he has to go fast and pick off. Oh, they banned the Franco. Okay.
They did?
Yeah, they can't go slow for TLPH here. He might have to consider Cho yet again, or if JP's feeling it, what if he goes for the Kufa this time?
Ooh, I mean, he's got the muscle memory for it for sure. Oh, but it's a high loss. Very classic.
Ooh, they decide to go high loss badang against the Valir? Superfizz is going to be quite happy with that one.
As a high loss main.
Yeah, slow.
I hate Valir.
Yeah, right?
Kotors.
Maybe that was what they were talking about in the rap battle. You can't really soften up a...
Can't tenderize it.
Can't tenderize that.
Yeah, this guy can. Not a lot of things can tenderize a horse. The hot flames of a Valir definitely can.
He can. He definitely will, by the way. So that makes us wonder, right? Like, what are they up to? What's the game plan here? Definitely don't want to face a Valir head on.
But it sounds like they opened up the Moskov, no? Is that not free right now?
Yep.
It is.
Moskov. Or you know what? It's slow front to back. Beatrix.
Beatrix!
Hey! All right.
And the Cho. Okay. So what does Oya play?
Is he the one who's gonna play Moskov here? Do you want to play Moskov against a Bear?
That's a bit overkill on the macro. They don't need it.
Clint?
I don't think so.
Bruno?
Because of the presence of the joy, you're really thinking twice. Yeah. Bruno or Moskov, I agree. Strong burst. A lot of the AoE is going to be coming from the Loyi, Badang, though. And of course, the spread of the Shadow Kill.
If you Irrital here, you're going to have to Irrital Purify. I don't know how effective that's going to be.
Yeah,
in lane.
It's going to take time. It applies so much even more pressure in the center of the map for a Hayabusa in the scale.
Oh!
But they decide to go Granger.
How we forget? Granger was still open.
I guess we kind of just start forgetting because teams are starting to kind of just shy away from him as well.
He's not a high priority anymore.
Yeah.
I didn't think they'd go for it, but I'm not going to knock it. It covers what they needed. They wanted a bit more range, good physical damage, so not a bad pick at all.
Can snowball.
Can snowball.
There's still that. And not to mention, it's also very difficult to free hit if there's a Valir. So you don't want Irifel, you don't want like Clint. You want someone who can do it from a distance. And I guess that's like the lesser evil here.
Given in the recent patch, it's shorter distance, but a distance nonetheless.
Yeah. And you don't like free hit while you're standing, which is, people who play Valier love to hit targets who just love to stand.
My God, not a single Purify.
This is gonna be spicy, boys. It is gonna be spicy. Here we go for game number 3. I am looking forward to these big flicker plays, and because of that, I also think this will end very quickly. just because of the recipe. You put in so much chaos between both of these teams, you just end up with a big piling mess.
But it's a beautiful mess.
It's a beautiful mess, though.
Because it's the best MLBB in the world kind of mess that we're witnessing here tonight. Game 3, final game in this final bout. Beautiful MLBB on a Saturday night. What else could you ask for?
I want a string quartet of violence. That's all I'm asking for. Fast, non-stop, brawly. Please give that to us right now, Liquid and ONIC.
We have drums, take it or leave it.
Yeah, we got some drums right behind us, both sides too. Fine. All right, and again, it's not the classic gold lane matchup. It's Matrix versus Granger. These matchups can also be very, very spicy on their own as well.
To balance out the range, Kelra's using Renner. All right, usually we see, even up against the Grangers, that Beatrixes would use Bennett because it does provide the range and it zones out a little bit against the Granger, but this time he really wants that range, so he goes for the Renner instead, maximizing the last hits, bursts that he can get instead. By the way, that Beatrix does have tenacity, so Kelra does understand that he's going to be susceptible to a lot of physical damage, especially in the laning up against Oheb, so I like the emblem choice there by Kelra.
Yeah, really good choice, and making sure that you also just don't get bursted to oblivion by a Granger on the lane itself.
Yeah, I should have done that earlier when I played the Layla against the Granger. But, no point crying over spilled milk now.
I was in that game, you should have done that.
Yeah.
You were. Oh yeah, that was the game after match 1. So here we go. Stuff that we do with the backstage, boys and girls.
Whoop.
Brusco up on front. JP is also just gathering information as he can. Super Friends has the ultimate as well. King Kong on the side. Sanji, will they go for something spicy here? I don't think so.
Dear God. King Kong is a full bar of EXP almost ahead of Carl Deasy now. 4 members of the cavalry coming through. AOG from Kurt dispersing Liquid. There's a revitalize from JP. Carl Deasy secures the turtle, but King Kong punching him down. Dropping the Glorious Pathway for the retreat. No dice for ONIC. No one goes down. Liquid happy with that take.
That's a very happy trade here for Liquid.
Yeah.
Getting both, getting the objective despite all the effort of ONIC here, throwing so much, but ONIC didn't actually use up too many of those flickers.
Yeah.
So.
They threw a lot to zone out Team Liquid Philippines. It's just unfortunate that King Kong lost the raw retry battle against Carl Teasy. Well, to be fair, there was a lot of things happening, but no, that was just Carl Teasy straight up winning Retribution.
Yeah, that's the cleanest we've seen Liquid all series long, at least in these early engagements. I could eat off of that play.
And no one died. So, it's just, we're back to LPLPH, guys.
Yeah. 3 minutes Hunter Strike already for Oheb. Rush. Kelra a bit delayed on his first item. He had to go for a bit of a chop, so he had to, of course, get the Jerkin first. Really, it's going to be tough for the Beatrix to go up against the Granger, so you'd want to build up more physical for yourself first.
Brusco with the flicker and the kick coming through. Serving up a kill to Sanji. Down goes JP. King Kong takes him down. It's a trade 2 for 1. Sanji goes as well.
Yeah, right there was a combo that ONIC has been looking for.
Man, ONIC Philippines. That was a picture-perfect combo. Brusco, Kirk connection on point. Sanford, though, has to be careful.
Oh, finds a stun on the King Kong. Pops to revitalize. They're trying to survive here. Here comes JP and Sanji sitting in the fence brush. They spot Super Prince. Super Prince flickers out. Carl Deasy, can he come in? Not enough firepower from Liquid. They doubt themselves and back off.
Searing Torrent on point. Brusco's Jeet Kundo on point. And Super Friends able to get away. Had to commit the flicker to do it, though. So Team Liquid Philippines has a bit of important information they can work with. No flicker on the Valier for this turtle take.
They were able to force a flicker off of Brusco as well, which means they're relatively safe here.
Oh, JP, drop the Glorious Pathway. Shadow kill. by Carl Teasy, helping secure that turtle. Again, Liquid happy with these wins.
Inch by inch, they're starting to slowly take some advantages from ONIC. But again, despite two turtles going over to TL, Goldie doesn't really show it that much.
Keller got to balance out a little bit of the early lead that OHEB got by getting a bit more hits on the energy shielding of the turret right now. So a bit more gold diversion getting cooked up here by Sanji. Where is he going there?
Cooking.
Right there.
The chef has arrived alongside Sanford, but ONIC smelt it. ONIC smelt it. Keller and Brusco, get out of there.
It's actually a really calculated play. They didn't want to go too deep on that second bush behind the turret, just in case, so they don't mess it up. They also just get some information, but right now it is going to be still even Stevens on the map.
All right, so I like how very conditional right now is the mindset of Liquid and ONIC. Play around the map, find your tempo and flow elsewhere, either through minions, through slight pokes, find an opening. Both going for a 4-1 split with Carl Teasy easily taking the tower up top. King Kong not able to fully defend up against that Hayabusa right now.
Look at the deja vu here, ladies and gents. Carl Teasy doing exactly the things that Hayabusa is doing, but in a bit of a more, I would say, optimal way.
Very game 2 performance. He's literally just riding the momentum that they had after winning game number 2. Oh. Sanji sent Sanford down here. I guess they're setting up for a push.
Yeah, they are. I think that's a straight-up push now at this point. Kelvin knows it. Kirk probably wants to just check it. JP up on front. That tower's going down.
Up top, though, I guess Brusco left that chubby wave. A passive push for ONIC. I wonder if that's enough.
Looks like it. I think. No. Oh, there it is. Right. There it is. Right to the last HP bar.
Top for bot then. Top for bot.
Top for bot? What did I see?
Sanji, stunner step flicker. He flinched. He flinched.
He flinched.
ONIC forced him to flinch.
Stare down worked.
All right. Without the flicker there, that's the big info now for ONIC. Team Liquid. Oh, this is just gonna blow up into one big fight, isn't it? They're all here.
It's coming to a fever pitch.
Did ONIC see that?
Exactly. I bet the communication is, so does Sanji have the flicker or not, Fritz?
Devo, where's he gonna take it?
Turtle down to half health. Less than. Kirk drops to revitalize.
Look at
Coming
King
in
Kong.
with the combo. King Kong up against the wall. Carl Teasy secures the turtle. AOG away. Kirk has taken too much damage. So does King Kong. Carl Teasy chasing him. Throwing out a shadow. Back to the rest of his team. JP very low. But again, deja vu from Turtle 1, 2, and 3. Liquid walks away.
Yo, Carl Teasy, he's showing up as the young GOAT right now. What he's been doing in this series on this Hayabusa. Almost taking King Kong down there. The damage out, but he can dish out. And how far he was able to reach the Hayabusa to almost take down King Kong, to break the formation of ONIC, and then get out of there without getting taken down, helping to secure the objective as well. Crazy.
At this point, it feels like Carl Teasy's just flipping a switch, going into GOAT mode. Every time a match starts, like he decides, you know what, I'm gonna go GOAT today. It's really so classy to watch. It's so you learn so much as well. And again, looks like that flicker was not as important as we thought.
It was not as impactful. TLPH got away with it. I'll tell you now what this reminds me of, gentlemen. A minute away till the Lord spawns. It's like Pacquiao Mayweather. No knockdowns, no big haymakers, just good boxing. Good MOBB.
Very technical, very point-based, and, you know, it shows veterancy. And that's exactly what's happening here in ONIC and TLPH as well.
It's battlefield wisdom.
There you go. So, again, very classic MPL Philippines, 2-1 at almost 9 minutes.
And it's the one who's at an advantage.
That's just how we do. That's
Peak MPLPH, baby.
It is.
Oh, wow, look, they sent Carl Teasy up to the top.
Yeah.
Escort that chubby wave. Force Liquid to respond. Force ONIC to respond and say, what are you going to do about it?
Yeah. They haven't even done the Loyi Super Global Shadow, right? So
yeah,
we'll probably see that later.
The world's longest shadow.
The world's longest shadow.
Yeah. Oh. Carl Teasy smell something.
Yeah, at this point, ONIC can't really engage. They need Brusco as a bodyguard right now.
This is all now just about excellence and execution. Could be a big difference maker here. The fact that 3 items are locked in for Kelra. BOD, Malefic Gun as well. So let's see if that's enough reach, enough damage on this attack speed, Bennett focused Matrix.
Redmar, you just mentioned the magic word. Can't wait for Machine Gun Kelly to come through. Wagner.
MGK. And we're going to see that later. Right now, it feels like TLPH is setting up for something pretty big. That is 3 people on the side. Did he read into it?
JP and Sanford.
They're coming from behind!
Coming from the behind! Dropping the Gore's pathway! Sanford!
Go!
JP comes through, Kirk falls, so does Kelra. Carl Easy finds him in the back line. 2 free pickoffs.
That is big. Kelra already used the flicker as well.
The GOAT finds the god of the GOAT, and Brusco with the kick though!
Amazing access by Brusco, but it's not going to be enough. He gets punished. King Kong, though, repays Liquid in kind, taking out Oheb. He's not half health. He's got 4 members of the cavalry chasing him. Can ONIC stop Liquid from this Lord take?
Okay, Super Fist King Kong, Carl Teasy here. They're healthy. Team Liquid Philippines might just blitz this.
Gore's pathway dropped in by Daddy JP. Lord very low. King Kong coming through. No dice. Carl Teasy secures with the retribution. Sanford very low. Super Prince and King Kong looking for revenge. They find it for defaults.
That was a hero punch from Sanford right there, stopping King Kong for the retribution.
And it's right on time, clutch by the Apex Predator. King Kong was like, all right, I see the line. I will dash through this badang and steal this Lord. But Sanford said no.
Man, peak MLBB, man. I just gotta say, it's so good. So good for both of these teams. And again, they're just trading haymakers, like you mentioned.
Okay, I'll tell you now, just because Kelra died once, and just because Carl Teasy constantly finds him, or constantly finds his targets where he wants him to go or to be, despite not finding the kills necessarily, I think Kelra can still make a comeback. He can still change the game, man. Oh!
Does feel like it now. The junglers just measuring each other.
Carl Teasy may have just wanted King Kong there because look, massive push down bottom.
There's no answer, no big AoEs except for Super Friends as well. Well, they are pushing it out. They are just playing mind games on each other, and now they're kind of guessing, where is this Hayabusa? Where is Carl Teasy right now?
He took the scenic route.
Come on, 8 more minutes. We are almost there to the 20 mark, you know? Please. It's 4-4, no clear gold lead. It's a 2,000 for TLPH, but it's still very close for ONIC. So far, Liquid's been getting some strides. Oh, diversion, this could be big!
Oh my God, Glorious Pathway answered by that diversion play. Brusco does it.
Oh, the
AOG! Backing up 4 members of the cavalry. Down goes Sanji, down goes Carl, down goes Oheb. And no, they wrote what we tried. Mama, we tried. And it's just Sanford left. The Super Fam finds the comeback.
You may be the greatest of all time, says Kelra, but a goat to a god is just a sacrifice.
They're coming into the base, breaking down this inhibitor. ONIC are inside. It's
too
just
late.
40. It's just 40. The Super Fam Game 3. The age of the Titans. Tonight has passed. New gods stand tall. ONIC PH take the series.
It looks like that's going to be all she wrote for this one. We have seen peak MLBB right here in Green Sun Hotel. ONIC Philippines showing him how the champs are here.
In the battle of the Golden Rivalry, earlier this season, Liquid got first blood. Now under ONIC time, ONIC stares down Liquid. Tell me why you think you deserve the greatest of all time. It's their time, today, tonight.
Beautiful performance here for both of these teams. Could not ask for a better way to spend Saturday.
I don't think Liquid was expecting that a minute later they would be standing in the middle of the stage bowing, not for victory, but bowing down their heads in defeat, because for 90% of that game they were in control. Nay, 95% of the game.
It just goes to show how things can change in an instant, in a snap. That was the right call by Liquid. You can't fault them for taking that diversion, for trying to take down Brusco. But Kirk was ready for the AOG to respond right away, and Brusco even got away. He flickered away in time.
I guess that's just how the champions do it. And there you go. Starting the Riz, starting it young.
throw it over to the interview with ONIC Philippines.
Ladies and gentlemen, here are your winners, ONIC Philippines! Boys, ibang klase yung pinakita nyo kanina. Talk to us about that final play. Kasi nagtugtong-dugtong lahat eh. Was that all according to plan? Kelra, ano yung tumatakbo sa pag-uusap ng buong team while that final play was going on?
Yung ano lang namin nun, Coach, parang inaantay lang namin talaga yung TP nila eh. Yung kumbaga ano yung TP nila, magkamali yung TP nila. Ayun yung nangyari sa last clash.
Talagang nagsama-sama yung mga skills nila and accordingly. Kelra, I wanna know this time around kasi kanina kung nakita mo, there was a lot of, contestion between a lot of the fans and the community. Nai-include ka na sa GOAT status, being the greatest of all time to ever play MLBB. What do you think of the moniker, the Golden GOAT? Do you think that fits you? Or do you think you still have to prove something?
Para sa akin, sa player, walang GOAT eh. Siguro, hindi ako naniniwala may GOAT na player. Ang pinapaniwala ko, GOAT na team.
And who do you think the GOAT team is? Sino sa tingin mo ang GOAT na team?
Hindi ko masabi. Pero doon ako naniniwala sa GOAT na team. Kasi 5 yun eh. Kumbaga, hindi ka naman magiging GOAT mag-isa. 5 kayo.
You're right.
I really love that, Hans.
I love
it's
that.
About the team. Kelra, congrats ulit. Galing niya talaga. Now, I wanna place the spotlight on a special person. What time is it? Kaninong birthday today? King Kong, happy birthday.
Can we all greet King Kong a happy birthday, King Kong, in 1, 2, 3!
King Kong, I'm sure masaya ka ngayon, lalo't na't nanalo kayo. Lahat ng mga birthday celebrants today, tinanong namin ito, ano yung birthday wish mo?
Birthday wish ko sana mas mag-improve pa kaming team, tapos sana mas maging consistent pa kami sa mga ginagawa namin araw-araw.
Sana nga makita natin ang mga pabaon nyo in the next few weeks. Actually, we have one last week for the regular seasons bago yung playoffs, di ba, Hans?
Meron pa isa.
At saka may isa pa tayong aabangan.
What is?
Naruto skins.
Okay.
King Kong, ano yung pinaka-aabangan mo? Ano yung kukunin mo? Unang-una sa lahat ng choices.
Yung kay Hayabusa.
Yung kay Kakashi.
Good choice. Is that one of your choices too?
No. Kasi hindi ako kasing lupit ni King Kong eh. At some point, na-gets ko eh, na ganun talaga yung kinahihinatnan. Pero sige King Kong, dito ka muna sa gilid. Boys, since birthday ni King Kong ngayon, tratuhin na nating celebration to. Diba? Ano ba ang birthday wish nyo para kay King Kong? Umpisahan natin kay Hate.
Sana wag ka magbago and